Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruko Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている。俺の死に様か。
The story is being released at the request of viewers. And you haven't changed at all, Konoha, even though so many years have passed. Rot and cold are everywhere. Guards are on duty near the main gate. If you can call it that. Pathetic imitations of formidable inquisitors, at least they always kept their weapons with them. I hate it. To me. The owner's confident shout muffled the general hubbub, but was immediately drowned out by the clinking of glass. To you. The guests responded in chorus and swung their glasses in unison, clinking them. The party was in full swing. The table was simply luxurious and was bursting with drinks and snacks, chicken and meat dishes, stuffed fish, baked potatoes, salads, and delicacies in the form of pink arthropods shriveled up in their death throes whetted the appetite just by looking at them. The birthday boy was running fussily from one guest to another, pouring drinks into the outstretched glasses. Today Kiba felt less like the hero of the occasion and more like a mother hen. His parents had successfully dumped all the preparations on their now adult son and, with a clear conscience, had left for a week to visit some relatives a couple of days ago. At least they had thrown in some money, and thank you for that. Ladies. He squeezed his way through the trio of fellow countrymen, who were once again tediously arguing about art, and leaned closer to the table. Would you like more? Is there anything less disgusting? Sakura drawled boredly and nodded at the glass she had just sipped. You know I don't like sake. If you don't like it, don't drink it. We'll get more. Kiba shrugged and turned to Hinata, casting a questioning glance at her. And you're full? Are you for a sober lifestyle, or are you expecting something special? No, everything is fine with me, Hinata hastened to assure him, shaking her head. I'll just go later. I don't want to be alone. Kiba-kun, she suddenly blushed and bashfully lowered her gaze to the floor. Kiba-kun, you said that. What? Let your Naruto-kun come, I promised. Sakura lazily hooked her fingers around the glass and began to sway it, watching the splashing liquid. Hinata, stop being nervous. You know that this freeloader will not miss the chance to get drunk at someone else's expense. Well, you are clearly overdoing it here. Kiba shook his head reproachfully, the disdain in her tone was too open. He is my best friend after all. And he will come first of all out of respect. Sakura sighed demonstratively, but said nothing. A friend to someone, a pain in the ass to someone else. After all, it was she who had the honor of being subjected to regular attacks of idiocy, which this idiot sincerely considered romance. Just think of the serenade under the window, when all the normal people were finishing their 10th sleep. Then the suitor gave her a hearty slap on the head with a flower pot and woke up all the yard dogs. Here I am. A loud cry in unison with the slamming of the door against the wall interrupted the general hubbub. Several pairs of eyes stared with interest at the out-of-breath guest. Sakura also turned to the noise and immediately rolled her eyes, remember the fool, as they say. And, as always, the fool appeared spectacularly. The room was filled with a ringing bark, and a huge dog burst into the hallway. The dog had been safely thrown out the door that morning and was not allowed in, so as not to get in the way. Barking discontentedly, Akamaru grabbed a chicken leg from the table and disappeared as far as possible. Well, finally. Uzumaki Naruto himself showed up. Kiba exclaimed after a minute's pause. He didn't have to let the dog in. Oh well. We're treating everyone in honor of the holiday. Come on, let me in. Oh, whoever I haven't seen. Rock Lee, stay awake. Chuji, have you lost weight or something? No? I thought so. Oh, guys, how's your art? Everything, I'll keep quiet. Oh, Shino, you're here too? I didn't even notice at first. Let's have a fun evening. Winking at another fellow countryman, the newly arrived guest smiled broadly and, catching what he was looking for with his gaze, dove past the birthday boy, who had ruffled his feathers from such insolence, and plopped down on the empty chair next to Sakura. When will you grow up already? Kiba grumbled. Rounding the table, he approached his friend nesting near Sakura and filled his glass to the brim, a penalty for being late. No, first the gift. Naruto interrupted him and, winking at the girl who was already stretched out in the opposite direction from him, jumped up and solemnly exclaimed, "Silence, Tebeo!" Everyone fell silent. Naruto quickly tore open the colorful wrapper and handed the present to his friend, who froze in anticipation. The birthday boy's eye twitched traitorously. The book 1001 Ways to Get Rid of Fleas with an image of a fat flea was brightly colored in his palms. Kiba couldn't help but sigh. What was the previous book about, presented with the same pomp a year ago? About worms, I think. Again, he skimped on the gift and robbed his father's library. Look, I'll practice on you. He demonstratively ran his hand over his neck and, under the sly smiles of the guests, went off to serve the others. It was getting dark, and the people gradually dispersed in all directions. Only those who lived too far away remained. There was more than enough space in the house for a large-scale overnight stay by a friendly group. And Naruto, who didn't want to leave at all. After all, Sakura was bored nearby. With an intoxicating blush, with a manicured finger gently sliding along the edges of the glass. The frank melancholy on her relaxed face beckoned like a bowl of ramen. Wow, someone yawned especially loudly, heartily, which crushed the whole obsession. Naruto irritably tore his chin from his crossed arms and looked at everyone who remained. The guests were falling more and more onto the table and were no longer shy about tearing their mouths. Even the quiet Hinata was almost snoring next to him, having not yet finished her initial dose of alcohol. No, this won't do. Naruto, giggling, perked up and rubbed his palms. Now he would stir everyone up in a moment. Wake up, people. It's time for scary stories. Who's going to start? The answer was a tense silence. But he clearly received attention from all sides. The guests began to fidget. I don't hear your suggestions. Well, if you don't want to, then we can arrange a night of revelations. I'll tell you something. Let's tell scary stories. I just heard something new about vampires. Rock Lee immediately interrupted him. Naruto stretched a victorious smile. It worked. He had more than enough incriminating evidence, and the same Rock Lee would gladly discuss anything, just so long as the incident with trying on women's underwear did not surface. While drunk, of course, but this did not make the act any less immoral. But the idea of a conversation did not inspire him. Vampires. Ugh, how scary. And boring. He already opened his mouth to be indignant, but did not have time. Yes, let's talk about vampires, the girls began to chatter in unison. An interesting idea, the birthday boy supported their squeals. And, as the hero of the occasion, I take the liberty of starting. After all, I have heard such things about them. Naruto slapped his hand on the table and laughed. You? Girls, don't listen to this windbag. He can't tell a vampire from a dog. Kiba narrowed his eyes slyly. Say it again, you idiot. Empty-mouthed. He drawled willingly, crunching a shrimp in his hands. Lee, what's the story about vampires? Sakura tried to interrupt the senseless squabble, but the one she was addressing didn't even have time to open his mouth. 2. With them, these vampires. What could be scary about them? Naruto didn't calm down. Let's talk about ghosts. He looked at everyone with an enthusiastic look, but still didn't see any reciprocity. Snorting, he leaned back in his chair and demonstratively drawled, Hinata, be so kind as to bring some more sake. Otherwise, I'm going to fall asleep now, I swear. Ho, okay, Naruto-kun, the girl stuttered, barely audibly whispering. She sighed and left the room. Kiba glanced sideways at Sakura. who was shaking with anger. If there was anyone who disliked Naruto showing off more than anyone, it was her. Naruto, Haruno squeezed out syllable by syllable and forcefully bent the fork between her fingers. Stop wasting your breath. If you're not interested, please shut up. But Sakura-chan. Now. The fork, now resembling a bracelet, landed with a clang in front of the would-be suitor's face, as a hint at his future fate. He waved his hands conciliatorily. Okay, don't get mad. I'm shutting up now. That's right. Meanwhile, Hinata returned, holding a bottle in her hands. She carefully placed it in front of Naruto and blushed. Thank you, Hinata, you helped me out. Why are you so red? Maybe you have a fever? Naruto asked solicitously, uncorking the lid and splashing a new portion into a glass. Let's have a glass with me. No, Naruto-kun, I mean yes. I wanted to say. Kiba coughed loudly. Are you going to listen to me or not? Hinata gasped and sat down silently at the table. So, the hero of the occasion climbed onto a chair with a smart look, but swayed and, out of harm's way, climbed back down. Even children know that ghouls are afraid of sunlight and attack only in the dark. Some people think that they just drink blood and don't kill their victims. But that's nonsense. Once, an acquaintance let it slip that he had raked over some old manuscripts from our granny. True, I didn't have time to read them properly. But there, an eyewitness described how he came across a couple of vampires right near our village. They were sleeping in a coffin. And next to them, here Kiba looked at everyone from under his brows and switched to an ominous whisper, the tortured corpses of unfortunate girls were rotting nearby. Wow. Sakura breathed out. Corpses? Hinata gasped, nervously fiddling with a crumpled snow-white napkin. Nonsense. Naruto snorted skeptically. Exactly, corpses, Hinata. And do you know what happened next? Kiba ignored the snort, noting with satisfaction how Naruto, pricking up his ears, with an air of complete disinterest, was getting closer and closer. And then you're Naruto-kun. His pants from fear. He gave his comrade who had frozen next to him a resounding flick on the face, and he just helplessly threw up his hands and fell to the floor with a crash. Just you wait, you flea-bitten idiot, you know that today is your day. I'll remember everything tomorrow, Naruto threatened with his fist and, groaning, put the chair down and sat down again, demonstratively turning away. Kiba, Naruto, stop clowning around. What happened next? Sakura exclaimed excitedly. Did they kill the vampires? Of course. How could it be otherwise? Kiba yawned widely and spread out on the table, closing his eyes in the hope of dozing off. This hectic day had tired him out. But they can't be killed, Hinata quietly objected, raking away the crumpled napkins with her palm. Her hands were shaking nervously and demanding to occupy themselves with something. Not seeing a single whole paper product nearby, the girl grabbed a dark strand and wound it around her finger. They're immortal. It's better to hide. After all, the undead can't cross the threshold of a house without an invitation. I've read about that in books. Nonsense. You have to feed them garlic, that's all, Rock Lee muttered sleepily. But first, you have to catch them with bait. It seems they're most attracted to beautiful virgins. It's probably disgusting to bite old men, Naruto chuckled. Do you know the legend about the Uchiha estate? Maybe Kiba-kun talked about them, Hinata asked in a whisper. Everyone looked at each other. Uchiha? Sakura asked. Well, yes, the girl confirmed. They say the family was killed in their own home, and their sons disappeared without a trace. Aren't these the same Uchiha who kidnapped children at night and sucked their blood? Quiet down. Sakura couldn't help but nudge the birthday boy, who was snoring too loudly, in the side. Yes, I heard about the blood-sucking family from my father too, Naruto said. But it's all bull. He himself later admitted that he just wanted to scare me. So vampires are a myth. Just like our birthday boy's brains. At that moment, the old grandfather clock struck its first stroke with a dull thud. Everyone jumped in surprise and stared at the clock face in unison. Midnight. Time for the undead to appear. Oh, that was just the thing to complete the oppressive atmosphere. The awkward silence began to get on everyone's nerves. It's already midnight, and Ino still hasn't arrived. Hinata was the first to try to defuse the situation. You know she can't live without her weeds. Sakura hurried to continue the conversation, diligently picking at what had once been a salad with a new fork. Now it looked more like a poisonous green jelly-like mixture. Midnight. Naruto frowned at the blackness stretched across the window panes like an impenetrable film. His heart sank. How much evil could be hiding there, in the night? But the promise he gave his father to show up by midnight was too much to break. Naruto rested his hands on the table and straightened up. Okay then. Whatever you want, I'm going home. It's night outside, my father is waiting. Who's with me? Sakura and Hinata exchanged glances and shook their heads. What if vampires were looking for beautiful virgins tonight? Rock Lee and the birthday boy snored side by side in unison. Strangely enough, the topic they had started with sake worked like an excellent sleeping pill. Naruto sighed resignedly. He didn't really want to walk alone through the dark streets. But he had to. See you tomorrow. Saluting everyone present, he extended his hand and gave a thumbs up, as if to say everything had gone just fine, and only then walked out the door. Darkness enveloped the deserted streets, and only rare lanterns illuminated the path with a weak light. They swayed monotonously and dispersed the white moths that had stuck to them. Naruto was already doubting the correctness of his decision. He could have shown up at his father's house in the morning. Surely they wouldn't kill him for that. Although, half the way had already been covered, what was the point of going back? That night, the village seemed to be deserted. The silence was broken only by the chirping of cicadas and the rustling of the wind in the treetops. The guy knew the road like the back of his hand. Now the wide path would turn right, and a block of abandoned houses would begin. The area was a truly sad sight. The street was overgrown with weeds, bushes haphazardly entwined the wooden buildings with green and yellow branches. But once upon a time, it was in these places that the richest families lived. But times changed, the residents left, abandoning their houses to the mercy of fate. Naruto didn't like this place. The villagers said that ghosts lived in the old houses. He didn't believe in this nonsense, and yet either the alcohol played a role, or the horror stories about vampires. But the more clearly the crooked dark silhouettes of the half-ruined buildings lit up, the more he tried to calm the treacherous trembling in his knees. Poorly secured wooden shutters banged dully against the walls from the slightest breeze and emitted a drawn-out groan. Like a hell. In the darkness of the night, such a sight would surely make even the most desperate resident's blood run cold. It's scary, Tibeo. Naruto shoved his shaking hands into his pockets, pulled his head into his shoulders, and quickly trotted forward along the gravel path, looking around warily at every step. These houses are empty, empty, empty. And there's no one there. No ghosts, no vampires of any kind. But the more the shadows thickened around the perimeter, the more difficult it was to maintain this self-hypnosis. It was quiet. Very quiet. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling anxiety swelling inside him. It was the first time he had wandered alone through the ghost quarter at such a time. Every step echoed forward, into the impenetrable darkness. The shadows on the sides thickened. They stretched out, reminiscent of spider legs, and almost touched the heels, then froze. It was worth jerking his head. Naruto buried himself even deeper in the gate. The instinct for self-preservation rang alarmingly in his subconscious. The feeling that someone very dangerous was studying him from a distance grew stronger with every step. There was a rustle behind him. The guy stopped abruptly and pricked up his ears. His frightened gaze caught a barely noticeable movement. What? Naruto cursed for who knows how many times, peering intently into the dark corner right behind the lopsided barn, where something dived. Maybe it was a lost dog? Or were the local cats having a love marathon? Kitty kitty kitty, he said in a trembling voice, leaning forward and stretching out his hand. The noise was not repeated. The silence was pressing on his nerves. No, someone else was hiding there. The cats in their village were no less lazy than their owners, and at night you couldn't drag them out into the street with a bunch of fat mice. The guy shuddered, he had already regretted choosing this path 3 times. Run. Run without looking back, as long as he had the courage, just to get away from this place as soon as possible. Naruto spun around sharply, trying to take a step, and then collapsed, as if he had been mown down. Sounded above the top of the head. Oh. Naruto raised his head, startled, but then exhaled in relief and smiled guiltily. Another lost person. Thank the gods. Sorry, I didn't notice. He awkwardly, sweepingly wiped his palm on the dusty leg and extended his hand in the hope that he would be helped up. This is the first time I've seen you, are you not from around here? The stranger did not respond to the call for help. Fine, Naruto muttered and pulled his hand away. He grunted, braced his elbows on the ground and pushed off, but immediately fell on his back from a boot to the stomach. The stupor was short-lived. Have you completely lost your mind, idiot? Are you asking for trouble, Tebeo? Naruto cracked his knuckles and raised his head defiantly. His fighting spirit was gradually replaced by surprise. The guard's son seemed to have forgotten that he was lying with his mouth open in the middle of the road on the dusty and dirty gravel, forgot about the humiliation and his own threats that he never carried out. Reality narrowed to a man standing majestically in front of him in a strange outfit. Wide pants were encircled by a belt that looked more like a twisted rope, the high collar of his shirt was casually unbuttoned and contrasted too brightly with his light skin. And the eyes. Dark, with a bright burgundy pattern around the pupil. Like a demon's. You. Who are you? Naruto swallowed convulsively. The fears he had been trying to overcome all along flared up with renewed vigor. The stranger sneered contemptuously. It finally dawned on the mortal's drunken consciousness that these hallucinations were real and dangerous. A pathetic little human, he said dispassionately and demonstratively shook the dust off his shoes. Shall we hunt? You. Don't test my patience, or don't you value your life? Run. The interlocutor leaned closer to Naruto and bared his teeth crookedly. His teeth. The upper fangs were noticeably larger than human teeth. That was enough. Help. The guard's son jumped to his feet and spun around, making a quick jump in the opposite direction, but then suddenly stopped, squealing in resignation. A tall, dark figure in a long cloak stood motionless a few meters in front of him. Another one. Naruto bit his lip. He looked back at the guy from behind in fear, realizing that he was trapped, immediately turning back to his original position and examining the one who had cut off his escape route. There are 2 of them, maybe more. It seemed like his whole life had flashed before his eyes. He rushed from side to side in confusion, trying to find a saving gap in the trap that looked so much like a spider's web spreading its paws in all directions. These creatures would not take him alive. Somewhere on the periphery of his cornered consciousness, the plaintive creak of a shutter wedged in. And it dawned on the guy. Houses. Empty, abandoned houses. The undead cannot cross the threshold of a house without an invitation. Naruto remembered someone else's words and, once again assessing the distance to the diagonal line of the fence, he measured the vampires frozen like idols with his gaze one by one and took a cautious step to the side. There was no response. Another one. The couple stood rooted to the spot. Take this, U.S. Naruto roared and abruptly dashed towards the nearest house. Jumping over the long slanted, in some places crumbling, wooden fence, he rushed around the yard, waving his arms and trying to find the front door by touch. Come on. Come on. The smooth surface of the railing dug into his palm. Got it. Quickly jumping onto the slanted porch, Naruto pushed the door sharply with his shoulder. The old wood creaked pitifully, but still did not give in. Well, please, just open up, he begged. His hands trembled traitorously, tugging at the rusty handle that was half hanging down. Come on, Databeo. There was a loud crash and the door swung open, causing the boy to fly inside and, for the second time that night, fall on his ass. He quickly jumped up, slammed the saving door shut and leaned his back against it. This was unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. The fact that he was now standing in the middle of the road defied all logic. Vampires. Fantastic. Honestly, until now he had never believed in the existence of vampires. Just recently he had personally ridiculed his superstitious comrades, and then he came face to face with a couple of representatives of the toothy race. And now he was maneuvering on the edge between life and death. But he would not give up. No. I'll show you. Naruto slowly stood up, leaning his hand on the doorframe, and began to examine the insides of his temporary shelter. His eyes gradually got used to the darkness, making the blurry views of the rooms clearer. Yes, there was clearly a kitchen here. A broken chair was lying on the floor, a couple of broken plates nearby, an old mountain of rags, knocked into a large lump, lay in the corner, and some abandoned junk. So, how can you fight off an evil vampire? No, 2 evil vampires. The fugitive bit his lip and began to examine the junk on the floor. The pile of rags did not inspire confidence, the dusty dishes promised to crumble right in your hands with their very appearance, the chair, lopsided with time, lay alone near the kitchen utensils, spreading out its 3 remaining legs. It dawned on Naruto, now this ancient piece of wood could be of great help. He went up to the stool and kicked it sharply, causing it to break into several pieces with a creak and a crack. It's okay, you filthy creatures, you'll still find out who Naruto is and what he's all about, Tebeo. He muttered into the void, running his finger along the pointed end of the chair leg. A strange sound made Naruto shudder in fear. Turning his head, Naruto froze. It seemed that time itself had frozen in this gloomy and dark place, not preventing the guys from visually studying each other. One stared at the shadow by the opposite wall, with horror in his eyes, expecting some movement from his opponent. The other was calm, expecting some action from the cornered victim. The vampire felt his control was running out. The hunter's instincts were pounding the walls of his mind in rough jolts: grab, press the resisting body to his chest, lift the chin, exposing the curve of the neck, see how the little vein beats quietly. You better not come near me. It will be worse. The man's scream cut into his ears. Worse? They smirked mockingly in response. What can you do? I can do that. Naruto yelled, staring at the speaker with an angry look. Seeing how the vampire raised an eyebrow skeptically, he hit himself on the chest with his fist and yelled even louder, apparently intending to kill him with a brain hemorrhage. It's better for you not to know what I can do. So, get lost while you're still in one piece, and I won't tell anyone. You won't tell anyway, Uzuratonki. Naruto stamped his foot furiously. I'll tell you how. How did you even get in here? A stupid question. Why is it stupid? You're a vampire, and everyone knows that such creatures can't get into the house without PRI. Naruto suddenly swallowed the rest of the sentence and wheezed, feeling his throat tighten, as if it was squeezed in a steel vise. Shut up. Naruto, greedily gasping for air, grabbed the other man's hand with his last strength and kicked his legs vigorously, trying to somehow reach the vampire's body. The vampire held the man up without any effort, not a single muscle twitched on his pale face. You are creatures, people. Turning sharply, he threw the impudent boy to the opposite wall. Naruto, having flown a good couple of meters, gasped and arched his back, bumping his back into the ledge of the windowsill and scattering crumbling old paint all over the floor. The alcohol insistently demanded to get out, flashes danced before his eyes and the light dimmed for a moment. Unable to keep his balance, he fell to his knees, his palms on the scraps of old rags. Another spasm twisted his stomach, and another. Swallowing the acrid lump that had risen in his throat, Naruto waited until the dotted nausea calmed down at least a little and, finally exhaling with relief, looked up at his enemy. He was openly reveling in the situation, propping his hips with his hands. "You'll regret it, Tebeo." Naruto tried to move his left hand, but in vain. Perhaps he broke it from the collision with the obstacle. Leaning on his healthy hand and carefully pressing the other one to his chest, the guy rose slightly, but then doomedly plopped back down. He didn't have time to touch the floor. The enemy instantly jumped up from his place, grabbed him by the shoulders, and jerked him to his feet. Naruto blinked in shock. "Hey, what are you doing?" Enjoying my victory, snorting maliciously, the vampire pressed the man against the wall, buried his lips in the crook of his neck and, without ceremony, bit with his fangs the vessels that cracked under the pressure. The blood obligingly moistened his throat, the heat flowed like a mad stream through the body. The toxin was not needed, the alcohol would have destroyed it anyway. Naruto let out a couple more heartrending screams, but soon stopped resisting and went limp, supported by the other man's hands. He surrendered to the mercy of the winner. And he didn't move, even when the undead's fingers pulled down the zipper of his orange jacket and deftly slipped into the open collar. The vampire was no longer interested in blood. He clearly touched the convex collarbones, moved his hand upwards. "Take that, mutated mosquito." The prisoner, who had been hanging like a limp doll, jerked sharply and bit into his wrist with all his might. The bloodsucker growled and jerked his hand, instinctively throwing away the source of pain. All his composure immediately went to. This little man did not deserve to die. Too simple. The boy would writhe in pain and humiliation for a long time, and he, Sasuke of the Uchiha clan, would gladly provide him with all the delights of a dodish existence. "What, you don't like being bitten?" Naruto stood up, winced from the pain in his muscles, but kept his balance. Glancing at his opponent, he grinned and wiped his sticky lips with his sleeve in disgust. "How's the pen? Does it hurt?" "I'll kill you," the vampire growled and clenched his fists. Didn't Itachi notice this shameful moment? Blood dripped onto the floor with a dull splash, but rage completely drowned out the pain threshold. "Enough. Games." A jerk, a sweep. The man gasped and flew to the floor. He cursed, shook his head, rolled sharply to the side, pushed off with his hands behind his back and jumped up. But a punch to the face made him ram the back of his head through the scattered junk and fall against the door frame. His ribs crunched, exploding his consciousness with pain. Blood gushed from his nose. Sasuke grinned triumphantly. "Fool." Naruto only clenched his teeth harder, trying not to let his opponent out of his sight for a moment, and at the same time feverishly moved his hand along the floor. Somewhere here he dropped that dotted stick. The vampire was so blinded by his rage, enjoying his dominance, that he did not pay attention to his strange manipulations. His fingers stumbled upon the polished side of the tree. Almost screaming with joy, Naruto tightly squeezed the stump of the leg and hid it behind his back, feeling the heat in his chest from tension and fear. His heart was pounding like crazy, dispersing adrenaline through his body. If only he could endure the pain, if only he could not break down, not miss his chance. Sasuke, without running, made a huge jump. Brown blots splashed onto the floor. The vampire, sitting a few centimeters in front of his potential prey, looked dumbfounded at the makeshift stake sticking out of his stomach, blood slowly trickling down it. Viscous vampire blood. Itachi watched. Constantly, intently. He crept silently to the window when he noticed changes in Otuto's aura. If this continued, he would simply be forced to intervene. The boy's disappearance would cause a lot of noise, and such hunting methods disgraced the honor of the noble Uchiha clan. "What, you don't like being bitten?" The man's phrase made him smile. "And he is not simple either. It is worth waiting. Sasuke should learn a good lesson for the future. Strength alone is not enough to catch a victim. You also need to think with your brain." In a fit of rage, Otuto did not notice the most important thing: the source was clearly deliberately provoking him. For Itachi's experienced eye, the simple tactics were too obvious, but his brother, in the rays of his yet-to-be-achieved victory, was unlikely to pay due attention to these trifles. Quite expected. Help! A step to the side, and an orange whirlwind flew out literally right in front of his nose and almost trampled the vampire hiding in the shadows. Somewhere in retaliation, a hungry cat began to howl, a sleepy dog barked in the backyard. Now it was definitely worth intervening. Finding himself behind his wounded brother, Itachi grabbed his hand and pulled him toward himself. Let's go. I'll tear this puppy apart. Sasuke tried to jerk away, but Nii-san held him tightly. You gave vent to your emotions, Otudo. Those who do not understand themselves lose. It's time for us to go, Itachi reassured him. We need blood for regeneration. I will solve this problem myself. A second later, the old, abandoned house was empty again. Only brown stains on the floor reminded of the night's incident. The annual holiday was approaching. A week before the cherished date, residents raided the flower stalls, of which there were only 3, driving the sellers crazy. Old women meticulously examined the proposed compositions, mumbled something about the price being too high and demanded that they be remade into beautiful, but cheaper. Old men usually did not interfere and only nodded in agreement, not even listening to the topic of conversation. Young beauties were less meticulous, but guys, oddly enough, generally avoided such establishments. Well, of course, they don't pour sake here. The bell rang and the door slammed shut. The blonde girl raised her head out of habit and, more automatically than sincerely, put on a friendly smile, but, not seeing a customer, she quickly wilted. It had been an unusually hard day. Having closed the cash register, she tiredly pulled off her stained apron, threw it back on a chair and, hastily fixing her disheveled hair in front of the mirror, stepped out the door into the darkness. Just a couple of minutes ago, she had managed to show out her last customer with great difficulty, a plump woman with a bunch of complexes and an arrogant disposition. This fat hen had worn out all her nerves, but the order promised corresponding payment. It could rightfully be considered that the Yamanaka flower stall was the best in all of Konoha. The lively Ino instantly won everyone's favor with one glance of her icy gray eyes and a playful smile. In addition to all this, competitors had practically no similar assortment. The saleswoman looked around and frowned. The howling wind on the pristine empty street tickled her nerves. A cloud of dust and small bills was dancing nearby. Apparently, there was going to be a storm. Putting her hand in her pocket, the girl frowned even more. The keys were not there. Slapping the sides of the cape did not give the desired result. The bundle seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Where did you go? Yamanaka exclaimed irritably, constantly brushing her bangs to the side and distracted by her skirt. The wind persistently tugged at the gray hem, shamelessly exposing her knees. I remember exactly that. Can I help you? The girl shuddered in fear and turned towards the speaker. The last thing she remembered was a dark cloak and red eyes. And then emptiness. Father. Uzumaki, breathing heavily, stumbled into the house, with shaking hands pulled the bolt and only after making sure that the door was locked, he slid down to the floor, exhausted. He ran. He ran, without looking back or stopping. Perhaps his screams raised half the village and attracted the attention of the guards, or perhaps no one paid due attention. Drunken idiots often yell at night. The guy convulsively swallowed air, whispering fragments of some prayer. As if in response, an inhuman hell swept through the back streets, making the blood run cold in his veins. What was it? The call of hungry creatures, the wind or mind games? Naruto did not know, huddled in the corner and shuddering at every rustle. Had he closed the windows before leaving for a visit? Time dragged on, surprisingly slowly. The hops had long since evaporated, as if they had never been there. Only the bitterness remained in the mouth. The howl no longer repeated itself, and yet the presence of something otherworldly, something deadly, was felt quite clearly. Naruto understood that the threat hung not only over him, but over the rest of the inhabitants as well. Everyone had to be warned. The head of the village, Tsunade, had to be told. Although And how can I give it to them? Oh, Tsunade-sama. Yesterday we were walking at Kiba's. Late at night, in the dark, I went home, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a vampire jumped out. Hungry and horny. He wanted to eat me, and then rape me. Or maybe the other way around, first rape me, then eat me. What? Did we drink? Yes, just a little. Okay, a lot. The guard's son involuntarily distracted himself from his thoughts and grinned, imagining Tsunade's face. Yeah. Vampire rapists attacked Konoha. There was no point in keeping watch for the undead any longer. If they wanted to break into the house, they obviously wouldn't knock on the door and would have long ago appeared in front of the numb victim. A small bit of hope for the appearance of guards in the area warmed the mind. Having sensed danger, the vampires would probably have fled home. Oddly enough, the fear gradually receded. There was a deathly silence in the house, broken only by the monotonous ticking of the clock and the heavy breathing of the young man. Running his hand over his neck, he shuddered and angrily growled into the void. I hope you choke on yourself, Tibeo. With great difficulty, he managed to get up. Naruto straightened up and, limping slightly, hobbled towards Minato's bedroom. His arm was burning like fire, the sensitivity had returned, giving off a sharp pain with every movement. He would have to go to Tsunade in any case. She was not only the head of the village, but also the best medic. The boy slowly walked into the room and turned on the light. His father's bed was empty and made. I see. A tired sigh escaped his dry lips. He's busy with his paperwork again on the night shift. Flicking the switch, Naruto trudged into the bathroom, where he began to stare at himself in the mirror. Terrible guesses tormented and frightened him with their unknown. With difficulty restraining his jitters, Uzumaki brought his face closer to the reflection that repeated it in sync and lifted his upper lip. And almost at the same moment he sighed with relief. Teeth like teeth, quite human. He involuntarily grinned, assessing the abrasions and dried blood on his cheekbones. What a mug. Turning on the warm water, Uzumaki carefully undressed and, trying not to move his injured arm, began to slowly lower himself into the bath. He wanted to quickly wash away all the memories of the horror he had experienced. Oi! An indignant cry echoed through the house. It's burning. Tibeo! Having screamed, Uzumaki finally completely spread out on the walls of the bathroom, sighed wearily, and closed his eyes tiredly. Tomorrow he would not tell anyone anything. No one would believe him. They were close. Thick branches hid two relaxed figures in the gardens of the main guard of Konoha. The wind howled like a werewolf, threatening to turn into a hurricane, and strong gusts tore at the hair of strange observers, lashed at their cheeks. What weather! Sasuke shuddered and ran his tongue over his teeth, wincing in displeasure from the disgusting grinding of small grains. Yeah, the elder Uchiha agreed with him, pushing away the strands of sand stuck to his eyelashes with his palm and, looking with a narrowed gaze at his brother's funny attempts to spit out sand, dispassionately inquired. How's the wrist? Are you kidding me, huh? Growled the interlocutor. No, I'm worried. Maybe you'll abandon this pointless undertaking? Pointless? The brother jerked his head nervously, as if he had been slapped. This disgrace will be a stain on my honor. No need to jump above your head to look advantageous to someone at your own expense. Immortal is not to blame for your failure. Sasuke opened his mouth to protest, but thought for a moment and kept silent. What could he say? Nisan could see right through him, like an open book. The younger Uchiha slightly closed his eyes. It was easy for his brother to talk. It was not his honor that had been trampled into the dirt. The smell of blood hit his nose, and Sasuke involuntarily shuddered. The man was wounded. He was very close. All he had to do was go to the window and get inside. The vampire almost physically felt the viscous desire to possess the victim spreading through his nerves. A couple of seconds, and his nails sharpened dangerously, and fangs appeared from under his upper lip. The sources weakened and without a weapon. Now you will undoubtedly gain victory. Itachi narrowed his eyes slyly, glancing at the predatory tense figure standing to the side from under his lowered eyelashes. The words had the desired effect. Sasuke shook his head, as if shaking off an obsession, and, grinning, crossed his arms over his chest. You find it funny, right? Weak humans are your thing. The boy was almost in my hands, if he had not been saved by the compassionate soul of the genius of the Uchiha clan. No, I will do the honorable thing and give him a chance to resist. Don't overdo it. You have serious problems with self-control. And you have a sense of humor. They immediately snapped back. I don't understand why you are so popular with the weaker. No one can resist my charm. Itachi poked his index finger at his brother's forehead and smiled, hearing an indignant snort. I'll teach you that. I'll manage. Making eyes is not my style. I've seen your style, the elder retorted and, pushing off from the tree, straightened his back. A clever move must be carefully thought out, and you act at random. I've already thought it all out. Sasuke rubbed his forehead and looked up at the dark sky. Nissan, dawn is coming soon. Yes, let's go. Looking back at him in farewell, the younger one chuckled skeptically. The light in the window had gone out, but the tart smell of adrenaline still tickled his nostrils. The man was scared. Scared half to death. And this fact undoubtedly flattered the vampire's vanity. Minato was able to get home only in the morning. Tsunade had piled work on him and made him write countless reports for the past month. The man quietly opened the door to the dark room. Naru. His son was lying with his back to him and did not react to the stranger's presence. He was asleep. Sweet dreams, Minato smiled tiredly and, carefully stepping on the creaking floorboards, headed towards the kitchen. There were a couple of hours left until morning. He would have time to make breakfast. Sweet dreams to you too, Naruto whispered, knowing that his wishes would remain unheard. The noise of the closing door brought a new wave of panic. The boy had never been open enough with his father. Since childhood. As far back as Uzumaki could remember, he spent most of his time with friends and spent the whole day either exploring new secret shelters in the forest or wandering around other people's gardens with Kiba. The main guard of Konoha, Namikaze Minato, disappeared from morning until late at night at his .ed job. Who they were protecting everyone from here, Naruto could not understand. At least, until that terrible night, he could not. Maybe from vampires? Having tossed and turned until the first rays of the sun, but still not having closed his eyes, he crawled out of bed with great difficulty. The aroma of freshly baked goods pleasantly tickled his nostrils. His father managed not only to disappear at work, but also to cook something tasty for his son for breakfast. Naruto quietly entered the kitchen and carefully sat down on the edge of the chair. Good morning, the guy, exhausted by the consequences of the night's events, somehow managed to squeeze out a guilty smile. Especially since now, there would obviously be punishment for the fight. Namikaze, frozen in front of the table with a plate in his hands, looked at his pretty rumpled son in surprise. He looked bad, an impressive bruise was spreading on his swollen cheek, his neck was wrapped in bandages, and he was constantly sniffling. Minato shook his head resignedly. Naru, what happened? And you won't scold me? The father was taken aback at first. A promising start. But seeing the suspicious squint in his son's eyes, he smiled understandingly and shook his head. I won't. Oh, Dad. I'm going to tell you something now, you won't believe it, Dadabeo. The victim immediately perked up, realizing that the punishment was cancelled for an indefinite period. He settled himself more comfortably in his chair, grabbed a delicious toasted bun from the baking sheet and began his fascinating story, managing to simultaneously stuff his mouth, mumble incoherently and gesticulate with his hands. After listening to the tale of fighting drunken bandits in the name of saving the honor of a beautiful lady, the father abandoned all preparations and dragged his son to execution to Tsunade. After a loud lecture on the harm of alcohol on a young body, Naruto was examined and the verdict was, a slight strain of the muscles of the left arm, and hematomas all over the body. He also managed to tear his neck, very successfully, by the way, because if he had missed by a couple of millimeters, the result would have been completely disastrous. "You're an idiot," Senju shook her head reproachfully, taking off her rubber gloves. "When will you grow up? Don't forget to treat all your battle scratches before bed." "Thank you, Tsunade-sama," the man's voice was filled with guilty notes. Minato pushed his son toward the door and, waiting for him to come out, asked hesitantly, "I want to spend the whole day at home today. May I take the day off?" "I allow it." She threw the gloves into the trash can and wiped her hands on a towel hanging on a hook. "Take a closer look at the wounds on your neck." "Oh, I don't like them. If there's any inflammation, let me know immediately." Returning home, Naruto immediately locked himself in his room. The lower the sun sank below the horizon, the more nervous trembling gripped the boy. The old clock ticking in the kitchen echoed in his head with a dull knock. The young man heard his father's quiet steps behind the door, but he had no desire to go out. As the twilight began to envelop the neighboring houses, Naruto slammed the window, pulled the curtain and wrapped himself in a blanket. He lay there and tried to distract himself, listening to the night music of the wind. The barely audible rustle of the leaves, beating against the glass, lulled him and distracted him from his heavy thoughts. The long-awaited sleep had arrived. Exactly a week had passed since that terrible night. The morning rays penetrated through the transparent curtains and filled the room with a soft, welcoming light. Thin lines of bright yellow lightly, as if playing, slid across the dark face of the guy sleeping on the bed. And froze. "You," the owner of the room muttered sleepily and, wrinkling his nose comically, hid his head under the pillow. It was stuffy. He sighed bitterly, pulled out his crumpled face, and squinted angrily. "They don't sleep themselves, and don't let others." Having shuffled to the window and thrown open the shutters, Naruto yawned sweetly, stretched, smacked his lips and lazily glanced around the street. It was so early, and the residents were running around like scalded cats, hastily nodding to passers-by in greeting. Oh yes, preparations for the Omatsuri festival were in full swing. Paper lanterns chochin were already glittering with an orange glow on the eaves of the neighboring houses, and local fashionistas were showing off their colorful yukata to each other and showering each other with compliments, clearly overdoing it. The central square is probably full of vendors and screaming children who are screaming, begging old people for money to catch fish. Naruto grinned and, rubbing the bridge of his nose, trudged to the bathroom. His friends would come for him soon. Yesterday they had agreed to spend this holiday together. Sakura also promised to go to the square with him, even smiled at parting, although it was obvious that this courtesy was given to Haruno with great difficulty. But Uzumaki was not used to giving up. On the outskirts of the village, there was a small round lake, Omi. Naruto and the guys always went there after the holiday, and even managed to build benches on the shore for friendly gatherings. It was there that he planned to have a romantic evening. The Uchiha mansion was truly magnificent. It stood out against the dull local landscape, majestically and proudly towering in the thick of the forest. After the attack by people, the mansion had hardly changed, only the paths were overgrown with tall grass, and the walls and surviving glass in the windows of the house were covered with thick layers of dust. Things were untouched, paintings, old antiques, furniture, everything remained standing in their places. Even the most desperate residents of Konoha, convinced of the truth of the old legends about ghosts in the Uchiha mansion, avoided this place, having crossed themselves beforehand. The yellow disk of the moon illuminated the younger Uchiha, who was sitting relaxed on the edge of the roof of the mansion. For some reason, it was here that he felt calm and peaceful. Just like back then, in childhood. It seemed that in another moment, his mother's beloved and familiar voice would be heard from below. Itachi would nudge him in the side, and, winking cheerfully, begin to descend. First, of course. The older brother always got it for both of them, although sometimes unfairly. Sasuke grinned. How many nasty things he had done to Nisan in his time, and then he himself had escaped from his parents' punishment behind his back. A dark figure appeared silently at the end of the path. Sasuke slightly opened his eyes and lazily glanced at his brother who had appeared. Itachi, like a dark shadow, was moving towards the bench and pressing the girl's body to his chest. A thin female hand swayed lifelessly in time with his steps, long white hair seemed like a bright spot against the background of a black cloak. "You were late," Sasuke grumbled. "The guards were combing the streets, so we had to be careful." Rounding the fountain, Itachi carefully sat down on the bench and laid the source more comfortably on his knees. A slight movement of his hand, and the girl's head was thrown back, and her neck was defiantly open. The Uchiha leaned over, slowly sank two sharp fangs into the wounds that had already managed to heal, and purred contentedly. The salty sweet taste pleasantly tickled the tongue. "She'll die soon from anemia." Sasuke jumped to the ground and approached the couple sitting on the bench. A dark stream ran down Ino's pale skin, enchanting and enticing. Itachi opened his eyes and looked at Otudo with a clouded gaze, as if inviting him to join the meal. He gracefully knelt down on one knee and, taking the victim's hand, pressed his lips to the blue veins on the wrist. Fresh blood sated them completely. Itachi relaxed and threw his head back, licked his lips and looked down at his brother. He stood in front of him, thoughtfully looking somewhere into the distance. "Is something bothering you?" "There's a holiday in the village today," Sasuke casually noted. "We can participate." "Do you want to find Naruto?" Itachi clarified. "Yes," the younger one drawled thoughtfully. He didn't see how his brother's eyes narrowed and the corners of his lips twitched in a smile. "You watch him at night. Is the man that good?" Sasuke ignored the question. He himself didn't know what exactly was driving him. Pride? Revenge? Or maybe both? "Use your Itanki." The vampire raised his head and looked thoughtfully at the sky. The moon disk would brighten, then disappear again in the shadows of the gray clouds. Just like then. His brother was healing his wounds, and he was looking indifferently at the blurry spots floating along the yellow circle and could not change anything. "Do you remember that day?" Sasuke asked unexpectedly. His face was still as serene, but Itachi, like no one else, knew that Otudo was again covering his despair with a mask of indifference. "I remember. The pain still doesn't let go. I would give a lot to change everything. You can't turn back time. We must live in the present and appreciate what we have," the elder said with a bit of tenderness, and instantly found himself behind his brother. The girl's body now lay forlornly on the bench. He hugged the resisting Otudo around the neck and pulled him towards himself. "Know that no matter what happens, I will always look after you, stupid little brother. Why do you stop me every time I want to rip the throats of worthless sources, and at least slightly drown out this feeling?" Sasuke continued to bend his line, desperately kicking, however, unsuccessfully. "If it weren't for those .s, my parents would still be alive." Itachi sighed and pulled away. "Pain is pain, no matter what you call it. Does it get any weaker from your hatred? There's no point in killing innocent people for something they didn't do. Both sides are to blame for the centuries-long bloodshed between mortals and vampires. I don't need this war. I don't understand your logic. The best warrior of the clan, who has struck down more than one traitor with his sword, is in fact a hidden pacifist. You'll understand when you grow up." Itachi smiled and flicked his index finger at Otudo's forehead, enjoying watching the rage in his gaze give way to surprise. You always do this," Sasuke muttered. He puffed out his cheeks and rubbed his forehead like a child. Hearing a muffled groan from the bench, which stood alone in the shadows of the trees, the vampire rightly remarked, "Nisan, the girl needs a replacement. I've already found a new source." Itachi slowly approached Ino, lifted the light girl's body in his arms, and disappeared behind the gate. The younger Uchiha silently watched him go. Alone again. He thoughtfully leaned over the fountain and ran his finger along the stone lotus petal. The rough paint had peeled off and stuck to his skin, but 100 years ago, transparent water flowed in it. How long ago it was. Sasuke sighed and raised his eyes to the sky. Tiny stars playfully shimmered on the black celestial blanket, their flickering distracted from unpleasant thoughts and calmed him. Dawn would come in a couple of hours. I wish it would come sooner. His lips involuntarily curved into a grin. Oh no, Nii-san, I will find my source myself. And you will help me. The whole day was wasted. Only in the evening, the abode of the main guard shook from a loud stomping. Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru's barking, flew into Uzumaki's room and, with a joyful smile on half his face, yelled. What are you lounging around for? Get ready quickly, they're already waiting for us. No, punctuality is definitely not for you. Naruto gave his comrade a sly look. Someone promised to show up in the morning, but, as always, turned out to be a liar. He grumbled, trying to put all his displeasure into this short phrase. Akamaru barked loudly, as if standing up for his master, and, jumping onto the bed to the owner of the room, who was taken aback by such impudence. Licked him on the cheek. Ugh. Get rid of your slobbering face. Now get lost, Tibeo. Hey, take it easy with your expressions. Akamaru is a member of our family, so shut up and move your ass. Yes, I'm coming, Uzumaki snorted under his breath. As soon as they stepped outside, the street lights suddenly cut into their eyes. It was a sunny day, just like the holiday. Naruto couldn't help but squint, blocking his view with his hand. H-O, Naruto-kun. The boy removed his hand and blinked hard, focusing his gaze until he met colorless, almost glassy eyes. Hinata, the daughter of the local wealthy Hyuga, was fiddling with a miniature handbag in her hands and, as usual, was shyly hiding her gaze under her blue-black bangs that reached her eyebrows. The straight locks that usually fell to her waist were pinned up in an intricate hairstyle today, and the soft blue yukata created the image of an innocent child. I'm glad to see you too. Uzumaki smiled broadly and nodded in greeting. How are you in a festive mood? Gee good, Naruto-kun, she whispered quietly and blushed. It seemed that another moment and the heiress of a noble clan would faint. Why don't you notice the others? Suddenly, the timid Hinata was pushed aside, and Sakura stepped forward. Naruto swallowed. The girl was oh so beautiful. Unlike the chaste Hyuga, her yukata, open at the chest, with golden chrysanthemums embroidered on the sides, looked bright. Even more provocatively vulgar than bright. The thought that the beauty had not dared to allow herself such outfits flashed for only a split second, and was immediately lost in the abundance of hormones that were playing out in earnest. The whole world faded. Only she. The girl of his dreams. Nearby. He only had to take a step, reach out, touch. It seemed that his hearing even caught the quiet whisper of the beautiful maiden. Inviting, alluring. It sounded and sounded, filling his consciousness with darkness in which he wanted to dissolve, close himself off from the heaviness of existence, forget all the horror that had haunted him since the moment he met the vampires. The green eyes of the seductress zombified, plunged into a trance. Naruto closed his eyes and smiled. How good and easy. A slap on the back brought him out of his stupor. Did you fall asleep or something? The guard's son shuddered in surprise. What was that? The sweet haze dissipated, replaced by a sly squint of brown eyes and a satisfied grin from Kiba. Sakura stood behind him and looked with a bit of indifference, slightly tilting her head to the side. Although, at some point, displeasure clearly flashed in her gaze, but only for a moment. Get lost, Inuzuka. The guy immediately flared up and rushed at his comrade with his fists. You've ruined such a moment, Databeo. What did I come here for? To look at your lovesick face or something? Look, people are already heading back. Kiba dodged the slap, grabbed Uzumaki by the elbow, who only managed to cast a fleeting apologetic glance at the object of his dreams, and pulled him along. Girls, don't fall behind. They hadn't even gone a block when the company was caught up by an out-of-breath Ino. Sorry for the delay. It was obvious that the words were hard for her. Naruto, who had been trying to pull his hand out of his comrade's grip the entire distance, froze in surprise. The girls, who had been chattering incessantly, fell silent. And for good reason. Yamanaka looked hunted and resembled a child's hastily assembled doll. Her disheveled hair was carelessly thrown over her shoulder, her face was unnaturally pale and tired, and that blue scarf did not harmonize with the pink yukata at all, and looked more like a noose than an accessory to her outfit. "Ino, did something happen?" Uzumaki finally decided to ask, frowning in confusion. He had only seen the girl like this after he came of age, although on that terrible hungover morning the whole company could easily take first prize for the most rumpled faces. "You're some kind of," the guy hesitated, thinking over how to formulate the words correctly. Strange, or something. What will happen to her?" Kiba grumbled sarcastically. "You're strange too, but everyone's used to it." "Shut up, idiot." "Shut up yourself, blockhead." "Well, repeat." "Thanks for your concern, but it's just a cold." "Stop clowning around." Yamanaka decisively interrupted the argument. "A cold? In the summer?" Uzumaki narrowed his eyes and, maneuvering between the children jumping here and there, went around the girl from behind, already brazenly examining her neck. "You're not Sho." And only Hinata, turning away and quietly brushing away a treacherously appearing tear, said nothing. Naruto felt ashamed in front of his comrades. Yes, he really wanted to be alone with the object of his adoration, but he was not going to abandon Kiba and the others. "Sakura," Uzumaki muttered confusedly, smoothly trying to pull his hand out of the tenacious grip. "It's not nice of us to abandon friends." "I want to be alone with you," they purred in response. Not giving him a chance to object, the slender body immediately pressed itself intimately to the chest of the stunned youth, lips lightly touching his lips. A powerful wave of heat swept through his entire body and Naruto blindly wandered after the laughing beauty, again leading him away in an unknown direction. Although no, in a known one. Turning along an overgrown path, they came out to the lake. The guy couldn't believe it was happening, because he wanted to bring her here himself. "Sakura." Haruno wrapped her arms around the guy's neck and playfully pulled him towards a bench standing alone in the shade. A slight push, and Naruto plopped down, pulling the unresisting girl onto his lap. Madness. He looked into her eyes and couldn't believe what was happening. She was nearby. So unusual, warm and alive, hugging him herself and gently pressing herself to his chest. The guy gently, as if afraid to scare his companion, ran his palm over the creamy pink strands, soft as silk, they flowed between his fingers and shimmered in the light of the setting sun. "I brought us here for a reason," the seductress whispered languidly in his ear. "There's going to be a surprise. Close your eyes and wait here for a bit." "A surprise? For me?" She deftly jumped off the guy's lap and playfully shook her finger at him. "Of course, for you, Naruto. Just don't peek." "I hope this isn't a prank," Uzumaki grumbled and sullenly watched the slender figure disappear behind the trees. A feeling of anxiety fluttered unpleasantly in his chest. Sakura's behavior was driving him into a stupor. Besides, he didn't want to be alone, but he still decided to do as his friend said and, closing his eyes, leaned more comfortably against the back of the bench. Not even a minute had passed when quiet steps were heard behind him, strange hands slid over his shoulders and hugged him around the neck. "I'm so impatient." Uzumaki, without opening his eyes, threw his head back and gently ran his hand through the girl's hair. "Where's my surprise, Databeo?" A satisfied chuckle was heard from behind. "Sakura, what kind of jokes are you?" the boy asked anxiously and once again ran his hand through the stiff, tousled strands on the back of his head. A painful prick stabbed in his chest. This couldn't be. The young man raised his head to the one who had occupied his thoughts all week, and, gasping, tried to jump away sharply, but he didn't have time, his stupid habit of looking into the eyes let him down. Swaying, he sank into the vampire's arms. Sasuke didn't hesitate, casually tossed the man over his shoulder and disappeared between the trees. Sensing that the danger had passed, the cicadas began to sing in unison. The wind swept along the lake shore, made a turn around a lonely black bench, raising the crushed stems of grass, and slid forward along a barely noticeable path, as if inadvertently dousing the girl lying in the shade of a bush with an icy gust. The hem obediently shifted to the side, hiding a motley pattern in its folds. A golden chrysanthemum. In the darkness of the night, the mansion truly looked like the abode of the undead. The walls of the corridor made of dark stone and the same floor were oppressive in their gloom. Shreds of centuries-old cobwebs hung from the peeling chandeliers, and curls of patterned stains streaked the surviving glass. With its appearance alone, the house with ghosts fully justified its name, given to it by the inhabitants of this village long ago. The door to one of the rooms swung open silently. Despite the severe neglect of the corridor leading to this place, the room itself was tidy. Itachi entered first. He carefully examined the room, went to a small nightstand and picked up a miniature candlestick. Lighting did not play a special role for a vampire's eye, but such conditions were clearly not suitable for the new guest. The first drops of wax fell into the carved recesses. Itachi pressed the burning candle to the surface of the candlestick and, after waiting a few seconds, released it. The yellow flickering flame shot up and illuminated the room. The elder Uchiha placed the candlestick on a small nightstand and turned towards the figure lurking by the door. "I've been waiting for a long time." "Too crowded today," Sasuke responded, stepping into the light. Looking around, he couldn't help but chuckle in satisfaction. The room was shining with cleanliness. The cobwebs were gone, the window was covered on both sides by dark curtains reaching to the floor, and a made-up futon lay on the floor. "When did you manage to do this?" He walked around his brother, dropped to one knee, and casually threw his burden onto the provided bed. Naruto fell thuddily onto the sheets, but never came to. He only winced and jerked his head. "They'll look for him," Itachi said thoughtfully, ignoring the praise and leaning over the guy from the opposite side. The symmetrical wounds from the bite in the abandoned house had almost healed, but still. "Want to try it first?" Sasuke offered accommodatingly and, running his hand through Naruto's hair, pulled it towards himself, opening access for the bite. Itachi glanced at the helpless body again and shook his head. "No." "Good, right? The son of a guard can't feed both of us." The elder Uchiha evaded the question and headed for the exit. "I'll be back soon." "Don't overdo it." A groan came from the futon as the prisoner struggled unsuccessfully against the haze. "Not small." "I'll figure it out myself," Sasuke snorted, watching his brother's back until he disappeared into the darkness of the corridor. Pursing his lips, the vampire turned to the figure tossing and turning on the sheets and quietly added. "And you, get acquainted with my world of illusions, use your Tonki." "Oh." Naruto groaned bitterly and tried to open his eyes with great difficulty. The dysania was felt too clearly and did not want to retreat. He took a deep breath and grabbed his head with his hands, with a doomed groan. The pathetic attempts to simultaneously maintain balance and unite the floating scraps of thoughts into a single heap ended in failure. Nausea rolled up in his throat like a disgusting lump. The whole room was spinning in some intricate dance, and things seemed like faded spots without clear oans. "What's so bad?" The guy shook his head, driving away the fog that was clouding his vision, and looked around. A colorful pile of clothes lay in the corner, panties were hanging on the open closet door, and a vase sparkled with shiny rounded sides on the edge of the windowsill. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. He was in his room, so familiar and beloved. Although. What the? Naruto rubbed his eyes hard and stared at the decorative vase in confusion. All these feminine things had stopped being found in the Namake's house since Kushina's death. Who put it there then? Something creaked quietly in the corridor. "Father, is that you?" Naruto asked loudly and jerked towards the door, but then froze. Why didn't Minato answer? "Father," he repeated again, not so confidently, and, holding his breath, listened. The nerve-shredding silence shook with heavy breathing, the human heart, like a steel hammer, dully knocked against the chest. The sound did not repeat itself. Had it seemed so? "I don't understand anything." He sat down on the edge of the bed, ran his hand over his knee and blinked in surprise. His fingers slid over the soft fabric of the terry robe tied at the waist. Although he didn't have such a thing in his wardrobe either. So, what happened yesterday? A party. He went to the party with the guys. Yes, you won't forget that. Uzumaki wrinkled his nose. He immediately remembered the loud barking and slobbering face of a dog, more reminiscent of a monster the size of a good bull. Oh yeah, right after the monster appeared, in fact, the owner of the cute animal, just as happy and disheveled. Kiba is a. The look noticeably warmed at the mere thought of his friend. Uzumaki often wondered who exactly was the leader in this inseparable couple. From the side it looked like it was the dog walking its owner, and not the other way around. Dangling, or peacefully rolling on the ground after the leash, Inuzuka usually crossed the street in the morning and evening accompanied by a contented dog, because the fat backside of the local cat flickering in front of his grinning muzzle simply could not help but please. More and more, Naruto closed his eyes tiredly. His hands gently pressed on his temples, the gentle massage relaxing and calming. I wasn't alone. Sakura-chan. Surprise. Of course, Sakura said she had a surprise, that's why he was left sitting alone on the bench. That was where yesterday's evening ended abruptly. Yeah, not much, Uzumaki summed up. He stood up, leaning his palms on the curve of the bed, swayed slightly, but still managed to keep his balance. Sakura, your surprise really surprised me. I bet it was Kiba's idea, if I ever got my hands on him. With great difficulty, he covered the distance from the bed to the door and headed towards his father's bedroom. Minato's room was empty, and the bed was clearly untouched. That's always the case. He'll soon move to his job. Naruto closed the door and, his bare feet slapping on the cold floor, trudged into the kitchen. A sip of cool water was vital for his parched throat, and something tasty wouldn't hurt either. For example, a sweet bun. Or two. Turning the handle to the side, the guy lightly pushed the door with his shoulder and intended to step forward, but froze, lifting his leg. The dim light of the moon illuminated the figure lurking by the window. Uzumaki blinked again, but the obsession refused to disappear. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes, it was that vampire who had badly dented him in the abandoned house. The toothy one leaned leisurely on the windowsill and kept an eye on the darkness that had enveloped the street. Noticing the person who had entered, he lazily turned around. I was waiting for you. Pushing off the windowsill, the vampire straightened his shoulders and took a step forward. Naruto stepped back in unison, but didn't let the vampire out of his sight. The guest took a deep breath and exhaled loudly. The room was drowned in a cloud of smoke. Exo. Naruto barely dodged the flames. The heat scorched his eyelashes, the smell of burning hit his nose. Covering his eyes with his hand, he jumped back sharply and ran as fast as he could. Those miserable meters to his room seemed like a heavy eternity. Uzumaki tried not to think about whether a fire would start and whether the demon, who remained standing in the center of the fiery spiral, would manage to catch him. The main thing was to run out into the street and sound the alarm at the top of his lungs. But before flying into the room, Naruto couldn't hold back, and looked back. That was the fatal mistake. A quiet scream was drowned out by the crash of a body hitting the floor. Heels flashed in the air, the robe crumpled in relief waves on Naruto's head, blocking the view of the outside world, and at the same time opening a good view to his opponent, who was leaning his shoulder on the door frame. Sasuke motioned with his finger. Come to me. Uzumaki only snorted quietly and, resting his hands on the floor, tried to crawl back. There was no smell of smoke. So the fire disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. What an ability! He had never heard of such a thing even in legends. The last jerk, and his back hit a solid barrier. Hunting? The vampire continued meanwhile. What's the point of all these games, Tibeo? Naruto licked his dry lips and slowly stood up. I would bite, but leave me alone. You need blood, right? Believe me, this is the least I want from you, the Uchiha retorted dispassionately. Submission is what I need. Recognize my strength. Surrender. Are you crazy or something? If you don't surrender, you'll die. Listen, Naruto exhaled tensely. Well, we're not kids, are we? He leaned against the wall, and, trying to control his breathlessness, glared at the vampire with a narrowed, cunning gaze. The battle tactics were clearly outlined in his head. There was a sharpened stake under the bed Uzumaki had ensured himself on the second day after they met. All that was left was to get to it. Let's settle our dispute like men. Sasuke raised his eyebrows arrogantly. Sparring. Until first blood. But without any vampire tricks with fire. Honestly, Uzumaki didn't have time to finish. A black sleeve rustled before his eyes. A moment, and his neck was squeezed in the bend of the elbow, and his mouth was covered with a hand. Another one? Did he crawl out of the wall or something? Only a wild thought managed to flash through his mind, as someone obligingly said over his ear, "Calm down." Naruto froze for a moment. The speaker's voice was completely inappropriate for the situation. Detached, indifferent, not at all like a maniac. Although, if Naruto had been able to turn around, he would have probably screamed in fear in a completely unseemly manner, seeing a figure in a black robe sticking out of the wall up to the waist. "You're just in time, Itachi." The bloodsucker standing in the doorway was clearly addressing the one who was holding Naruto in his arms. The prisoner mumbled something inarticulate and jerked. It was as if the hem of his robe had been waiting for just that. The belt, which had been so poorly tightened, gracefully unraveled and hung down at the sides. The fabric slid over his hips with a barely audible rustle and exposed his body. "As I said, your blood will be dessert." This time Sasuke's voice was sickeningly sweet, intimate. "Let's try the main course first. Don't resist, Naruto-kun." Itachi pressed his chest closer to the man's back and slowly removed his hand from his face. "It's useless." "What are you planning, Tebeo?" The prisoner's loud cry echoed throughout the rooms and muffledly boomed somewhere at the end of the corridor. A slight tremor ran through his entire body. These two skillfully took him in a vice, and clearly were not going to stop there. Uzumaki understood that the worst would soon happen. No, he was not afraid of fangs. And he was not afraid of death. But the closer Sasuke got, the more clearly the arrhythmia made itself felt. Pity clearly did not touch these heartless creatures, but letting the situation slide meant losing. What to do? Not having thought of anything better, he began bawling again. "You will bitterly regret getting involved with me. I won once, I can." "Ori," the vampire interrupted dryly and came up close, easily overcoming the obstacle in the form of hands resting on him. The prisoner shuddered from the close contact and tried to push away, but in his situation it was tantamount to moving a large stone. The vampire chuckled, amused by these pathetic attempts. Only now did this loudmouth begin to understand how seriously he was in trouble. You're not as innocent as you make yourself out to be." Suddenly, Sasuke brazenly and forcefully spread the victim's clenched legs and ran his knee between them. "Stop," was all Naruto could squeeze out. He had no strength left to resist, and he hung relaxed in the arms of the vampire holding him from behind. The stranger's knee, as luck would have it, pressed even harder, and the captive stubbornly pursed his lips so as not to groan shamefully. His body was reacting treacherously to what this arrogant was doing. The brothers looked at each other, understanding each other without words. Itachi grabbed the victim under the arms and lifted him off the floor, while Sasuke jerked the man's bent knees onto his shoulders. "You lost." "AAA." Uzumaki, as if stung, jumped up sharply, entangled in some rags, and fell like a sack onto something hard. Having untangled himself from the blanket, he convulsively grabbed his heart. The creepy couple disappeared along with the amazingly realistic dream. A hand subconsciously slid over his elbow and pulled the orange fabric on his sleeve. Phew! A sigh of relief escaped his lips. The creepy robe had also disappeared. The relief immediately evaporated as soon as he looked around. Having somehow fished out more or less clear objects from the distorted vision, Naruto froze in surprise. He had definitely never been here before. The room was quite spacious, 2 doors, a large window with dark curtains, a candlestick on a neat nightstand. Small yellow wax drips on the sides indicated that the candle had been lit a long time ago, but a weak spot of flame still glowed on the surface of the stub. Suddenly Naruto winced, jumped to his feet and dashed towards the first door. He desperately wanted to go to the toilet. Seeing what he wanted, the guy's face lit up. That's what I need. He quickly occupied one of the best inventions that man had ever created. Having done his business and quickly rinsed his face in a miniature sink under a warm stream of water, the guy took a towel hanging on a hook, dried himself and left the restroom, heading for the second door. Pulling the round handle, Uzumaki frowned. It was locked. "Open up, Databeo," the guy yelled at the top of his lungs and began to pound his fists on the old wood with all his might. "Kiba, if these are your stupid jokes, I can't vouch for myself. I'll break." "Hey! Someone! Don't yell. You're annoying." Naruto jumped back from the door as if stung, and raised his head. Goosebumps ran down his spine. There, on the ceiling, standing, no, hanging upside down like a bat, was that very demon from his dream. Surprised, the vampire asked cynically. There was no answer. Only ragged breathing and the rustle of clothes. "Are you deaf? It's impolite to ignore the owner of the Uchiha estate." "Uchiha?" Naruto came out of his stupor, hearing the familiar word. "You said Uchiha? Then you're not deaf. Do you know the legend about the Uchiha? They say the family was killed in their own home, and their sons disappeared without a trace." Memory immediately helpfully threw up scraps of the girls' conversation at Kiba's anniversary. "Wow." Naruto whistled in surprise. "And I thought you were just a legend. So those scary stories from childhood weren't fiction?" "As you can see," Sasuke answered coldly and landed softly on the floor. Naruto instinctively stepped back. "But the Uchiha are killers." This time the answer was deathly silence. Only an angry flash in the black pupils. "And I kept it all a secret." "What an idiot," Uzumaki summed up bitterly, and strode past his interlocutor, resting his elbows on the windowsill, burying his fingers in his hair. Sasuke was pleased. For the first time in his stay in Konoha, he was truly pleased. The mortal's reaction was intoxicatingly sweet for a vampire. Naruto was ready to howl from despair, shaking his head and involuntarily spitting out curses. There was no longer that courage and thirst for victory. Only despair. Having cursed once again, Uzumaki slammed his fist on the windowsill and turned around sharply. "Why did you drag me here, Databeo? Don't you get it? You're even stupider than I thought. If you decided to take revenge for the ripped belly, you could have not bothered dragging me to your territory." Naruto threateningly clenched his fists and stepped forward. It seemed that another second and he would grab Sasuke by the chest. "I'll beat you up anywhere." Suddenly he wheezed and bent in half. It felt like my abdominal muscles were being torn apart. Incredible speed. Sasuke shook the limp body off his fist and onto the floor, unable to restrain himself, chuckled a familiar picture. Weak, pathetic, insignificant, all he could do was scream. After waiting for the gurgling wheezing to stop, Uchiha nudged Naruto, who was bent into a fetal position, with the toe of his sandal, forcing him to roll over onto his back. "Submit to me. You can do without it." Uzumaki snapped and, somehow sitting on his bent knees, rested his palms on the floor, bowing his head. It was incredibly painful to breathe. "I'm not used to being told twice. But I'm used to solving everything by force," Uzumaki said through clenched teeth, and, overcoming the pain, lifted his chin and grinned, trying to look his opponent in the eyes. "Fate has beaten you up, huh, Uchiha? Shut up." Grabbing the man by the throat with one hand, Sasuke jerked him to his feet and, not holding back his rage, slashed his face with his claws. Pulsating pain spread across his cheekbones, sticky blood covered his collar, but Naruto only puffed furiously, trying to catch the enemy's hand with his teeth. "Don't you dare talk about my fate. Save yours while you can. Go, ahem, you." I will break your pride, use your Tonki. The vampire roughly pushed the man's trembling palms away, pushed aside his low collar with his free hand and leaned toward his neck. Sharp fangs touched the skin, biting with impeccable precision. Naruto didn't have time to cry out in surprise, his body involuntarily arched towards his enemy. All his self-control immediately went down the drain. He wanted release. Urgently. The fangs went even deeper. Sasuke swallowed loudly, not responding to the trembling in the prisoner's body. Let him suffer. Let him taste all the delights of humiliation. The toxin thinned the blood, flavored it with a sweetish tart taste, causing an acute hormonal surge in the primitive organism. Hearing another excited sigh, Uchiha could not hold back his sarcasm. Already broken. A light touch pulled the man's consciousness out of oblivion. Something soft and wet slid down his cheek, leaving behind an unpleasant feeling of coolness. Naruto winced, took a deep breath, and opened his eyelids with difficulty. The thin line between reality and sleep made it impossible to determine which was dominant at the moment. Everything swam before his eyes and made him feel sick. An attempt to stand up ended in a drawn-out groan, his legs were numb and felt like cotton wool, his arms didn't obey him either, and his ribs ached as if they had been worked on an anvil for a long time, diligently and heartily. Naruto dropped his head onto the pillow, giving up these pathetic attempts. Sensitivity returned slowly, with difficulty, but it did return. With great difficulty, he managed to focus his gaze. Something black and white. Big. Right above him. The prisoner squinted, now looking more meaningfully at the stranger's face. The image gradually became clearer. The first thing that caught his eye was a serious, even frightening look from under furrowed brows and a wide collar pulled down to the very nose. You again? Uzumaki mumbled painfully, barely moving his dry lips. The Uchiha, who had been hanging over him until now, silently moved away. The candle flame dimly illuminated his profile. Naruto froze, this was not Sasuke. Insanely similar, but not him. Another one. Uzumaki involuntarily shrank. The very fact that the toothy one was sitting in front of him did not cause even the slightest bit of doubt. His eyes, too dark for a human, gave away his essence completely. The stranger condescendingly allowed himself to be examined and, after waiting a couple of minutes, bent down to a bowl of foamy liquid standing at his feet and took out some swollen gauze. The sound of pouring water seemed to be a trigger, and the prisoner, coming out of his trance, perked up and awkwardly dove to the side, clenching his teeth from the cramp in his legs. Don't move, Naruto-kun, please, the healer demanded quietly but clearly, grabbing the fugitive by the ankle and returning him to his original position. The touch sent goosebumps twitching through his muscles, but Uzumaki seemed not to notice them, staring dumbfoundedly at the speaker. That voice. Calm, distant, but at the same time not tolerating objections. He had heard it before in a nightmare. It was this. Who held him while Sasuke? The instinct for self-preservation worked intuitively. The man waved away the stranger's hand and jumped again in the opposite direction. It's for your own good, the vampire irritably pulled him back, pressed him against the bed, and, ignoring his pathetic attempts to wriggle out of the simple hold, again reached out with the herb-scented gauze to the captive's face. Having suffered another failure, Naruto exhaled resignedly and slid down to the mercy of his enemy. He was shaking slightly from the touch of cool fingers, a wet rag and drops rolling down his cheeks. He carefully avoided eye contact, trying to focus on the dance of shadows from the candle, but the more often he noticed another movement of the vampire, the harder it was to contain the curiosity bursting in his gut. The incredible resemblance to Sasuke could not be just a figment of a sick imagination. It turned out that the second owner of the haunted house was sitting in person before him. You are Uchiha Itachi, aren't you? Naruto decided to make sure he was right. The vampire only looked up from the procedures for a moment and measured him with a serious look. Although, it's obvious, Uzumaki sighed and then stopped short. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a part of his thigh that had become so inopportunely exposed and, squinting suspiciously, diligently pulled the blanket over it. Why are you treating me? I don't need a human corpse in the house, the owner of the estate squeezed out after a short pause, putting the ill-fated gauze aside. And I don't need your care, Naruto mimicked him. There was no answer. And your hospitality is also a pain in the neck, Uzumaki did not calm down. Zero emotions. And I don't like you either. He blurted out at the end, but, not having waited for any reaction to the outright rudeness, he calmed down, glaring at the vampire from under his brows. He silently wiped his hands on a towel thrown over his shoulder, and, having made sure that they were clean, began to collect the scrub laid out on the floor. Snorting in displeasure, the boy frowned and muttered. Maybe at least clarify how long I've been chilling out here. 2 days. Wow, Tibeo. Whistling, Uzumaki pushed off and dangled his legs on the floor, but meeting the vampire's gaze, he immediately retreated back to the heated futon, black eyes intently watching his every move and gleaming strangely when the candle stub flickered in the candelabra. Not seeing even a hint of approval, Uzumaki sighed resignedly. So, you won't let me go, huh? What did I do to you? Nothing. And you are very verbose. Naruto rubbed the bridge of his nose, ran his hand through his hair, and shuddered. How could he forget? Tell me, what happened to Sakura-chan? Itachi cocked his head to the side and gave the chatterbox another distant look. She's fine. Naruto held his breath, a feeling of déjà vu clearly lashed at his nerves. This is exactly how Sakura looked at him at that moment, when Kiba's blow dispelled her slumber. Now I understand who exactly controlled her consciousness. He smiled sadly and lowered his gaze, disappearing into the prostration of memories. The silence was broken by a long grumbling. Are you hungry, Naruto-kun? What business is it of yours? The guard's son snapped back and stretched out a nasty smile. Ah, I get it. You don't eat skinny people. Uchiha straightened up abruptly. You talk too much. Grabbing the bowl, he turned to leave. Why did you kidnap me? A disgruntled voice came from behind him. Itachi turned his head slightly and glanced sideways at the man, as if he was considering whether this upstart was worth the explanation and the time spent or not. Apparently deciding that he was, he satisfied the other's curiosity. I have my reasons for this, and Otu is obsessed with revenge for his defeat. It's his own fault. If only. Resign yourself, your fate is in our hands now, the Uchiha cut him off mid-sentence. Naruto turned purple with indignation. Resign yourself? So you're suggesting that we obediently do whatever comes into your head and that lunatic's? I just warned you, you're free to use the advice at your own discretion. Wash off the healing ointment and get dressed, I'll come for you soon. Itachi-san. Naruto suddenly narrowed his eyes slyly and winked conspiratorially. Maybe we can come to an agreement? Help me escape, and I'll let myself be bitten. The sound of a door closing was heard. It didn't help. You creatures, may you die. The fist slammed down on the wall, showering the floor with small chips of old paint. Blood appeared on the knuckles, but there was no pain. Indignation and anger burst every cell of the wounded body and completely drowned out other sensations. I wanted to smash and break everything that came to hand. And I really wanted to beat the faces of both brothers, as absurd as it sounded. The stomach growled loudly and long again. Traitor! Naruto grinned, stroked his stomach and, clinging to the edges of the futon with his hands, lazily slid to the floor. You only think about yourself. He carefully wrapped himself in a blanket, went to the window, and pulled the curtain to the side. A spark of surprise flashed in his eyes. One of the shutters was slightly open. How simple it all is. Uzumaki quickly looked around. A jerk and the living bundle, deafening the space with a quiet snort, awkwardly crawled all over the windowsill. A little more. A bad idea. Naruto gasped and froze in surprise. That voice again. He couldn't see the speaker, his blanket wrapped, but was sticking out right in the direction of the unexpectedly appearing interlocutor. Help? Itachi offered thoughtfully, watching the filling of the bundle, his bare heels flashing, sway back and forth, apparently deciding where it would be better to fall, his ass on the floor, or his face on the ground. I knew you would do this. Having turned the pros and cons over in his head, Naruto finally made a choice. Pushing off the windowsill and clenching his teeth from the pressure on his bruised ribs, he plopped down on the carpet. The resentment stuck like a lump in his throat. He had fallen for a child's test so easily. Fool. And it seemed to me that you were more humane than your brother, he hissed angrily, still deep down hoping for leniency from this creature. Hurry up already, the Uchiha responded without a shadow of emotion, not taking his eyes off the prisoner. The vampire, lurking like a menacing shadow by the door, did not move the entire time until the man appeared before him, fully prepared. They walked silently down the stone-tiled corridor. Naruto glanced warily at the dark cloak rustling before him, trying to avoid the shadows creeping up on his heels. The darkness distorted the walls and streaked them with elongated figures. Even the few candles so kindly lit by the owners of the mansion did not create a more or less human atmosphere. How much further? Uzumaki shuddered and quickened his pace, supporting his aching side with his palm. Uchiha looked at the source indifferently. It seemed that in another minute the guy would run away, ignoring the pain. He stopped abruptly, raised his hand and pushed the carved door that seemed to have grown out of the shadows. They've already arrived. The man sighed with relief, walked around Itachi, who was leaning against the door, and carefully slipped into the room. The cozy living room was made in an old style and seemed to flow smoothly into the dining room. Scarlet tongues of flame danced in the huge fireplace, a sofa upholstered in red fur and two similar armchairs perfectly matched the blood-red soft carpet on the floor. Naruto looked around at all this magnificence with admiration, but suddenly his face darkened, having come across someone he wouldn't wish even on his enemies. All the beauty was spoiled by Sasuke, who was sitting languidly in the center of the sofa. His jet-black hair fell over his eyes, but even it couldn't hide the demonic coldness in his gaze, as if their owner wanted to show the young man who was who with just his appearance. Naruto looked questioningly at Itachi, saw an affirmative nod and carefully sat down on the edge of the pulled-out chair. For the first couple of minutes he simply stared silently at the plate. The sight of a strange assortment of vegetables, meat and something else did not inspire confidence. And the fork and knife lying on the sides were just asking to fly and stick into those hateful eyes. Oh, come what may. Having scooped up the suspicious concoction with his fork, the young man winced and sent the first portion into his mouth. Another. And another. How delicious. Skillfully wielding cutlery, the man gobbled up the roast, forgetting about everything else in the world. Now the whole world narrowed to a deep round plate filled with fragrant dishes. He ate and ate until his breath was taken away and his stomach almost tore his shirt apart at the seams. Oh, that's it. Uzumaki hiccuped nobly and closed his eyes, spreading out on the chair. And these aristocrats clearly liked to treat themselves to delicacies. He stroked his belly and glanced sideways at his captors. The elder sat calmly in the chair, propping his head up with his hand, and lazily flipped through the pages of a rather plump little book, while the younger seemed to have fallen into suspended animation, giving away his tenacious state only with his creepy eyes. Noticing the stranger's gaze on him, Sasuke grinned maliciously. Is he provoking me to respond or mocking me? Naruto pursed his lips. Are you full, Naruto-kun? Itachi's voice tore the boy away from his thoughts. Yes, he nodded lazily in response and, pointedly ignoring the presence of the younger vampire, addressed himself exclusively to the second Uchiha. Itachi-san, please show me the estate's gardens. I need some fresh air. The vampire graciously slammed the thick volume shut, straightened up and headed towards the door, urging them to follow him with his eyes. Naruto glanced sideways at Sasuke, noted the flashing sparks of surprise in his hitherto impenetrable gaze, and, smiling, slowly caught up with the eldest of the brothers. In the darkness, the courtyard of the mansion seemed vast. Perhaps even larger than it actually was. The narrow paths leading from the main entrance into the garden disappeared from view after only a few meters. The only source of light was a chochin burning on the cornice near the entrance, with an image of a Japanese fan on its rounded orange side. Naruto limped behind Itachi, looking around fearfully, trying to stop the trembling all over his body. The tour hadn't had the effect he had expected. Some creepy buildings were slipping out of the darkness and then disappearing again, an owl was screaming somewhere above, and gusts of wind were bringing the howls of wolves from the forest wilderness. And there was a .ing vampire striding in front of him. A real one. Alive. I think. This was just fantastic. Your soul is overflowing with curiosity. Ask. The man couldn't control his emotions from the unexpected offer, in which the order noticeably prevailed, and jumped up on the spot. Can these creatures read minds, or what? Yes, the guard's son carefully mumbled, pushing aside the spruce branch and stepping into another black circle. As luck would have it, only all sorts of nonsense crept into his mind. You didn't take part in the meal. Why? Are you interested in whether we eat simple food? No, the Uchiha said briefly and stopped, having stumbled upon the main gate. He looked around and, having seen what he wanted, confidently headed along the path leading to the left. The prisoners stepped synchronously minced along the same route. Then who prepared such deliciousness? Me. Naruto stumbled and barely kept his balance. A lie. Why do you need to know how to cook if you don't need food? Consider it a result of my curiosity. Curiosity? I've always wanted to understand human existence. Itachi shrugged. Seeing the sneer in his interlocutor's narrowed gaze, he added coldly, I don't see anything special about it. Well, yeah. Nothing special at all. Naruto giggled, covering his mouth with his hand. It would be better if you learned something useful. Do you want, he suddenly beamed, I can help you with this very knowledge? Just let me go, and you'll be simply stunned by the amount of new information about our existence. I'll even treat you to ramen. He was cut off dryly. I refuse your offer. If there are no more questions, let's go back. Uzumaki instantly caught the change in mood, snorted and waved his hand. Okay, I get it, let's move on. The cloak rustled again in front of him, the tour continued. Naruto scratched the back of his head and frowned, what else could he ask? Do you only drink the blood of virgins? No. What is your attitude towards garlic? Indifferently. Do you sleep in coffins? We don't need sleep. You don't need rest either? He blurted out another crazy idea. We do. Hunger and physical trauma lead to weakness, so. Naruto interrupted him involuntarily. But you never drank my blood. It seems, he hesitated uncertainly. And you certainly don't look weak. Your girlfriend fed us, Sasuke's voice was heard somewhere behind him. Sakura? No, the younger vampire snorted contemptuously. Another one, from the flower stall. Ino. Naruto could not hide the cry of despair. And yet he suspected something was wrong. Idiot. Blind, brainless idiot. Naruto-kun. Itachi stopped abruptly and felt a light push in the back. It will be dawn soon. The light is not dangerous for us, but it is not pleasant for the eyes either. During the day, you can walk around the garden on your own and see all the sights of the Uchiha mansion. But I do not advise trying to escape. The vampires escorted the man to his bedroom, wished him good night, and disappeared silently. Naruto sighed heavily as the click of the key in the door announced that he was finally alone. At least in this room. After waiting a couple of minutes, the guard's son rushed to the window and pulled back the edge of the curtain. The shutters were closed, not tightly, but still, he wouldn't get through. Those creatures had beaten him to it again. The guy leaned his forehead against the icy glass. For the umpteenth time today, he was rewinding in his head the troubles that had befallen him, and he couldn't put together a logical chain of actions between the two of them. A couple of days ago, Sasuke had mercilessly worked on him, bit him, made him want him, probably injecting some kind of aphrodisiac into his blood. But today he was as quiet as a mouse. Why? Where had all the ardor and hatred gone? Itachi-san didn't inspire any affection either, although he had a more balanced disposition, but at the same time he looked much more dangerous than his brother. He hinted that he had his own plans for this senseless captivity, but the guard's son couldn't understand what they were. Naruto looked up. There, in the distance, beyond the fence, a hillside rose up. A crimson disk illuminated the rolling area and spread like a bloody stain across the treetops. Everything else was hidden in the darkness. Hidden away his world. His home. His family and friends. The faces of his friends flashed before his eyes every now and then. Kiba, fallen like snow on his head, Ino, disheveled and unnaturally white, and Sakura, seductively beckoning him into the depths of the forest. And his father. He must be going crazy with grief. How painful it was to realize that all this could have been prevented. All he had to do was tell Minato, the head of the village, or anyone. Maybe they would have laughed at him, but he would have found a way to convince him. And now, it was too late. Uzumaki rubbed the fogged glass, and frowned. An object flashed in the distance and caught his attention. Naruto squinted. Maybe it was just an optical illusion? No, there was definitely someone there. And indeed, soon the outlines of a blurry figure appeared against the background of the forest. The ominous silhouette glided slowly and smoothly between the shadows, then appeared, then disappeared again. Emerging from the darkness once again, the ghost seemed to sense a piercing gaze on itself, froze and sniffed, eventually turning precisely towards the silent observer. The gleam of red eyes struck horror into Uzumaki's soul, and he rubbed his eyes, with trembling hands. The obsession did not disappear. Naruto was sure that now this dangerous, bloodthirsty something was looking straight at him. Unable to tear himself away from this hypnotic gaze, he did not move. Not a single thought in his head. Only a chilling horror. There was a bang outside the door. On the verge of death from fright, the boy jumped up as if he had been stung. The silence stirred his blood. When he looked out the window again, the clearing was empty. Convulsively drawing the curtains, Uzumaki jumped onto the futon and wrapped himself in a blanket. And two. With the aching pain in his whole body and the stuffiness. This was the last straw. His nerves gave out. For the second day already, the residence looked more like a torn-up beehive than a building. Everyone was bustling about, running, stumbling, greeting each other dryly and then immediately disappearing behind the next door. Tsunade panicked. How could this happen in her village? They went looking for the missing son of the guard, and found a corpse. No one knew where Naruto was heading, so the searchers relied only on intuition. That night, it was as if an unknown force was leading them into the thicket of the forest. To an abandoned and godforsaken place. Among the gentle hills, in a secluded ravine, Kakashi noticed a thin, clearly female, hand whitening in the bushes. Tsunade, who arrived in time, examined the body, only desperately spread her arms and stated death. A terrible, painful death. The girl's throat was a horrific sight. Someone had torn the skin with particular cruelty, so that blood had spilled onto her chest and down her left side, soaking the beige fabric of her dress with brown stains. Her open brown eyes stared blankly into the night sky. Horror was frozen in her lifeless pupils. As soon as the news spread, the residents stormed the residence early in the morning, demanding that the culprit be found and the villain handed over to them for lynching. The most desperate, without waiting for Senju's decision, armed themselves with more or less sharp household utensils and rushed into the forest. The winding paths were explored with meticulous precision, deep ditches were almost dug up for several meters, and centuries-old bushes were almost cut down for firewood. The overgrown thicket led the desperate daredevils to an ancient legend. Lighting the darkness with torches, people did not hesitate to knock down the gates and examine the gardens of the Uchiha mansion. One of them, to the quiet groans of compassionate comrades, carefully entered inside, but after a couple of minutes he came out and shook his head. Nothing. Dark twilight thickened over the trees, and the results remained zero. Neither Naruto, nor the killers. The mysterious monster seemed to appear out of nowhere and, having committed a terrible sin, evaporated into thin air. Tsunade, having consulted with Namikaze beforehand, decided to explain Tenten's death as an attack by hungry wolves. Some believed it and shook their heads regretfully. Old women wiped their reddened eyes with a handkerchief and crossed themselves, quietly praying for the repose of the soul of the young girl. There were also those who considered such an explanation complete nonsense, and meticulously proved that the devil himself had a hand in it. And why on earth would the only daughter of the influential Takahashi family abandon her friends and go off into the forest at night? And here it is again. Before the passions had even died down after yesterday's discovery, the residence was shaken by a new report from the guards. "May I?" Minato looked into the office uncertainly. Senju choked and started coughing. Neither sooner nor later. Having torn her throat with another wheeze, the head of the village pounded her fist on her chest and only then waved her hand as if to say, "Come in already." Minato went inside and respectfully knelt down in the middle of the room on one knee, before the head of Konoha. Senju was a woman of about 40, stocky, with quite pleasant, curvaceous forms. Her well-groomed light hair was tied into two low, long ponytails, without any fancy decorations or hairpins. Nothing superfluous. Tsunade knew how to emphasize her natural beauty and successfully hid her true age, to the envy of many local overdressed beauties. Unapproachable, self-confident. A real woman. Even in simple linen pants and a wide green tunic, she held herself proudly and with dignity to her position. So, she began, feigning imperturbability, glancing now at her subordinate, now at the slightly open edge of the box, where sake was still pouring over the glass of the bottle. "You called for me," Namikaze reminded him of the purpose of the visit. "Oh, yes, I did," Tsunade responded, slightly absent-mindedly. Rising from her chair, she leaned her hands on the smooth surface of the table and said confidently, "Early in the morning, the guards, led by Kakashi, found Asuma's wife dead." "Kurine?" "Yes, Kurinai," Senju repeated sympathetically. Minato was afraid to move, his seething heart constrained any movement. An unbearable pain stabbed under his ribs. Asuma and Kurinai were frequent guests in their house, ever since the time when he and Kushina were just beginning to create comfort in their small, but so warm and friendly family. They supported him when his wife died, and helped him in every way to deal with little Naruto. And now Minato was afraid to imagine what state his friend was in, because he himself, like no one else, understood what it was like to lose a beloved wife. "There?" The man's voice was barely audible. "Yes, in the hollow at the edge of the forest." "Wolves again?" Minato looked at his interlocutor skeptically. "No need to clownish. We both know perfectly well that these are not wolves." Senju stood up abruptly, pushing her chair back with a creak, and began to pace slowly from corner to corner. "What do you propose to do?" "I cannot act arbitrarily and will wait for the elder's decision. In the meantime, let your subordinates convey to every resident that the curfew will be renewed in the village." Tsunade gave the order and stopped by the window. The morning sky was evenly colored with yellow light and announced the beginning of a new working day. "It is dangerous to go outside after sunset." "That's it? You understand that this is not enough," Namikaze said, barely containing his anger. "Every second is against us now. We need to find the killer. There are already 2 victims." "I know." The woman irritably slammed her fist on the wall and spun sharply on her heels, measuring her interlocutor with an angry look. "The enemy is dangerous, and you can't take him with your bare hands. We cannot thoughtlessly risk people. The risk will be justified." The subordinate stubbornly continued to defend his position. "I suggest fishing with live bait." They were interrupted by a creaking sound. Sign, Tsunade-sama. Someone's head poked through the door, but from the loud roar of out, it immediately dove back. "What manners?" Tsunade tiredly rubbed her temples and, glancing sideways at Minato, sighed heavily. "Do you understand what the council will do to me if your plan fails?" "I take full responsibility," they firmly stated in response. "Fine. How many people will it take?" A dozen would be enough, but many refused to get involved in this, the man began, when he was unceremoniously interrupted. Refuse? What kind of guard do we need then, tell me, please? A dozen trained fighters are afraid to go into the forest? This is an order, and I will personally issue a hefty fine for desertion to those who refuse. The guard bowed his head silently. That's good. Hearing no objections, Tsunade plopped down on a chair and relaxedly crossed her arms. Oh yeah. Any news on Naruto? Minato was taken aback by this sudden change, but after a second he silently lowered his gaze. The heavy weight was once again tightening around his chest like a steel chain. Naru. Senju immediately cursed herself mentally for her tactlessness. The answer had been obvious from the start. Gather a group. When you are ready, we will set out. She decided not to dwell on the painful topic for the grief-stricken father and made it clear that the audience was over. Namikaze bowed slightly and was about to leave the office, but, frozen at the half-open door, he asked uncertainly. Does Asuma know? Yes. Visit his house if you can, and convey my condolences. Yes. The man disappeared into the shadows of the long corridor. How long has he been running? Itachi closed the door with his foot and threw a large dusty box on the floor. He had been busy sorting out the junk in the far section of the mansion for an hour and, having finished, he finally joined Otudo. He was hiding by the half-curtained window and lightly tapping the glass with his fingertips. About an hour, the younger one said thoughtfully after a minute's pause. You didn't even have breakfast? As you can see, your efforts were in vain. The elder Uchiha looked over his brother's shoulder and assessed the object of his observation with undisguised curiosity. Between the collapsed buildings, here and there, light hairs flashed. A crack was heard. He made another stake. Sasuke colorlessly voiced what he heard. Itachi couldn't help but contribute. You wanted a confrontation. Naruto-kun is acting honorably. And a stake is quite a reliable defense. Not so reliable. The vampire snorted maliciously, taking other people's words personally, as a reminder of that shameful defeat. Especially from a great genius. Otto, stop underestimating your capabilities. Itachi's compliment went in one ear and out the other. You are a descendant of an ancient clan. A dead clan, the younger one corrected, continuing to watch the man flickering between the bushes. A strange expression settled on his face, something between thoughtfulness and confusion. Another crackling sound mixed with curses was heard, and Sasuke frowned. This vandal was breaking not only family values, but also all stereotypes. Vampires from the Uchiha clan were feared, respected, worshipped, deified. There were rebels, but they all attacked deliberately, strategically, in groups. And now their corpses rot in abandoned septic tanks and pits. But this, loudmouth, killed all logic at the root. Trying to resist with unpredictability, rudeness, and reckless antics is the height of idiocy. Sasuke once again mentally turned over the memories of others that he had pulled out with blood, and the only fear he could cling to was absurd to the point of ugliness. Fear of intimacy with a man. So how to use it? Such tactics were not studied in the ancient clan. There was also fear for the well-being of loved ones, but blackmail is an ignoble matter. He's not like everyone else, that's why you're hesitant, Itachi voiced his doubts. What are you talking about? The vampire tried to keep an unperturbed look and glanced sideways at his brother's reflection in the glass. We're all far from perfect, even though we try to convince ourselves otherwise. That's why we're drawn to those who complete us. Sasuke rolled his eyes dramatically, and off we go. Note, the elder continued to philosophize, what you call insubordination is in fact willpower. This quality is inherent in fools. You need to realistically assess the strength of the enemy and... Naruto suddenly fell out of the bushes, threw his head back and looked straight at the window where the vampires were standing. Sasuke, in sync, out of childish habit, jumped back and crashed into his brother. Noticing the mockery in the elder's gaze, he snorted, slipped under his outstretched arm and walked deeper into the living room. Plopping down on the sofa, Sasuke stared with interest at the box lying by the table. Something useful? Itachi took one last look out the window. Uzumaki was clumsily shaking off his knees and cursing their Uchiha relatives with all his might. Meeting the prisoner's indignant gaze, the vampire smiled to himself and resolutely headed for the box. You'll like it. He sat down on his bent knees, pushed up the top layer of cardboard and beckoned with his hand. Otudo sat down lazily, without much interest, expecting, as always, to get a slap on the forehead, but Aniki seemed to have forgotten himself in a stupor of nostalgia. Sasuke saw how his brother's hands trembled as soon as he felt something with his fingers, apparently very valuable. Something from his youth. Steel flashed in his palm. Rusty, covered in dust and centuries of age. His kunai. Remember how I taught you how to hold it in your hand correctly? Itachi grabbed his brother's wrist, pulled him toward himself and, placing the cold handle in his open palm, squeezed his fingers with his own. Sasuke froze in delight, of course. The first real weapon, the first worthwhile training, the first miss, and a dislocated leg. How can you forget that? And then I carried you on my back all evening, although you didn't improvise very convincingly. The vampire couldn't contain his emotions from Nisan's phrase and, contrary to his expectations, did not grumble, but smiled discouragedly. Then he really had brazenly cheated. The genius of the Uchiha clan, as always, sees right through others. Sasuke blew his bangs and was about to dive into the box himself, when something barely perceptible, with a metallic taste, tickled his nostrils. Blood. Was the prisoner hurt? Itachi also perked up, leaned one hand on his knee and straightened up, saying briefly, "I'll take a look." He didn't stand by the window for long and then returned to his usual place. Naruto tore his wrist. "It's okay." Sasuke instinctively sniffed again. The smell was strong enough to attract an uninvited guest. Near their mansion, in the forest, a vampire had settled, young and abandoned. Adult vampires try not to give themselves away, but this one had made a trail of human corpses, and in such a short period of time had given away his existence. That night the brothers scared him off. They wanted to catch him, but the toothy one turned out to be quite nimble and, sensing danger, disappeared into the thicket right in front of their noses. "Don't worry, I'll find the newborn and try to neutralize it," the elder Uchiha once again anticipated Otudo's thoughts, rolling up the sleeve of his chlamys to the elbow and plunging his hand into the depths of the ancient scrub. There was no trace of worry or anxiety in his gaze. Only concentration. The red inner lining of the fabric was mottled like a blood stain, and Sasuke involuntarily winced. It looked unnatural and alien on his brother. At some point, he reached forward, driven by the obsession of grabbing Aniki by the elbow. "I'm with you." From this shout, Itachi's back tensed, but his face did not change. He only carefully moved his elbow to the side, dodging the grip. "No. My worthless knowledge of the newborn's true motives can work against us. His creator is clearly not simple and skillfully hides in the shadows, luring innocent residents to his brainchild. I failed this night. One more mistake and people will break into the mansion again. But your suggestion? You should not rely only on the power of the eyes." Sasuke shrugged stubbornly. "I'll still go with you." Itachi looked at his brother and smiled, puffing out his cheeks and huffing angrily, like a small child. A child whose whims the elder had never learned to resist. Stupid little brother. This time the voice was conciliatory and soft. "If I've made a mistake in my calculations, I'll endanger not only myself, but you as well. Who cares? I won't go back on my word." Hearing a sigh, Sasuke barely suppressed a cry of jubilation. His brother had given in. Noticing another glare from the glass, the vampire carefully placed the kunai on the floor and confidently strode to the window. He had completely forgotten about the man during the conversation. Who, by the way, had not broken anything for a long time. The smell of blood was still in the air, but very weakly. The yard was empty. Thinking of playing hide and seek? The descendant of the clan narrowed his eyes and studied the winding paths with a keen gaze. A pile of wooden fragments, homemade stakes, hid forlornly in the trampled grass. The building shone with a dead cold. The fountain was empty. The pupils filled with a blood-red swell. What the? The vampire growled and turned to Itachi, who had turned his gaze on him. I don't feel the presence of human warmth nearby. Nissan, that. Ran away. Quite expected, he just shrugged. As I said, the strength of character in Immortal dominates the instinct of self-preservation. I don't care about his instincts. I'll catch him and tear him apart. Sasuke growled the last words from the street, jumping madly over meter after meter. He was only partly right. Uzumaki, angry at the whole world, had indeed noticed a small flaw in his prison a while ago, in the darkness. One side of the huge gate was unevenly adjacent to the other, and the gap formed between them could easily let a person out. But the guy knew perfectly well that those two were watching him closely. There would be a chase, no doubt. Which meant he would have to defend himself. And he would be ready. Suddenly, the wind tore the scrap of cloth from his hands, and the prisoner jumped headlong after it. The hated facade of the house with a large window flashed before his eyes, then instantly floated away somewhere upwards, and was replaced by the grayness of the soil and splayed weeds. Naruto spat out the dirt that had gotten on his tongue and grinned triumphantly. A dirty green ribbon was mottled between his clenched fingers. Bloodsuckers. Casting a hateful glance at the dotted window, Naruto dived into the bushes again and began sorting through the sticks. Now if you attach this stump to the second, longer one, and tie it with a string at the intersection, you'll get a pretty good cross. Are vampires afraid of them? Oh well. If you hit them in the forehead, it'll still have an effect. The guard's son appraisingly twirled the stake in his hand and, turning slightly, pulled the piece of rope closer. The wind was raging outside, stirring the leaves on the ground and howling some melody in waves. Uzumaki, who had listened to its whistle for a couple of seconds, suddenly realized with a shudder that he had caught echoes of words out of the corner of his ear. He squeezed the cross until his fingers hurt, stood up and listened. The melodic voice really did sound invitingly from the northern side of the slope, drawing him in, beckoning him to follow it. The crooked cross fell from his hands. One step, one more. Driven by the obsession, the prisoner slowly headed towards the wondrous call. It seemed that it was no longer sounding from outside, but somewhere in the back of his mind, in his head. His legs were cut by thorny bushes, his wrist was throbbing and bleeding, branches were tearing at his face, but he was still being pulled into the thicket by an unknown force. The melody suddenly stopped. Naruto seemed to come out of a trance. He looked around and realized with horror that it was here, in this very place, that the crimson moon had illuminated the ghost last night. He followed the call of blood. Hunger mercilessly drove him forward, covering his already exhausted mind with a murky veil. His strength was running out, but the beast jerked through the jungle. For 2 nights in a row, the creator left the enchanted victim and gave a mental signal, but this night he was silent. The decision to act at random almost led the predator to his death. They were waiting for him. Intuition worked at the last moment. The treasured hollow was already visible. There was no mental urge, but the beast felt that there was someone there. The aroma beckoned. Teased him, involuntarily forcing his mouth to fill with viscous, sticky saliva, calling for him to swallow convulsively until he became hoarse. He was not mistaken. A vessel filled with blood awaits. Blue eyes half closed, body relaxed, the man is blinded by the intoxication of vampire hypnosis. So, the creator did not forget about his brainchild. Did not abandon. The prohibition fettered the legs with an invisible chain the creator liked to play. Before the ward stepped into the clearing, he broke the mental connection. The victims came out of their stupor. They knew that they would die, but invariably behaved as if according to a pre-planned scenario. They screamed shrilly, ran, fell, tore their skin to shreds on snags, begged and still died, as fate had prepared for them. As he had prepared for them. Well, finally. The guy in the garish clothes stirred and looked around meaningfully. The connection was broken. The owner gave a signal that now this man belongs to him. And only to him. A bloody blot from the victim's wounded wrist that fell to the ground made the body jerk towards it with lightning speed. An inhuman roar burst from the throat, the teeth stretched out and cut the lip. The whole world drowned in this patch of the ravine, which was saturated with the scent of blood. The boy screamed hysterically and ran away. As if on cue, the animal instinct kicked in. The beast inside howled triumphantly, demanding immediate satiation. Baring his teeth, the predator growled and jumped up after his prey. The body, which had been filled with lead from hunger, became light, unquestioningly obedient. A bloody haze filled his eyes, his throat dried up to a burning pain. Jumping from one tree to another, he caught up with the fugitive with lightning speed. His senses were heightened to the limit. Even at a distance, the air shook from the rhythmic fluttering of the blue vein on his neck. There was nothing before his eyes except the looming blonde back of his head in a ridiculous orange suit. He fell. What a pity. The victim was caught. The skin on his neck tears easily, like paper, small vessels crack under the pressure. And then, bliss. Scarlet blood quickly begins to break free from captivity, rapidly spreads down the throat and fills. Slurping sounds mix with ragged wheezing. The man trembles, writhes, tries to wriggle out from under the predator that has fallen on him, manages to hit his cheekbone with his fist, scratches his bloody face with his free hand, kicks, but he is unable to stop the hungry beast. With one last twitch, the boy finally threw his head back and stopped resisting. The vampire heard how the heartbeats gradually weakened, how the body went limp, the source lost consciousness from pain. Stupid death. Somewhere a branch cracked, barely audible. The vampire jerked his head up in anticipation of danger and rushed to the side, but before he could make even a couple of jumps, his vision darkened. Ototo, take him away, quickly. The predator raised himself up on his elbows and shook his head in dismay. Crows were screaming shrilly over his ear, and the rustle of wings seemed to deliberately drown out all other sounds. The clearing was enveloped in clouds of fog, but his peripheral vision caught blurred shadows. There were two of them. One jumped up to his dinner and, picking up the limp body in his arms, immediately disappeared into the foliage. The second was heading straight for him. So this is what you are like. Itachi came up almost right next to him and looked at the newborn appraisingly, very young, a couple of weeks at most, and yet so wild. He would not survive in this world without a patron who would not teach his protege how to hunt properly and control his thirst. Where is your creator? The question was asked surprisingly calmly, and the vampire looked at the speaker in bewilderment. The owner of the voice was not nervous, not afraid, not angry. And in general, he expressed practically nothing, only a weak interest. Kill, the mental order cut through the brain like a scalpel. Growling, the little vampire grabbed the ground with his claws, pushed off the ground with his soul and rushed at the stranger. But, having received a hefty kick to the stomach, he flew back. I said, kill. The owner's voice hissed angrily, and the ward, ignoring the spasm that twisted his abdomen, attacked again. The blow passed a pitiful millimeter from the stranger's face. His vision dimmed. With a groan, the vampire bent over, spat out clots of blood and hung on the bent arm of his opponent. I'm asking you for the last time, where is your creator? Itachi, without unclenching his fist, lifted the alien body into the air and threw it aside with force. The newborn whined like a beaten dog. He tucked his knees up, stuck his back to the tree, and glared at the cold-blooded warrior. He had no doubt that one of the ancients stood before him. The proudly straightened back, the icy gaze, the clenched fists, the majestic posture, the fighting style all led to a certain conclusion. And the call of the birds and the illusion of fog. There can be no doubt this vampire is from a noble clan. And that means defeat is guaranteed. The anticipation of death was oppressive. The enemy approached slowly, unhurriedly, benevolently allowing him to inhale the last breath of life. A worthless life. The creator was silent. Even when the vampire was grabbed by the throat and the vertebra scraped the bark of the tree, the owner did not utter a single word, not a single thought. He threw him away like an unnecessary thing. A sharp pain burned his chest, forcing him to arch. His heart was beating slowly in someone else's hand. Itachi coolly pulled his bloody hand away, clutching the pulsating organ in his palm, and stepped back. The newborn ghoul fell to his knees and stood there for a few more seconds, then collapsed into the grass. Blood spurted from his torn chest, foam appeared on his lips, his eyes glazed over, and his entire body shuddered in a death throe. And then he went silent. The vampire looked around. The deed was done. All that was left was to move the corpse to a visible place. Sasuke kicked the door open and rushed into the room that had sheltered Naruto for the last time. The vampire was furious, cold rage was pressing in his chest, and every now and then it tried to break out. The crimson pattern did not just envelop his pupil, it seemed to burn with dottish flames. He wanted to smash and break everything that caught his eye. This vampire. How dare he touch someone else's victim with his vile mouth? His victim. And even if the person had not been forbidden, the dotted bloodsucker should have intuitively realized that he had encroached on someone else's property. Having laid the boy down on the futon, Sasuke roughly squeezed his chin with his fingers and turned his head to the side, examining the jagged wound on his neck. Dried blood had soaked the collar, or rather, what was left of it, and was showing in dark spots on the bright fabric in the chest area. There was no time to waste. Sasuke quickly rolled up the long sleeve of his kosode, brought his wrist to his lips, and with a sharp movement ripped the veins with his fangs. A couple of brown blots fell to the floor. The vampire shifted around the futon, getting into a more comfortable position. With the fingers of one hand, he squeezed Naruto's chin again, exposing the blood-soaked wrist of his other hand to his parted, blue lips. Come on. Come on, Ujiratanki, Sasuke hissed through his teeth. He peered into the guy's face without blinking, hoping to see at least some improvement. So far, to no avail. What the F, did you disobey me? Why did you run away? If you don't wake up, I don't know what will happen to you. Suddenly, the vampire's stern gaze noticeably warmed, the man's pale cheeks slowly but surely acquired a healthy hue, his breathing evened out, and his heart began to beat with renewed vigor. Did you make it? Sasuke shuddered at Anika's voice. Under the influence of emotions, he didn't even notice how he had silently entered the room. Itachi carefully sat down next to Naruto and leaned over him. For a second, a spark of surprise flashed in his black pupils. It couldn't be. He narrowed his eyes slyly. You put your ban on a person? Had to, Sasuke snorted discontentedly, clearly not noticing the sarcasm. Without vampire blood, he wouldn't have pulled through, but he'll live like this. It's a wise decision. Itachi lightly poked his brother in the forehead with his index finger. Look after him, and I'll bring everything necessary for treatment. The vampire left the room and disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. I had to. Who are you kidding, Otudo? Itachi smiled at his thoughts as he walked silently across the stone floor. While Naruto slept, Sasuke watched his every move carefully. Deep, even breathing indicated a clear improvement. The man's health was definitely out of danger. The vampire leaned down, carefully drew a line down his cheek and touched his lips, dry and still too pale after losing blood. Naruto. Bold, rebellious. But now so defenseless. For some reason, he wanted to taste him. No, not taste his blood. Otherwise. Sasuke himself could not understand what exactly was driving his mind and making him lean lower and lower. Too close. What am I doing? He sighed and, closing his eyes, touched his lips to those enticing lips. Cool. Delicious. Submissive. His thoughts were interrupted by a strange feeling of a piercing gaze on his person. Without breaking away from savoring, the vampire quietly opened his eyes and jumped back abruptly. His intuition had not failed him, the boy had woken up. The oppressive silence was short-lived. Are you completely out of your mind? Sasuke winced at the loud scream, but remained silent. Pervert. Naruto wiped his lips, contemptuously. Ugh, ugh. What are you staring at? You want more, right? I'll rip out your teeth and everything else, got it? Sasuke chuckled, the ridiculous threats only evoked a grin. The pathetic loser had once again justified his depleted brain power. It was a shame he had woken up so quickly. He turned out to be as tenacious as a cockroach. Naruto was slowly but surely going crazy. What funny thing did he say? His fists itched, he really wanted to punch him in the smug face and wipe that insolent grin off. And it was at this epic moment that the pervert's brother appeared in the passageway in person. How are you feeling, Naruto-kun? He knelt down in front of the guy and began to arrange some flasks, bottles, and other medical attributes. Well, how can I say that? Naruto mumbled uncertainly, looking suspiciously at Sasuke. Seems good. I need to treat your wounds. Raise your hands, Sasuke will help you take off your unnecessary clothes. As if, Tibeo. The prisoner flared up. Let this, he pointed his finger at the youngest of the vampires, stay away from me. I'll do it myself. As you wish, Itachi answered calmly and, having dipped the gauze he had prepared in advance into the suspiciously colored liquid, began to squeeze the swollen fabric into a small bowl, so carefully moved to his feet by his beloved younger brother. Naruto, biting his lip in pain, carefully took off his torn jacket and casually threw it aside. Bed of life. The prisoner had obediently turned over on his side, but then jumped up and sat down cross-legged. He didn't want to expose his unprotected bottom to these two suspicious individuals, especially since one of them had already managed to show himself and slobber all over him, taking advantage of his helpless state. I didn't think anything like what you just thought, Itachi tried to justify himself, but from the mortal's frowning face he realized that his convictions sounded false and implausible. Naruto snorted and sat back. Yeah, so I believed it. Lie. On your stomach. It was clear from the harsh notes in his voice that the vampire had no intention of repeating it a third time. Okay, Naruto clasped his hands in a conciliatory gesture and, wriggling, obediently turned over with his butt up, burying his chin in his arms crossed on the pillow. Be patient, it will burn. Ouch ouch ouch. Don't twitch. Sasuke mockingly watched the captive's futile attempts to dodge his brother's touch. I forgot to ask you. You could have said thank you. We saved your life. I wouldn't give a about such salvation. Ouch, it burns. Naruto pushed the stranger's hand away and began to roll around the futon. Sasuke snorted. The prisoner's squirming caused him to have mixed feelings. Having granted him life, he now wanted to strangle this idiot with his own hands. Maybe he really should have left him there to die? Loser, he still couldn't hold back and said through his teeth. It was as if Naruto had been expecting it. Rolling over to the edge, he jumped to his feet and defiantly glared at his savior, clenching his fists. Say that again. Don't play with death, use your Tonki, the vampire hissed angrily. And I'm not afraid of you. Stop pretending to be a noble knight. You saved me because you were too proud to share. And that beast almost stole such an opportunity to amuse yourself. Shut up. Sasuke roared and slammed his fist into the wall. The blow sent crooked cracks, crawling in all directions. One more word and I'll amuse myself right now and rip out your tongue. Taking a step towards Naruto, who had suddenly grown suspiciously quiet. Sasuke froze, and then, sighing heavily, waved his hand in resignation and left the room. The echo of the dull thud of the door leading to the mansion's gardens ran through the walls of the corridor like a wave. Naruto stared at the empty doorway for a few more seconds, noting to himself that the door to his room was lying on the floor for some reason, and, hearing a rustling sound nearby, he turned his gaze to Itachi. The vampire, as if nothing had happened, was unwinding a snow-white bandage and, judging by his frowning gaze, was calculating whether there was enough material for all of the man's battle wounds. The silence in the room was broken only by the rustling of a cloak and the occasional crackling of candles. The atmosphere was oppressive. Why was Itachi-san silent? Did he really not care at all that his brother had just been publicly put in his place? No, he was probably biding his time. Unable to bear it, Naruto plopped back down on the futon and stretched out his legs. Come on. I'm waiting. What? Itachi responded, puzzled, looking up at him. What do you mean, moralizing or something? Or how you're going to take revenge? I'm not going to take revenge, Naruto-kun. The vampire reached out to him and, hugging him, began to wrap his torso with the first layer of bandage. Fighting his embarrassment, the prisoner obediently stretched his arms up for greater access to the affected areas. What about the concept of brother for brother? Sasuke is not small enough to stand up for him. Itachi cut him off coldly and leaned forward, pressing himself almost tightly. Naruto froze tensely. A sleeve rustled somewhere above his ear. Now he would be grabbed in an armful and crushed like an annoying mosquito. But, contrary to his expectations, the interlocutor only grabbed the edge of the bandage, which had been brought to the other side, with his wrist and pulled it towards himself, tightening a new layer. Stepping back, the vampire clearly heard a relieved oof. But there was some truth in your words, he continued, leaning towards the tray again and looking for something there. Egoism really blinds his mind, but Sasuke has long been hiding his true self from outsiders. You see only the outer S of my brother, and do not know at all what is in his soul. Naruto's mouth dropped open in surprise. You won't find such eloquence from Itachi-san even with fire, and here he almost opened his soul, but, having thought over the essence of what was said, he couldn't help but quip. I don't really want to know. That's why you can't understand each other, Itachi stated, carefully wiping his fingers with a napkin. We all live our lives based on what we consider reality. In the end, someone's reality may turn out to be just an illusion. Sasuke sees reality differently than I do. He himself does not notice how he is slowly plunging into darkness. Turning to Naruto, the elder brother sighed. The other's facial expression had not changed at all during the entire monologue. He was still smiling stupidly and making it clear with his whole appearance that he did not understand. Itachi slowly stood up and, going around the futon, went to the window. A bright strip of daylight was seeping through a thin crack, running in an even line across the carpet to the far corner of the room. Running his palm over the waves of fabric, the vampire thoughtfully closed his eyes. I will tell you part of our story. If he had turned around now, he would have seen how curious little imps danced in the captive's delighted gaze. Our clan was one of the most ancient and influential clans. Its own lands, its own politics, its own people. But nothing in this world lasts forever. Many have already been exterminated, and only 3 of the Uchiha remain, me, Sasuke, and our uncle, Madara. There are so few vampires? Naruto interrupted him carefully. There are many vampires, but they are all the result of incest. Converted, as you like to say. You yourself saw the result of this conversion today. That's why he was so wild. Not just wild, but abandoned. The Creator did not teach him to adequately curb his thirst. And your family? They too, Naruto hesitated. Well, converted? No. The Uchiha are purebred vampires. These are the ones the Inquisitors and their minions exterminated first. After all, we gave birth to evil. Itachi fell silent. Naruto could see how hard these memories were for him. They attacked you? Naruto spoke carefully, as if afraid to scare them. Yes. We often moved from one place to another, trying not to reveal our true appearance. A young guy living for over 100 years, it looks too suspicious and unnatural. Someone betrayed us, giving all the information to the Council of Inquisitors. Madara suspected one of the vampires who had their eye on our high position, but he could not prove anything. And, the guy was almost forcing the words out of the interlocutor, who had again fallen silent. He, as if breaking out of the thoughts that had enveloped him, shuddered slightly, but immediately pulled himself together. The inquisitors surrounded the mansion in a tight ring from all sides. It was too unexpected. Otuto and I managed to escape through a secret tunnel, and Mom and Dad. They stayed. After the death of his parents, Sasuke withdrew into himself. Many years passed. Hatred for people grew in the heart of the younger brother. He still blames all mortals for what happened, and thus creates an illusion around himself, not realizing that reality does not at all correspond to his beliefs. There was a pause in the air, but only for a moment. The past can't be brought back, Itachi concluded his confession and turned slightly to the frozen guy, smiling barely noticeably at the corners of his lips. But today, my younger brother saved a person for the first time. Think about it, Naruto-kun, maybe your hatred for each other is just an illusion? Just an illusion. Naruto muttered and ran his hand over his neck. His fingers felt only a barely noticeable scratch. Can't be. He ran his hand over the same place again and exclaimed in surprise. Itachi-san. My wound. I don't understand. Has it healed? Or did I dream all of this? Sasuke gave you his blood. Thanks to that, you are alive. It's somehow awkward, Naruto muttered and looked down guiltily. A simple thank you will be enough. Itachi was distracted from contemplating the curtained window and headed towards the doorway. Today, Otuto stepped beyond his principles. This is a worthy move on his part. Okay, I'll go thank my savior. Uzumaki grinned bitterly and abruptly jumped to his feet, but immediately collapsed back. You are still too weak, sighed the Uchiha, and, approaching the figure snoring somewhere in the mountains of the blanket, extended his hand. Hold on, I'll help. Nodding happily, Naruto grabbed the outstretched palm and jumped up from the futon with a jerk, slightly miscalculating his strength. Ow! The vampire watched in silence as the boy swayed and lost his balance. The Uchiha immediately helpfully grabbed him around the waist with one arm, preventing him from falling to the floor, and pressed him tightly to himself. A moment later, the fibers of adrenaline enveloped the already heavy air in the room in a powerful wave. What kind of day is this? One is kissing, the other is groping. Naruto, puffing and zealously pushing his hands into the other's chest, raised his head up. I'll be up to his shoulder. And he's even smirking, the Itachi-san, let go. The good way. Another attempt to break free from the steel embrace failed again. Are you sure? Close. His muffled voice sounded incredibly close. Squeaking something unintelligible, Naruto quickly nodded his head. As you wish. The strong hands opened unexpectedly quickly. Be careful with Sasuke. He's not in a good mood right now. The vampire took a step back and seemed to disappear into thin air. Phew. Only after making sure that nothing was restricting his movements, Naruto sighed in relief and ran his hand over his forehead. The heat was still pulsing in his temples. What a grip, Databeo. He looked around in confusion, trying to remember where he had planned to go. Oh yeah, Sasuke. He picked up his torn, stained jacket from the floor, carefully threw it over the bandages, and left the room. This was going to be a tough conversation. A thunderstorm was approaching. The goddess Tsukiyomi was not particularly favorable today, and the yellow disk of the moon was covered with heavy clouds. A rolling thunder rushed in the distance, and the first drops of rain modestly seeped through the thick celestial blanket. The air immediately became saturated with dampness. Sasuke liked to sit on the roof during the rain. He closed his eyes, dangling one leg down and tucking the other to his chest, enjoying the solitude. If it could be called that. The panting and rustling from below constantly distracted him. Trying to ignore external irritants, Sasuke sank deeper and deeper into the world of memories. Once upon a time, the brothers often hid from their household chores here. A tall spruce grew near the mansion, allowing the boys to easily climb onto the surface of the house. Without saying a word, they synchronously raised their faces to meet the tingling drops of water and talked about the future. Itachi dreamed of peace between humans and vampires, and hated this centuries-old feud. Sasuke dreamed of becoming a genius like his older brother. Nissan was always distinguished by his seriousness and realistic perception of life. He knew in advance what would happen, he read others like an open book, he easily distinguished truth from lies, and he could predict in advance where the next dirty trick from his beloved Ototo was hidden. Exo, a loud scream made the vampire, who was lost in thought, forget about his cold-bloodedness and almost fall off the roof. There was a cracking of branches and a dull thud on the ground. Digesting the strong swearing he had just heard, Sasuke could not resist and grinned. This was the third time he had fallen. He sighed heavily and looked down. The orange figure, angrily cursing the entire toothy brood, shook itself off and again, grabbing the wet branches with its hands, stretched upward, trying to clasp the tree trunk with its legs. He gave in after all. Sasuke was proud of his small victory. The man was walking towards him himself, ignoring hatred and pride. A wet head appeared. Came to talk. Phew, Naruto said heavily, with a sigh, after he finally climbed onto the roof. Why are you so high up? Looking up, he immediately lost all his vocabulary. The vampire's sour expression was not conducive to a friendly conversation. Sasuke waited. Several minutes had passed, and the man was still standing in front of him, shifting from one place to another and almost fiddling with the edges of his torn clothes. Expecting anything from the unpredictable prisoner, even a declaration of love, the vampire pricked up his ears, but so far, apart from ragged breathing, he heard nothing. Time passed. Naruto still hadn't said a word. He was tired of it. Sasuke said meaningfully and demonstratively turned away. Seeing that the vampire had again fallen into a stupor of thoughts and was not paying any attention to the stranger's presence, Naruto finally took a deep breath and blurted out. Sorry. The other man didn't even bat an eyelid. I said sorry. Naruto rattled off more confidently and, carefully moving his butt along the slippery surface, crawled up to the vampire in a few jerks and settled down next to him. I heard you the first time too, Sasuke cut him off dryly. Naruto frowned, running through Itachi-san's recently heard phrases in his head. I wish he was here. Itachi-san would have made such speeches about hatred and something else. Suddenly, the prisoner's face lit up with a wide smile. What was it called? I remember. Our hatred for each other is just an illusion. The other man responded verbosely again. Nissan had already brainwashed the prisoner with his metaphors. A waste of time. Sometimes Sasuke himself couldn't understand what exactly his older brother was trying to explain to him with such tricky phrases. No, really, they continued to babble in his ear. We are all bound by bonds. Bonds? The vampire suddenly jerked and his eyes flashed angrily. What do you know about bonds? Nothing can bind people and vampires. Why is that? Are you really that stupid, or are you pretending? Sasuke snorted irritably. Do you know such a feeling as loneliness? Where were those bonds when people shot at my parents, huh? Where, I ask? And yet our family did not cause any harm to this village. He could no longer restrain himself, giving free rein to his anger. Only hatred. The quiet sob was a complete surprise. Sasuke turned towards the quiet prisoner next to him and was stunned. This loud upstart buried his face in his arms folded on his chest and, shaking from the cold, brushed away tears with his fingers. He had never seen such emotions from Naruto before. I grew up alone too, the barely audible whisper mixed with the sound of the rain, but the vampire's hearing tenaciously caught every word. I didn't have a caring older brother who would wipe my nose and cover the scratches on my knees. My father was at work from morning till night, constantly brushing me off, always busy, and my mother. I've only seen her in photographs. Sasuke remained silent, not interrupting someone else's confession. Ran away, sought support from strangers. Survived as best I could. A street kid, an outcast. Naruto shook his head, as if he wanted to drive away unpleasant memories. They drove me away, humiliated me, just because I wanted to be noticed. As if they didn't understand that there is nothing worse than, he swallowed with excitement and whispered barely audibly, than loneliness. And you, suddenly the vampire felt someone grab him by the chest and shake him, albeit barely noticeably. You want to tell me that you feel lonely? Your brother pampers and cherishes you. That's why you are such a capricious, self-righteous. How could you? Sasuke's mouth dropped open in shock at such a description. The boy had crossed all boundaries. The vampire had already raised his fist to hit him on the neck, but, frozen, he sighed resignedly for the second time that day. No, it was useless. This idiot was hopeless, no matter how much you beat him. And he clearly didn't like to lose, even if his opponent was 3 times more powerful. Look how furiously he flared his nostrils, and how his eyes flashed with anger. Does he really believe in his own strength? Funny. Where did all this arrogance come from? He had never seen such people before. Ah, may it all burn in the black flames of Amaterasu. Sasuke changed the trajectory of his hand and, instead of a well-deserved slap, he put his arm around the impudent guy's shoulder. Shut up if you don't want me to eat you. I won't repeat it a second time. Naruto shuddered. He tensed, expecting a trick, but seeing the peace on the vampire's face, he relaxed. The fist slowly unclenched, the grip weakened, and then disappeared altogether. The storm grew, but the two figures, pressed against each other, seemed not to notice the gusts of violent elements. So they sat in silence for some time, each immersed in their own thoughts. You gave me your blood, Naruto suddenly broke the silence. Does that mean that I'm now, well, like us? Sasuke interrupted with a smirk. No. Turning into a vampire is a very delicate process. We have to taste each other's blood at the same time, you mine, and I yours. Phew, that was a relief. You're sorry. Well, really forgive me now. Itachi-san told me about your family. Naruto sniffled and rubbed his nose with his wet sleeve. I'm sorry that people didn't understand you back then. I don't want to remember that. That's great, Tebeo. Naruto smiled from ear to ear, as if he hadn't been whining just now, and slapped his knees with his palms. Listen. Well, since we're now friends for life, should I go? No. Why is that? I'm still waiting for obedience, Sasuke cut him off dryly, glancing sideways at the man's expression that immediately turned sour. You won't get it. The word is Uzumaki Naruto. He quipped in response and, also glancing sideways at the vampire, giggled into his fist. The eternally tousled ink-colored strands on the back of his head were filled with rainwater and stuck to his neck, making their owner look like a diligent martyr of science. If only he had glasses that covered half his face on his nose, and he would have looked like a professor. Well, I understand why you have such a character. Hearing his interlocutor growl menacingly, he hurried to continue. And your brother? Was he also always serious and withdrawn? To Sasuke's surprise, he answered willingly and with undisguised warmth in his voice. Itachi wasn't known for his emotional outbursts even as a child, and the death of his parents placed a huge responsibility on him. He simply can't be any different. He simply can't, Naruto repeated after him thoughtfully. You know, Sasuke, he pulled back, smiled warmly, and hit the vampire on the shoulder in a friendly, hearty way. I was thinking. You're not such a jerk as you seem at first glance. But you're an idiot, the likes of which the world has never seen. Sasuke. I'm hungry. Did Itachi-san cook up something? A bright yellow line touched the ground somewhere on the edge of the forest. The rumble of thunder cut through the ears with renewed force. The drizzle gradually turned into a downpour and beat heavy drops on the shingles of the now empty roof. Minato was the first to stumble upon the ravine. Sliding down the slope, he immediately noticed a gray boulder in the distance. It was simply impossible not to notice it. But it wasn't the stone that caught his attention. A bright purple spot was speckled on the gray pedestal. A man. There was definitely a man lying there. Naru. The thought sent a familiar stabbing pain under his ribs, and Namikaze, gritting his teeth, rushed headlong towards the find. But the more clearly the images of the prostrate figure became visible, the more his agility faded. No, this was not Naruto. And yet anxiety persistently quickened his pulse. The alien body looked somehow unnatural and abstract. The stench of a corpse hit his nose. He had to hold his breath. The stench of blood was unbearable. Step. Second. Only when Namikaze had shortened the distance enough, he realized what had confused him during his cursory examination of the body. His body could not bear it, and the guard covered his mouth with his hand. His stomach almost turned inside out. It was a terrible death. Some artist had laid out his masterpiece on a flat stone and left it until the viewer arrived. The head was standing on the right side of the body, in the crook of the elbow of its now former owner. The once white, shoulder-length hair was matted into crimson tangles, the face was distorted by a mask of agony, the purple pupils had rolled up and were barely visible from under the eyelids. The world seemed to fall apart as soon as Minato saw the bloody grin. The man could not overcome himself and moved a respectful distance away from the undead. He did not have the strength to look at those shark teeth. Too painful. Too familiar. The events of 17 years ago obligingly threw up a picture from the past. A terrible picture that he tried not to remember. Minato. You. A loud scream near his ear mercilessly tore his consciousness out of the trance, and the man reflexively shuddered. The copper smell immediately covered the aroma of fumes, but now it seemed like manna from heaven. Tsunade. She hung over him like a menacing fury, put her hands on her hips and drilled him with a not very sober look. I've been looking at you for a whole hour, and then her face lengthened. And what is this? Instantly forgetting about the reprisal, she went around the embarrassed guard and headed for the gravestone. Minato carefully watched Senju's every move. After all, it was really difficult to see something like this, even for the second time, and not undermine the psyche. But either Sake completely dulled her natural instincts, or she really had nerves of steel, but the woman held on steadfastly. Even somehow like a boss. And although her face was tense, genuine passion burned in her brown eyes. Well, let's get started. Hastily pulling on the gloves she had fished out of her kit bag, the medic pulled off the stuck rubber on each finger with a slap and leaned over the body, completely blocking the guard's view with her back. The silence was long, the silence stretched on endlessly, agonizingly. Minato did not interfere, but simply stood behind and tried to make as little noise as possible. He rarely saw Senju in action, and now he couldn't help but watch her painstakingly examine the grisly corpse. She would bend down, then walk around and click her tongue, apparently confirming another guess, then frown and hastily blow away the disheveled strands of hair. Only now did Minato notice that these wanderings through the wilds had left a heavy mark on her health. The head of the village looked unwell. There were dark circles under her eyes, her eyelids opposite were swollen and reddened, and the hair that had come loose from her hairstyle was stuck together at her temples. It seemed like half an hour had passed before Senju turned to him. There's no doubt about it, he didn't die from decapitation. Although the word dead is absurd when applied to the undead. Still, someone with remarkable strength tore out his heart first. Remarkable strength? Namikaze asked. Of course. They pierced his sternum. Minato, it's beyond the power of a human, I'm telling you as a seasoned medic. Look at how his ribs are sticking out. The man overcame his disgust and pulled himself closer to the block, but not too close. Tsunade moved over in compliance. A quick glance was enough to catch confirmation of her words. White fragments were clearly visible in the mess of torn muscles. So he accepted punishment from his own kind, the guard said sullenly, retreating again to the same trodden mountain of branches. Tsunade just shook her head. I can't know for sure if there was another vampire here. Maybe some other evil spirit. You understand that our meager knowledge in this area is far from perfect. But I can say for sure that this creature is cold-blooded and merciless. Do you see how neatly the dead body was laid out on this stone? And in the most visible place, too. Senju demonstratively glanced around the ravine. Even a blind person couldn't pass by here. The killer deliberately tried to have his works found? Is that what you mean? And I don't even doubt that this is so. In recent days, only himself hasn't climbed these paths, so the killer openly made himself known. Revenge? The interlocutor suggested. Either revenge or a message. I'm at a loss myself, Tsunade shrugged. But let's not guess. Maybe this is not a vampire at all. An autopsy will give a clearer picture. A thorough analysis of blood cells is needed. Let's compare it with the old sample. At the mention of the old sample, the man involuntarily tensed. That sample. Kushina. Minato closed his eyes, feeling weakness grip his muscles. He had to try to abstract himself from the whirlpool of memories. He couldn't worry. He couldn't. Breathe in, breathe out. That night was before his eyes again. His chest ached long and hard. It seemed as if the poison, so viscous, so burning, was eating into his heart and forcing it to break into pieces. He didn't have any pills with him. He had to hold his breath. These actions didn't escape Senju's concentrated gaze. Minato, you'll drive yourself to the grave at this rate, she immediately fawned around him, just like a woman. A heart attack is a serious matter. No, everything is fine, Namikaze hastened to assure her and, to prove his words, demonstratively took a deep breath, maintaining a relaxed smile on his face. See? Malingerer. His brown eyes narrowed shrewdly. Now is not the time to worry about me. Better tell me, how soon will the result be known? Tsunade hesitated before answering. If the elders do not get involved in my research, then a couple of days, and everything will be ready. So let's hurry. Gather the others. It's time to go back. Having given the order, the medic pulled off her dirty gloves with practiced movements and, catching sight of the abandoned scrub, somehow dragged herself to it and wearily plopped down on the duffel bag. Stretching out her legs, she closed her eyes and relaxedly threw her head back. What a tense day this had been. Sake was quietly splashing in her bosom. Maybe she should take a sip? Even one small sip would ease her torment now. Minato interrupted her wakefulness. I can't go back. You know I don't tolerate disobedience, the head of the village responded lazily, casting a displeased glance at her subordinate. It didn't come out as menacing as she would have liked, fatigue dominated. But Nara was still not found. The guard objected louder, and, glancing sideways at the woman's exhausted face, stubbornly added, let the rest of the group deal with the vampire, and I don't want to hear anything about it. Tsunade cut him off harshly, but seeing how the guard lowered his gaze, she softened. Minato, I understand your pain, but the people have already exhausted their strength. I am already exceeding my authority, going against the advice and leaving the village without proper protection. If only there was at least an insignificant lead, at least some hint as to the boy's location. But as it is, we are looking for a mirage, you understand? Minato frowned, but said nothing. Tsunade's words pulsed hotly in his mind and carried more reality than all his senseless efforts. So many days were wasted, people were running off their feet combing everything in the area, but Naruto seemed to have vanished into thin air. No traces, no clues. Could the boy have fallen into the clutches of a vampire? Could he have survived? His eyes stung unbearably, he wanted so badly to be next to his son now, to hug him, press him to his chest, save him from the burden of a cruel world. Tsunade-sama, I am the father, understand. Senju's heart sank, and she shook her head reproachfully. One last indulgence, Minato, take that into consideration. Alright, grab a couple of assistants on the way. But be in my office by midnight, dead on arrival. Otherwise, you'll have to personally explain your desertion to the council. The man did not know how to express his gratitude. He wanted to bow to this wise woman, and what's more, to fall at her feet, but his position as the village's chief guardian did not allow him to stoop to such sentimentality. And so he squeezed out a short but sincere "Thank you." Bowing his head politely, as required by the regulations, Namikaze, accompanied by a heavy sigh from his interlocutor, disappeared from the cursed clearing, leaving Senju alone with a decapitated corpse. "And bring the others here." She came to her senses and quickly shouted after him, although she was not sure that her subordinate would hear the order. He must have heard it. A roar came from the north. The rest of the search party was approaching. Soon a circle formed around the gravestone. People greedily, with frantic curiosity, devoured the dead man with their eyes. No one said a word. They only crossed themselves imperceptibly and silently moved their lips, probably whispering a prayer. The most curious ones leaned on the boulder, and the severed head, making a flimsy sound, rolled to the ground. And then everyone went crazy. "A demon!" Someone from the crowd screamed in a completely unmanly manner. "And I told you, it was Satan himself." A hoarse bass echoed in unison. "They will come for us." A third one screeched. "Looks like my mother-in-law," the fourth one spoke up, who, apparently, had just acquired a hallucinatory syndrome due to psychosis. And so on in a circle. Each tried to outscream the previous one, expressing ever bolder and darker hypotheses. Tsunade understood that panic was brewing, but she considered calming healthy boars an indecent occupation for the head of Konoha. "I'm so sick of you all." She tiredly rubbed her temples, fished out an open bottle from her bosom and greedily sucked in the cloudy liquid. The noise in his head temporarily drowned out the human screams, and, oddly enough, helped him concentrate. His gaze fell on a grinning head. It stood forlornly white between the dry branches. The vampire had been decapitated. And it was no accident. He needed to rummage through the library. He remembered that somewhere in the dusty depths of the shelves, there were old scrolls of the Holy Inquisition. "And the boy is still very young." Senju narrowed her eyes. This gave her new thoughts. Tsunade quickly hid the sake and began to look for the gray hair. Having seen what she was looking for, she immediately waved her hand. "Kakashi! Come to me, please." One of the men separated from the crowd and slowly approached her, leisurely pulling at his pants pockets with his hands. "I understand, it's not an easy task, but try to find out everything you can about the vampire. Visit the neighboring villages, describe the ghoul's appearance, maybe someone knew him before. But not a word about how he was found. Proceed with extreme caution." "Well, you know that yourself." "Yes." Hataki bowed his head and immediately left the team. "At least someone is behaving adequately," Tsunade grumbled and, straightening her back with a crunch, rubbed her lower back and looked at the search party with a skeptical look. Not a group of trained fighters, but a bunch of sheep. It's time to stop this farce. So what are you yelling about? Pack this, she pointed her finger at the corpse. And deliver it to the village. Nobody moved. If you stand there like pillars, I'll cut your pay. Sighing in resignation, the group members dispersed dejectedly across the ravine. No one wanted to lose their precious pay. They packed up the vampire surprisingly quickly, and soon the clearing was empty. A rolling thunder rumbled somewhere in the distance. A light rain began to drizzle, washing away the dried bloody smears from the boulder. A thunderstorm was approaching. Autumn had arrived. The sun was still warming like in summer, trying to give away the last, unspent warmth. Gray clouds periodically ran into the sky, giving nature torrential rains, and the wind became colder and sharper, reminding us that it was already September. The weather was unusually warm that night. Naruto decided to enjoy the last of nature's gifts, and with a cry of "Don't waste it, Tebeo," he ran out into the street. Sasuke lazily got up from the couch, went to the window and, tapping the smooth surface of the windowsill with his index finger, said sullenly, "Nisan, don't you think that Naruto has been stubbornly avoiding us lately? It's quite obvious. He's afraid." "Afraid?" The vampire raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I don't give any reason for this fear. Fear is an integral part of each of us. It doesn't need specific reasons. Circumstances change and so do the reasons. The interlocutor rustled and turned over a yellowed page of some scientific manual and tried to delve into the reading, but the lines remained just a set of letters. The vampire decided to put this pointless activity aside, slammed the book shut and raised his head. His brother was nervously shifting from foot to foot near the window and was clearly displeased. Itachi couldn't help but smile. Did Otuto really not understand anything? The prisoner's actions were like a painting on a canvas, you only had to read them. That confused look, grimaces, grumbling. Such emotions cannot be confused with anything, but the younger brother, as usual, saw only what he wanted to see, without going into details. Naruto stubbornly tried to run away from himself. Absurd. This is impossible. The Uchiha narrowed his eyes slyly. It was time to take the next step. Listen, Otuto. The younger one involuntarily froze from the colorless voice of Anika. Such a tone usually did not bode well, and silently half-turned, glaring at his brother. Itachi did not keep him waiting long. Our mission is coming to an end. A second's pause, and Sasuke nervously straightened up. Did the snake reveal itself? Itachi shook his head. For now, this information is enough to quell your curiosity. Sasuke glared at his brother with undisguised displeasure and smiled wryly. It would have been better not to start the conversation at all. All these omissions of yours are annoying. Empty words are for the foolish. Silence hung in the air, broken only by the quiet crackling of the fireplace. Sasuke snorted in disappointment again and turned away, burying his forehead against the glass. Itachi kept his distance even in such a situation. As always, memories obligingly pulled in those days when the brothers first set foot on these lands after so many years. Nostalgia turned out to be unbearably painful, and Sasuke cursed himself for agreeing to return to Konoha. Too much water had flowed under the bridge since then. He had long since stopped believing in the end of the path woven from hatred and thirst for revenge. But he returned because Itachi insisted. He returned because he was tired of carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. He personally slashed the tip of the blade across the barely healed old wounds. He wanted to run away from the terrible memories, headlong. The walls of the mansion were pressing, the ghostly smell of death had not faded even after 100 years. And finally, his ears were sweetened by pleasant news. The mission was coming to an end. His brother's words brought the necessary peace. Itachi had made it clear that he was on the warpath. But somewhere beyond his understanding, he had hidden the main idea. Something that the younger man should have figured out for himself. Sasuke frowned and tilted his head slightly towards his brother. The genius of the clan never speaks in vain. And these omissions are an escape from the true topic. I finally figured it out. Don't drag it out. What are you getting at? Naruto-kun is no longer needed, Itachi explained patiently. In a couple of days, Konoha will be a thing of the past. The mixture of relief and peace immediately became bitter with disappointment. Naruto. Sasuke scratched the windowsill with his nails, clenching his fists until they crunched. The involuntary gesture, unnoticed by the vampire, did not escape the tenacious gaze of Anika. How predictable. Why such a rush? Did Madara allocate a certain time frame? He said dryly over his shoulder. There are more compelling reasons. Itachi lazily leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs, maintaining a condescendingly peaceful look. His cloak slid to the side in a wave, revealing purple pants tucked into white leggings. Sasuke could not contain his irritation once again and chuckled. Nii-san's pose was infuriating with its ease and carelessness. Good reasons, you say? Or maybe I don't want to leave? I was sure of your unwillingness to stay in Konoha. Or was I wrong? Wrong, Sasuke snapped back quickly. You don't look at things realistically. My decision was not made only under the weight of your ambitions. As I already said, there were more weighty reasons. I don't give a about your reasons. Itachi straightened up, deliberately slowly, measuring his interlocutor, who immediately fell silent, with a displeased look. All the ostentation in the younger one disappeared as if by magic. No, his brother never raised a hand to him. He simply looked silently. And at that moment Sasuke always wanted to fall through the ground. It was practically impossible to withstand the heavy gaze of Nii-san. Even for him. Only when the younger one lowered his gaze in shame did Uchiha calmly return to his usual place. "You're forgetting yourself, Otudo. I'm sorry. I'm responsible for you with my life. So be careful, another convert will appear soon." He saw Sasuke tense up. His face had turned gray, his cheekbones were tense, and his lips were pressed tightly together. Sasuke had finally taken his words seriously and was now mentally chewing on the information, becoming gloomier and gloomier with each passing second. "Have you seen him yet?" he asked sullenly after a minute of thought. "I haven't, but the enemy's dark aura can't be a simple illusion. And it's easy enough to predict his next move." "You know," Sasuke frowned thoughtfully. "I saw Naruto's memories of when he escaped. Someone else was controlling his consciousness. Mental connection isn't typical for those who have been converted, which means a higher one had a hand in it." "Do you think this is Orochimaru's doing?" Itachi nodded. "I'm sure your hypotheses are absolutely correct. But the old snake has retreated into the shadows again, and without proof, we can't declare a hunt for him. The Uchiha clan may have practically sunk into oblivion, but it hasn't lost its honor. This new convert will be the enemy's fatal mistake. The day after tomorrow, I have a meeting with a messenger from Madara. Help wouldn't hurt us." This time, relief flashed in the younger brother's tense gaze. Since his brother had taken everything into his own hands, the enemy was doomed. The day after tomorrow. Everything would be decided in 2 days. So, time was running out. "Uzumaki will stay here for now," he said confidently and turned back to the window. The calm from the street was making his blood boil. "I hope this fool doesn't do something again." "Sasuke." Itachi exhaled tiredly, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingers. "There's no point in keeping Naruto on a leash. Erase his memories and let him go back to his father's house." "Why do you need this attachment?" The younger one turned around slightly and opened his mouth, but couldn't find anything to say. He himself had often wondered why he was forcing the loudmouth loser to stay near him. Yes, at first he was filled with revenge and pride for his shameful defeat, but the revelations under the noise of the rain broke this conviction. There was something else, too. Lately, echoes of feelings so long and securely hidden had been slipping through the vampire's cold heart every now and then, because he had never felt so family-like with anyone except Nii-san. And how could this mortal conquer him? Naruto distinguished himself in his first days not only with his stupid antics, lack of tact and impudent tongue, but also with his impudence. He wandered around the mansion as if it were his own, unceremoniously burst into their bedrooms at any time of the day, rummaged through personal belongings, washed his hands under a kick, and, to Itachi's barely audible sighs, after each meal wiped his dirty but happy face with a tablecloth. "It's not affection, I guess," Sasuke muttered uncertainly, the corners of his lips involuntarily smiling as he imagined the radiant smile of the noisy prisoner. "Nisan, I don't even know what's happening to me." "Ugh, what is this?" "A decoction." "I won't drink it, Tebeo. Then the fever won't go down. It's better to die from illness than from this poison. Drink." The vampire repeated with emphasis and confidently thrust the medicine under the obstinate man's nose. To improve the effect, he measured him with a long, implacable look. Naruto grimaced, his eyes flashing angrily, snatched the glass from Itachi's hands and threw the stinking potion down his throat. "What crap?" he croaked, waving his palms in front of his face. Itachi waited patiently until the man stopped jumping on the sheets and uncorked the lid of the frosted bottle. The room was immediately filled with the smell of herbs. "Lie down on your stomach." "What for?" Uzumaki glanced suspiciously. "Prevention." Muttering a newly invented curse under his breath, Naruto obediently lay down and fidgeted on the futon, getting comfortable. There were no significant reasons to worry, in principle. If you think about it, the eldest of the brothers had never allowed himself anything unnecessary in these past month and a half. Rubbing the viscous substance in his palms, the vampire leaned over the prisoner. Naruto shuddered. Although such procedures were nothing new, he experienced the cold of someone else's fingers every time, as if anew. "Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid." An indignant snort. A pleasant warmth spread across his skin. The Uchiha acted softly, carefully, and soon Naruto became languid. Last night he had been chilled to the bone by the heavy rain that had fallen that morning, and had instantly caught a cold. And now he was captivated not only by this estate, but also by his room. Although what kind of prisoner was he, by the... Instead of a stinking cellar, shackles, and hordes of bloodthirsty rats, the guard's son got his own room, freshly prepared food and personal guards. And although Sasuke once casually mentioned that pork conditions lower the taste value of blood, Naruto did not believe him. He didn't feel constrained for long. He wasn't used to it any other way. And how could he just sit on the sidelines? Climbing around a haunted mansion was a childhood dream. But as quickly as the excitement flared up, it died down just as quickly, giving way to disappointment. The guy didn't see anything supernatural. Simple rooms, a simple garden, unremarkable, dilapidated buildings at the end of the fence. The sophistication of the once expensive decorations on the facade was crossed out by the grayness imposed by time. The fountain faded, the garden was neglected, the paint on the walls cracked and crumbled. The brothers' apartments weren't impressive either. Half empty, dark, with tightly curtained windows and tucked-in futons. But perfectly clean. Itachi-san did his best. Naruto chuckled to himself. The only attraction in Sasuke's bedroom was a massive bookcase. In the adjoining room, the bedroom of the second owner of the mansion, Naruto was interested in a calligraphy set lying in the corner. On the side, exactly 1-to-1, scrolls tied with twine were white. Curiosity got the better of him. Quietly, on tiptoe, Uzumaki crept up to the treasured hill and extended his hand, but only managed to touch what he wanted with his fingertips when someone else's palm pressed against the wall in front of his face. "There is nothing interesting in them, Naruto-kun." After these words, he was immediately and brazenly kicked out the door. A second raid ended in disappointment. The scrolls had disappeared. The days dragged on tediously long. Living room, bedroom, living room again. Boring. Naruto was used to sleeping during the day and, opening his eyes, waited impatiently for the evening twilight to cover the sky. That's when the brothers sparred. The guy forgot about everything in the world as soon as Sasuke swung his katana and Itachi parried a blow with a kunai. Even with the naked eye, it was clear that the elder one had the advantage in the use of cold weapons, and if this fight had been real, the outcome would not have been in favor of the younger brother. A painful tingling sensation distracted me from my thoughts. "Itachi-san, wait." Uzumaki stood up with a groan, rubbed his sore cheek, turned his head to the right side and sighed blissfully. "That's it, continue." The vampire chuckled. He wanted to make a remark, but changed his mind at the last moment. "Not now." The friction between his shoulder blades resumed. Uzumaki purred blissfully. His head began to buzz, the dot-ed brew made itself known and his memories returned to their rut. The more Naruto delved into the brothers' lives, the more he became bogged down in guesses. Why did they come back? Sasuke had said more than once that he hated Konoha and that vampires would not stay here for long. So, they would soon leave the village. And then what? The realization of reality was frightening. Naruto's sixth sense understood he would disappear. Everything had gone too far. He had become too attached to his brothers, he needed Itachi's care and endless verbal battles with Sasuke too clearly. And he could not even really understand to whom his soul, burned by loneliness since childhood, was drawn more strongly. He had repeatedly caught himself looking at his brothers and greedily catching their gestures, absorbing their voices, trying to remember every little thing. Why? The answer was banal to the point of ugliness. but the guy did not want to admit the obvious. So different, but at the same time perfectly complementing each other. Uzumaki sighed barely audibly, analyzing all the little he had managed to grasp over the past month. Itachi-san. People like him are called a man of his own mind. For some reason, the vampire reminded the guy of a raven. Gloomy, secretive and wise. He loved solitude and seemed to try to wrap himself up from the outside world, pulling the collar of his worn-out cloak almost up to his nose. He approached everything with manic perfectionism and even cooked with such a face as if he was deciding the fate of the world, wasting a decent amount of food until he got the perfect masterpiece. He rarely participated in conversations and regularly drove Naruto crazy with his meager emotions. Sasuke was the complete opposite. He showed his emotions quite demonstratively and vividly, was abrupt, rude, did not hesitate to provocatively open his plate on his chest, jealously demanded attention to his person, and sometimes seemed like a real child. And if Itachi resembled a raven, then Sasuke was more like a steppe hawk. I wonder if he is just as indomitable in bed. Naruto grinned at his conclusions, but then stopped short. What if vampires can read minds? Now turn over, a quiet voice dispelled the doubts. So, they don't know how. The guy didn't hear a note of sarcasm or a hint of mockery. He reluctantly tore himself away from the pillow and lazily moved to his back. A red mark from the pillow lay on his whiskered cheeks, and Itachi couldn't hold back a fleeting smile. There's not much left, be patient. The Uchiha uncorked the bottle again. The white mass poured out onto his outstretched palm with a characteristic gurgling sound, and the vampire immediately began to painstakingly rub the prisoner's chest intensively, without pressing, sometimes rising to the neck, sometimes descending again to the collarbones. This time Naruto flared up. Sleep had vanished. He tried hard to distract himself from the indecent thoughts, but they brazenly ignored his mind and threw up increasingly explicit images. The alienation and arrogance of the eldest of the brothers attracted him like a magnet. Maybe that was why the prisoner had been spending his last nights on the roof of the mansion, desperately and jerkily sucking in the cooling petrichor. It was becoming simply unbearable to remain in dangerous proximity to the vampires. Even now, he would have gladly run away somewhere far away from these touches, from these painfully viscous emotions. What kind of misfortune is this? The guard's son frowned and, unable to think of anything more substantial, stared intently at the ceiling. He studied all the cracks, saw in some even the semblance of figures, looked at the window, at the walls and exhaled tiredly. It did not help. Itachi suddenly disappeared from view, and Naruto felt a growing panic. Was that it? He just up and left? Uzumaki raised himself on his elbows and breathed a sigh of relief. The Uchiha was nearby. He sat hunched over near the futon and with his usual neatness put all his attributes on a metal tray. Habitually he tucked a stray strand of hair behind his ear or simply blew it away. And he completely ignored the young man fidgeting along the edge of the futon. The silence was oppressive and tense. Unable to bear the silent vigil, Naruto stretched out on his side, propping his cheek with his hand, and smiled slyly. Itachi-san. The other silently raised his head, not stopping what he was doing. Tell me, have you? The prisoner hesitated. Have you ever loved anyone? The owner of the mansion measured the man with a condescending look. He extended his hand, but did not take the last bottle, as if disappearing in the abstraction of thoughts. The agonizing minute of silence seemed eternal. What do you understand by the word love, Naruto-kun? The other raised his eyebrows in surprise. What else can be understood by it? A lot. Affection, respect, pity, all this can be considered love. If you are wondering whether I have experienced platonic feelings, the answer will be negative. And what kind of feelings did you experience then? Uzumaki held his breath. Uchiha calmly grabbed the very same bottle he had temporarily forgotten about and silently placed it on the free edge of the tray. A sense of responsibility and duty. I live to protect and guard Sasuke. Naruto, who had been lying relaxed until now, straightened up and sat cross-legged. The knuckles that gripped the edge of the blanket turned white. Another moment of silence. Itachi knew what the guard's son wanted in response, and was not surprised to see the reserved expression on his interlocutor's face. Why protect him? Uzumaki finally muttered with annoyance. You are immortal, aren't you? Not quite. Uchiha shook his head. Everyone has a weakness. And you? And us. You understand. Naruto-kun, that even immortals cannot live without a head and a heart. So that's how it is. Uzumaki narrowed his eyes slyly and sprawled on his back, throwing his hands behind his head. How simple it is. If I meet a wild vampire, I'll cut off his head, and that's the end of it. Itachi grinned. If you meet a wild vampire one-on-one, run. Otherwise, you will die. Why is that? Look at things realistically, Naruto-kun. You can't handle him. Huh. You handled Sasuke. Naive and stupid, the genius shook his head sadly. Then you were only able to carve out time for yourself to hide. I admit that your tactics were effective. But I don't think they will save you in other circumstances. Itachi himself did not know that this careless moralizing only heated up the situation. Naruto did not want to back down. Teach me, he said firmly. It is pointless, the Uchiha cut him off coldly. Humans are weaker than vampires. You cannot stand against the undead alone. And yet, show me at least a couple of super moves. The Uchiha remained silent, only bowing his head and raising an eyebrow skeptically. The prisoner choked with anger, this favorite stupid gesture of the brothers always drove him crazy. Itachi-san. Naruto growled, jumping to his feet. I'll prove to you that I can do something too. Pushing off the futon, Uzumaki leapt forward with a scream. The shadow shot up and disappeared, and Naruto, filling the room with a desperate scream, flew straight into the nightstand in front of him. The crushing blow to the chest was painful. The tray clanked pitifully and, as if in slow motion, hung, swinging on the very edge. Realizing that he would get a hefty slap in the face for ruining the scrub, the troublemaker quickly crawled on his knees to the nightstand and at the last moment grabbed the thin edging of the silver metal. He sighed with relief, it was over. Gritting his teeth, he rubbed his bruised ribs. He looked around, but the vampire seemed to have vanished into thin air. Too slow, Naruto-kun, someone said dryly from somewhere above. Uzumaki jerked his head up. Uchiha was sitting motionless on the ceiling, pressing his palms and bent knee to the gray surface. The hems of his chlamys had turned inside out and hung down the sides in motley strokes. Red as blood. It's not noble of you to run away, the prisoner drawled with mocking sarcasm. Just say you're afraid of getting a slap in the face, Tebeo. The Uchiha slid smoothly down and straightened up proudly. His eyes narrowed dangerously. There was silence for a few seconds. Itachi seemed to be considering whether to rise to the provocation. Having made up his mind, he slightly spread his legs and stood in a fighting stance, waving a beckoning gesture at the careless opponent. You've intrigued me. Very well, show me what you're capable of. What? Naruto frowned in confusion, looking warily at the vampire's outstretched hand. I say attack, Itachi explained patiently. If you haven't changed your mind, of course. A few seconds later, Uzumaki's face flashed with triumphant inspiration, and his lips stretched into the happiest smile. He was being offered a sparring match. And who? Itachi-san himself. Incredible. I never go back on my word, and I'll give you a good beating, Tebeo, he exclaimed pathetically, pulled up his shorts that had slipped down his hips, and rushed to attack. A swing. The Uchiha bowed his head, and his fist flew into the void in a few pitiful millimeters. A kick. The opponent rushed back with lightning speed. No matter how much Naruto puffed and writhed, remembering on the go all the sophisticated techniques that his father had once taught him, Itachi deftly dodged or blocked. Uzumaki gradually grew wilder. The vampire was clearly playing with him. He did not strike back, did not attack, simply dodged. Such harmless tactics encouraged him to act more freely. This was the main mistake. Itachi's attack was unexpected. The room spun in a blinding zigzag, and the cold of the wall burned his back. Naruto gasped, sank to the floor, and involuntarily closed his eyes in pain. He had allowed himself to be cornered so easily. Never close your eyes, but at the same time avoid direct visual contact. This will save you from the illusion. Keep your emotions to yourself. You must clearly analyze every move of your opponent, and not act at random, the opponent said sternly and, squatting in front of the prisoner, shook his head in disappointment. Sorry, Naruto-kun, but you are a lousy fighter. Don't you dare underestimate me, or I swear you will regret it, Tebeo. Uzumaki lost his temper, roared and tried to do a sweep. And only managed to take a short breath before he was firmly grabbed from behind, thrown into the air and, intercepted in flight, noticeably shaken. His mind was shaken from too close contact, and his body found itself in an iron grip. His left arm was painfully bent behind his back. The cold burned his throat. Kunai. The elder brother's favorite weapon. You lost, Naruto-kun. Let's end this pointless duel. But the boy no longer hurt him. His bare back was rubbed by the silky fabric, so soft and pleasant. A barely perceptible breath was warming above his ear, the vampire's stiff hair was tickling his neck. Naruto swallowed all his fighting spirit had crumbled to dust. Goosebumps covered his skin, his heart was pounding somewhere in his temples, threatening to break his skull. Suddenly he felt so tired that he just wanted to spit on everything and go to bed. Apparently, in his condition, starting a fight was a bad idea. But these thoughts evaporated as quickly as they appeared. He did not want to be alone again. He did not want these strong hands to set him free. Itachi-san. Naruto, not paying attention to the noise in his head, leaned back on the shoulder of the Uchiha, who was clinging to him, brazenly looking into his eyes. Kiss me. A warm stream ran down his collarbone, the kunai turned out to be sharpened with conscience. Itachi's face turned to stone, a crimson flash clearly flashed in his black eyes. The Uchiha did not move, did not break the rather close contact, still squeezing the fragile wrist. He only tensely pursed his lips. He knew that sooner or later it would end exactly like this. He heard Naruto delirious at night, tossing and turning on the pillow and whispering their names in his sleep, but until the last he hoped that Sasuke would be the first to show himself. He periodically ran into the prisoner's room, brought the necessary medicines, quickly examined the patient and disappeared again. As if he did not see the plea in the human gaze, like, stay. Or did not want to see. Itachi was sure that the stupid Otudo was simply afraid of seeming weak. He was afraid to admit that by pushing Naruto into the abyss, he was falling after him and all his illusions were just self-deception. Once again, he had to take everything into his own hands. You don't understand what you're asking for, he said colorlessly after a long pause. Better than anyone else. Naruto even stopped breathing from such intimate proximity, although his limbs were unbearably shaking from a whirlwind of emotions. Fear, excitement, such contradictory feelings now seemed to be fighting with each other, urging him to run without looking back, then to press himself with renewed strength into the vampire's elastic chest. Itachi inhaled the scent of adrenaline and grinned knowingly. Your crush is pointless. For us, humans are sources of plenty. It is not for nothing that since ancient times the children of the night have been considered possessed by evil, in part, this is true. We will never be able to coexist side by side. Suddenly, he put away the kunai and pushed the guy onto the crumpled sheets. Look at you. You are shaking with fear. And it will always be like this. It will not be, they stubbornly snapped back at him, flashing a frowning look from under their brows. I am not afraid of you. Liar. The vampire slowly approached and hung over the guy, resting his hands on the futon. Your heart is much more eloquent than words. Brown blots splashed the snow-white sheet. Uchiha involuntarily glanced sideways at the shallow cut and sniffed. His vaunted endurance was noticeably cracking. And if he didn't leave the room, everything would end badly. 3 days of hunger were making themselves felt. Naruto understood everything. And immediately wrapped his arms around the Uchiha's neck, pulling him towards himself with trembling fingers, clinging to the slippery fabric like a life-saving straw. Surprisingly, Itachi did not resist. Handsome. The young man couldn't help but admire him. He had long ago noticed that the elder Uchiha's skin was darker than Sasuke's. His eyelashes, saturated with a black shade, were straight and girlishly long, and his smooth hair, in the glare of the candle, cast a cold, ashen shine. The Uchiha touched the heated skin with his lips, sucked in the drops that had managed to dry, leaned higher and, looking at the man with a clouded gaze, ripped a vein with his fangs. Someone else's taboo gave off small discharges in his throat, but that was such a trifle. The younger brother would not dare to take revenge on his own Aniki. Naruto groaned softly, hardly realizing it himself. A gray haze began to creep insistently before his eyes, and the bite sight was noticeably constricted by a painful spasm. His strength was waning. But he stroked Itachi's head tenderly, afraid to let go. His body jerked convulsively when the vampire pulled away from his neck and clearly pressed Naruto to himself sharply and suddenly, with hungry lust. Is there any point in explaining that there will be no turning back? All attempts to stop me will be ignored, the Uchiha said with an uncharacteristic hoarseness in his voice. Enough already, an irritated sniffle was heard somewhere in the folds of the sheet. Don't drag it out. Next time I definitely won't dare to do something like this. An honest answer. I must say, your willpower is impressive. Well, he grabbed the guy's chin with his fingers and slowly leaned towards the stranger's lips. Uzumaki couldn't help but shudder. Itachi's lips were cold and dry, with a metallic taste of blood, but it didn't disgust him at all. He tried to deepen the kiss, but felt only emptiness and blinked in surprise. The heaviness was gone. Stretching up, Naruto absent-mindedly rubbed his eyes. He squinted and somehow caught sight of a dark figure a few steps away from the futon. There was a rustling sound, and then the click of a cloak clasp, and Uzumaki shyly lowered his eyes. He hesitated for a long time whether to watch what would happen next. And yet he couldn't help himself. The owner of the mansion, leaning over, stood with his back to him and took off his sandals. His straight hair, pulled into a low ponytail with a red ribbon, slid down his shoulder under its own weight and almost touched the floor. Itachi was in no hurry. He ignored the intermittent sighs from the futon, spent a long time untying the rough belt around his waist, and, after hesitating, slowly pulled up his loose shirt to his shoulders. Naruto admired the toned muscles. This was not at all how he imagined the owner of the mansion, always wrapped in his gloomy cloak. But as soon as the Uchiha lowered his pants, he turned away. He could not stand it. And did not notice how the vampire appeared next to him. It felt like ice had burned his skin as cool fingers insistently pulled off the last piece of clothing. Relax, I'll be careful, Itachi whispered and spread the prisoner's clenched legs with his knee. Naruto pliantly threw his head back and closed his eyes. He couldn't help but admit that he had been waiting for this phrase for a long time. The Uchiha acted slowly, deliberately delaying the moment. As if allowing the man to absorb every sensation, every new emotion. Naruto was completely absorbed in the whirlpool of viscous aura, enjoying the closeness of someone else's body. He shuddered when he heard the sound of the lid being uncorked, winced from the sharp smell of herbs and the cold of the viscous ointment, cringed when he was pressed into the sheets, but steadfastly endured the pain. And although the discomfort prevailed, the very awareness of intercourse with Itachi-san warmed the soul. And the conscience, which should have given him a scolding, silently tucked its tail between its legs and did not stick out. And passed. Tomorrow, he would reproach himself for the sin he had committed. But that would be tomorrow. Sasuke slowly polished the katana, trying not to be distracted by the screams that periodically came from the far room. The last stroke, and the pads of his fingers harshly drew a line along the polished surface, smooth, cold, but still not sprinkled with blood. This ancient relic belonged to their clan and was a generous gift to the young vampire on his coming of age. The boy had been interested in martial arts since an early age, throwing kunai with his older brother at crooked circles carved into trees, and with some kind of maniacal zeal striving to understand the full power of cold weapons. Kusanagi became the main indicator of his importance for Sasuke. Once his hand got the hang of it, the handle lay in his palm like a glove. Like a part of himself. But the gift dear to his heart was lost on that fateful morning for a whole century. As was the meaning of life. Parents, shelter, honor, trust in people, all this sank into the abyss of hatred after the Inquisition's attack on their family. Sasuke knew that they were set up. And he knew who exactly whispered in the ear of the gray-haired priest, what bloodthirsty creatures he sheltered at his side. Orochimaru, he hissed involuntarily through his teeth and angrily thrust his katana into the worn pile of the carpet. The image of the enemy seemed to emerge from the fog, yellow eyes with elongated pupils, unkempt black hair down to the waist, and in his hands an invariable companion, a snake. As vile as its owner. Sasuke shuddered, he hated snakes. And he hated Orochimaru from the very first time he appeared. Why the renegade broke away from his clan and joined Madara under his wing, the young Uchiha did not know. No one bothered to introduce the child to the affairs of the elders. But, we must give him credit, having a bloodthirsty character, the snake lover was also famous for his sharp mind, which made him ideal for dirty deeds and was soon allowed into the politics of their clan unacceptably close. And then he disappeared. Madara was furious, the scoundrel knew too much. And his fears were justified. Less than a month had passed when a squad of mercenaries from an enemy clan was intercepted in the underground catacombs. Wheezing bloodily before he breathed his last, one of them managed to squeeze out that he had paid a large sum to the man with the snake for reliable information about secret loopholes. A hunt was officially declared for the deserter, but he disappeared into thin air. He was gradually forgotten, with political strife becoming a bigger problem. The feud between the strongest clans grew until it reached its peak. Every new day was filled with new headless corpses, thick crimson strokes falling on the blood-soaked lands. Sasuke was not allowed onto the battlefield, but Itachi experienced the full horror of war. The younger Uchiha, hiding at the edge of a shoji made of thin bamboo, overheard with undisguised envy how his father praised his brother. Itachi, you are one of the most outstanding warriors of your family, renowned for your coolness and determination. Today you have distinguished yourself again. I expected nothing less from my son. He repeated it every time, as if it were a memorized charade, while Itachi, bowing his head, froze in front of Fugaku, respectfully dropping to one knee. Father, you never said that you were proud of my successes too. Sasuke clenched his teeth, nervously tapping his fingers on his knees. How long he had waited for these words from Fugaku's lips, looking hopefully into his stern face. But, having never waited, he decided on a feat and secretly crawled onto the battlefield. And froze in horror. The crimson sunset, filled with dying screams and groans, the clanking of swords, the smell of fire, smoke, the torn flesh of vampires thrown into a shapeless heap, all this flew before his eyes in a matter of seconds, driving his consciousness into silent horror. The desire for heroism crumbled like sand. Itachi saved him from death, intercepting the enemy's kunai right in front of his nose. For the first time Sasuke saw his brother like this, in a wide black cloak, with a bloody sword and eyes burning with a mad red fire. He could tuck death itself into his belt with his infernal nature. And for a long time he did not stand on ceremony with the stubbornness of the little one. A black and red world covered the clearing, and Sasuke fell to the ground as if mown down, and woke up in Mikoto's arms. Afterwards, he was offended by Nii-san for a long time, stubbornly assuring himself that he simply wanted to maintain his primacy in their family, as a leader. It all ended as suddenly as it had begun. Madara underestimated the seemingly frail enemy, made a mistake, and their family had to flee. So they wandered from one place to another until they found their refuge in the shadows of a village hidden in the foliage. Konoha. Sasuke's face darkened even more. If only he had known then how it would all end. If only he could have changed something. He would have given his soul to the devil, just to protect their quiet family hearth. But he couldn't. It was too late. Their old enemy attacked from behind, or rather, was only a shadow of the attacker. He acted, as always, dirty, meanly, killing with the hands of others, but at the same time did not reveal his true face. And yet he miscalculated. The brothers survived and left the reach zone. The traitor had to lie low in Madara's lands. His appearance meant inevitable death. The head of the clan sent his henchmen to all corners of the world in vain. The result remained 0. But the enemy did not sleep. And gave himself away, like last time, when no one expected it. Sasuke leaned back on the sofa and, frowning, closed his eyes, trying to remember how many years had passed. About 17, it seemed. The brothers returned to their once native lands, but literally at the main gate they were caught up by Madara's messenger with a warning of danger. Someone had found out about their desire to return to Konoha and abandoned an embittered newborn. The little half-vampire even managed to kill a stray girl who dared to disturb the peace of the night forest, which in a matter of minutes caused a storm of indignation among the villagers. Itachi, having previously sent a raven with a message for the head of the clan, ordered a retreat. Panic in the village is not good for us. You know how this will all end, and we can't cope without reinforcements, he explained doomedly then. Sasuke didn't want to hear anything. Here was an excellent chance to take revenge, a chance to restore justice and calm the honor of his parents, but Aniki cut off all his attempts to rush off in search with a stern look. The enemy will not wait for you to come. Itachi's quiet voice sounded like an echo from the distant past. Let's go. Staying here and further is dangerous not only for us, but also for innocent residents. Madara's squad will arrive here soon. Hunting is their job. Let's hope for luck. Are we going to tuck our tails and run away like cowardly dogs again? It seemed that Sasuke yelled at his brother then. In response, as usual, a snap of the fingers on the forehead. Sorry, Sasuke. Not this time. You know it's too dangerous. Then he gave in. And now, after so many years, the opportunity to put an end to the traitor once and for all had appeared. Itachi had already obtained irrefutable proof of Orochimaru's involvement in the Inquisition's attack on their mansion and sent the precious manuscript to Madara to defend the clan's honor before the Supreme Council. All that was left was to grasp the thin thread and reach the true evil. Let the last judgment come. I never go back on my word, and I'll give you a good beating, Tebeo. Sasuke instantly lost his train of thought from the piercing scream, jerked and mechanically grabbed his katana, staring tensely towards the source of the sound. There was a crash and a muffled squeak. Sasuke chuckled. Apparently, the man managed to inflame Itachi's unrestrained composure and was now getting it for his sharp tongue. Quite deservedly. Although, fuss and noise were Naruto's eternal companions even on dreary weekdays. Sasuke more than once stopped himself from thinking that he was becoming too emotional, as soon as the prisoner pushed him in the shoulder and sincerely, like a boy, laughed. Uzumaki's mischievous mood, like a drug, excited the blood. It could sound next to him forever. No, we are too different. The Uchiha immediately cut himself off. The fist pressed firmly against the soft side of the sofa. A whirlpool of conflicting emotions raged in his chest and refused to subside. No, Uzumaki could not captivate him seriously. He was a human, and mortals were the spawn of vice and greed. Pathetic creatures, ready to sell even their own mother for money or other benefits. And Naruto was also a rare idiot. At first, Sasuke was genuinely perplexed. The mortal rejoiced at every little thing, hoped for success even with a guaranteed failure, believed in good people, in loyalty and selfless friendship. And he stayed here, in forced voluntary captivity, only on the condition that the youngest of the brothers would not harm his friends and would not seek food in the village during their entire stay in Konoha. So openly, like a child, he trusted almost the first person he met. Idiot. And soon this idiot will disappear from my life forever. The sad realization of reality sobered up the raging hormones. It became unbearable to sit still. Sasuke jumped to his feet and nervously paced from corner to corner. It was not the first time that he was tormented by a dual feeling. He could take the prisoner with him as a personal toy. Madara would unconditionally approve of another whim of his beloved heir, Sasuke was sure of that. And then what? The Uchiha was ready to swear on his deathbed that he would kill Naruto after a week of their life together. Or throw him out. His intolerable character and lack of basic norms of decent behavior would one day exhaust the limit of his already fragile endurance, and adapting to the whims of a mere mortal was low for his position. Taking another step, Sasuke froze at the window. Somewhere there, on the other side of the dense forest, Madara was waiting for them with open arms. A familiar life, well-deserved respect and reverence awaited them. And he was not going to give up all the benefits that had taken root over the last century for the sake of a human offspring. Naruto would sweep away his entire familiar way of life. With his openness and naivety. "I'm completely confused," the Uchiha pursed his lips, looking at his reflection in the glass. Confusion was clearly visible in his black eyes. This was absurd. An obsession. A delusion. But Itachi warned him. "Why do you need this attachment?" Nii-san's voice sounded helpfully in his head with familiar pathetic and instructive intonations. Attachment. Sasuke quietly whispered in unison with his thoughts and, sighing, stared unseeingly at the blurred outlines of the garden awards. Itachi never spoke in vain. Fear is an integral part of each of us. It does not need specific reasons. Circumstances change and the reasons change. The philosophical reasoning of the elder brother once again wedged itself into the general chain. The mortal was afraid. This is a natural and quite logical reaction, although Naruto and logic are two antonyms, if not for one thing. Uzumaki began to avoid him only recently, although at first he was quite relaxed and willful. And today, he did not utter a word, no matter how many times the vampire visited him. Sasuke was not going to act first either, his pride did not allow it. And there was no point in it. Soon it would all be over. For both of them. And Sasuke would accept it with dignity, as befits a true Uchiha. Liar. A bitter smile slid across his compressed lips, he was asserting himself again. Yes, if Naruto had said, "Sasuke, stay," the Uchiha would have sneezed at his pride and immediately fulfilled any of his requests. No, it was time to nip this in the bud. To fall so low because of a mortal is a shame for the heir of a great clan. Itachi is right, there is no place for a human among vampires. Sasuke summed up tiredly, involuntarily scraping his fingers along the windowsill and not noticing how the paint cracked under the pressure and got clogged under his nails, tearing his skin until it bled. There was no point in dragging out the inevitable. Pushing off, he grabbed the katana and, inserting it into the sheath, tightened on his back with a rope-like rope, resolutely headed for the prisoner's room. Let him go too. Before it's too late. Sasuke walked confidently past the living room, but the closer the convex door frame became to the light, the harder each step became. As if you were maneuvering through a swampy quagmire, forcefully stretching your foot and catching your balance in order to pull yourself forward and fall back into the viscous muck. Sasuke gasped, tripping on level ground, and slammed his shoulder right into the carved recess of the door. The vile darkness, Uchiha thought irritably, although deep down he knew perfectly well that the lighting had nothing to do with it. But to admit such a harsh fact as excitement was to admit one's weakness. It was unacceptable. Confidently extending his hand in front of him, he grasped the round handle with a practiced gesture. And froze, without turning it. A groan reached his ears. A long, dull, incomparable groan, which he had heard more than once from his human toys during Shrek-like games. A grimace of surprise distorted his face, and Sasuke, holding his breath, pressed his ear to the door. A tight lump formed in his throat. This can't be. Claws sharpened with rage dug into his palm, tearing the skin and leaving deep marks. His brother couldn't spit on someone else's taboo. No, not Nii-san. After all, Sasuke was his beloved little brother. His meaning of life. But with each passing second, All the more or less realistic justifications for his conjectures melted away like a wax candle. The characteristic fuss and rhythmic slaps could not be just a figment of the imagination, could not be an illusion. Sasuke, haven't they taught you that eavesdropping isn't polite? Aniki's quiet, dismissive tone made him jump away from the door like a kid caught in mischief, but his childishly stupid reaction only fanned the torch of rage, igniting it into a raging flame. The door slammed to the floor with a bang from the kick once again, and the younger Uchiha flew into the room. The silence of the room seemed unnaturally harsh, and if it weren't for the seething of a human heart, one could have decided that the room was uninhabited and empty. Sasuke grinned maliciously. It would have been better if there really was no one here, but the refuting fact, or rather, two facts, cut into his eyes caustically. His pupils filled with a bloody flush. It was not the first time that the younger Uchiha had seen such a sight. The brothers never complained about the shortage of Shreks, and often shared the loot with each other, but now Sasuke was suffocating with rage. Uncontrollable rage, sweeping away all common sense. Naruto. His Naruto. The vampire peered greedily into Uzumaki's elongated face, trying to find at least a hint of hypnosis, at least something that would amuse his hope, the mortal under the influence of a spell. But he saw nothing but genuine surprise and fear. So, you wanted it yourself, Sasuke scorched the mortal with a withering look and, having received only a half-mad smile in response as if to say, sorry, it happened that way, he glanced sideways at his brother. Impenetrable, as always. He didn't even bother to cover himself. He just lazily leaned back and turned half-turned to the one who entered, bowing his head. In his gaze fatigue and indifference. His hand instinctively reached behind his back, feeling for the hilt of the katana. Itachi, Sasuke's voice was dry, barely audible. How dare you? The elder didn't react. Itachi, Sasuke repeated tensely, but this time his voice trembled noticeably. I asked you a question. I heard. But I didn't answer. His brother growled and demonstratively moved his hand upward, getting more and more heated. Itachi, as always, was pretending to be a saintly innocence, thereby hoping to get away with it. No, Nii-san, not this time. Sasuke grinned, completely removing the weapon from its sheath. Naruto carefully stuck his head out from the side and, having assessed the threat, dived back out of harm's way. Kusanagi gleamed terrifyingly in the jealous man's hand and inspired panic. Especially, in combination with the inadequate owner and his maniacal grin. The pause dragged on dangerously. What exactly do you want to hear from me? Itachi finally sighed, lowering his legs from the futon to the bare floor and bracing his hands on the sheets behind his back. Now the vampire looked like a contented and well-fed cat who had stolen a vat of cream. Of course. He had hit the jackpot. Sasuke seethed at such demonstrative impudence. Enough. Stop taking me for a fool. You encroached on my victim. Mine, do you hear? I don't see any weighty arguments for anger in what happened. Pushing off, Itachi straightened up to his full height and stretched his hand towards his brother. Seeing the familiar gesture, his brother jumped back with lightning speed, holding his katana out in front of him. Don't come any closer. Don't you dare. Calm down, Itachi frowned and, after a pause, lowered his hand. A childish reaction. But, predictable. I repeat, I don't see any weighty arguments for conflict. I'm not interested in Naruto-kun. He only got what he asked for. What? Naruto instantly forgot about his recent fear and stood at attention. Had he misheard? Or not? The man is yours, the elder Uchiha helpfully dispelled doubts and, taking advantage of the general confusion, he leisurely walked around Sasuke, hooked his clothes with his fingers, and throwing a pile of rags over his shoulder, left the room. A second, too. A loud scream and the crash of a glass smashed against the wall came from the empty doorway. The clang of a falling metal tray was an epic continuation of the banquet. Itachi grinned. Naruto was furiously, deliberately smashing the inventory at hand, cursing the dotted bloodsuckers with all his might. Sasuke was suspiciously quiet at first, but soon his mocking voice joined the general commotion. The Uchiha caustically commented on the Uzumaki's naivety and mental abilities, for which he periodically received a ticket for a family trip to the underworld. Passions were heating up with mind-boggling speed. "Who do you think of yourselves, S?" The sound of broken glass. "HM. Why are you smirking? Reveling in what you saw, huh? Stupid Tonki. What I saw only strengthened my assertions about what pathetic creatures you are. Shut up. You got what you deserved, idiot. You found someone to expect affection from. Did you think Itachi would marry you after this? Just say you're jealous. There would be something to be jealous of. You're just a doormat." The frozen silence made Itachi slow down and, closing his eyes, shook his head in disappointment and unworthy attack for the air. And Naruto would not tolerate such a thing. The wait was short, the air was cut by the sound of a blow. "Overdone it," was all Itachi had time to think, when the hiss of the Otuto came from the room. "Get out. Or I'll kill you. How predictable you are." The vampire could not contain his victorious triumph and smiled. Events were developing according to a pre-planned scenario. Now it was his turn to act. He heard Naruto's steps while he was doing his post-love makeover. The creak of the gate spurred him to hurry. Having carefully checked the safety of the kunai, the Uchiha hastily dressed and, catching out of the corner of his eye the Otuto sitting on the floor and clutching his head, left the mansion with lightning speed. "Sorry, Sasuke. Jump. I may not be able to tell you this in person." A branch slipped under his foot and cracked treacherously, but Itachi managed to push off and catch hold of the top branch. He swung, jumped to the next one. "But it's for your own good." Itachi glided along the heavy branches like a blurry shadow, froze, listened, and leaned forward again. Naruto's figure was constantly looming below, in his field of vision. With his head bowed dejectedly and rubbing his bruised knuckles, he zealously shuffled through the dry grass with his feet and did not look around at all, cursing the family of toothy ones with words for which Madara would inevitably cut out his tongue. Sometimes he stumbled, kicked the crooked snags with some kind of ferocity and hostility, and again rushed along the narrow path, to where the clearing of the exit from the forest awaited him. Even with an untrained eye it was clear that the man was morally depressed, but despite the thickening fog, he held his bearings perfectly and walked in the right direction. And, naturally, he did not notice how two pairs of eyes were intently and tenaciously studying his every step. The Uchiha narrowed his eyes, and the clouds of fog obediently thickened in the center of the path. This illusion was supposed to reduce the attacker's chances and make him act more carelessly. And sure enough, there was a cracking sound of rotten branches on the right side. "Gotcha!" Itachi rushed predatorily at the source of the sound. "Sasuke?" Uzumaki jumped up and shook his head in confusion, but, not noticing anything unusual, he pulled the collar of his jacket higher and went down the slope. The fog was dissipating, and the first shades of light were about to appear. Itachi watched the young man's figure disappear into the trees with a satisfied look. Naruto had played the role of bait perfectly, even if he didn't know it, and was now completely safe. The newborn was frantically thrashing and whining in his hands. The little vampire hadn't managed to grab hold of his victim and was intercepted literally a couple of meters away. "Let go!" he croaked, choking in the iron grip, furiously clicking his fangs and trying to bite through the blackening fabric at his throat, but his captor's gaze was cold and unapproachable. Not a drop of pity, not a drop of compassion. The cry of a raven cut through the silence, and Itachi stretched out one hand, still squeezing the writhing body with the other. The bird, flapping its wings, carefully settled on the Uchiha's fingers. "Well done," the vampire smiled approvingly. Help was not long in coming. Here and there the crackling of dry grass was heard. Madara's hunters jumped to the ground one after another and respectfully dropped to one knee, freezing before the air. Their faces were hidden behind masks, but Itachi had no doubt about the true identity of each of those who arrived. "We await your orders," the one sitting closest quietly reported when the entire group arrived at the place indicated by the raven. "We act according to plan, Sai. 2 to the mansion. Keep them on guard, but Sasuke must not smell them." Sai pointed in the right direction with a professional gesture, and the two shadows disappeared from view in a flash. Itachi looked at the rest. "The rest of you are following me, keeping a little distance. Try to avoid people, but don't fall behind." "I won't wait." "We are ready, Itachi-sama," the hunters answered him in unison. Uchiha only nodded approvingly and quickly rushed upward, not letting go of the fluttering burden. The connection between the brainchild and the owner was weakening. At first, mental urges glittered in the air like a steel thread, but with each passing minute this thread grew dull and seemed to break. The vampire's agility had long since faded. He dangled in someone else's hands like a limp rag, understanding that his fate was predetermined. If this, in the cloak, did not kill him, then the owner would certainly let him be experimented on for being unfit. Or feed him to his scaly pets. It was approaching midday. The sun was rising higher and higher, the scorching rays were unbearably cutting into the eyes, and the group of pursuers had to join the slopes that cast shadows and move exclusively along the lowlands. Viscous puddles splashed underfoot, trees flashed by at a mind-boggling speed from all sides, dirt flew out from under sandals, the wind mercilessly tore at his hair, whipping strands across his face, but Uchiha rushed with huge leaps along an unknown route. A waterfall began to rustle in the distance. The rocky terrain was left far behind, and the forest roads thickened again. With each jump, the splash of water hitting the rocks grew louder until it turned into a deafening roar. Itachi landed on a sloping slope covered in silt and algae, turning gray a couple of meters from the cliff. And frowned. The thread flashed for the last time and disappeared. Completely. So their path ended here, in this godforsaken place. The goal was close. The vampire cub fell at the stranger's feet as if mown down. The grip disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. "I don't need the newborn anymore," he only managed to catch the words of this, in the cloak through the noise in his head, before a white mask flashed before his eyes and his consciousness exploded with wild, tearing pain. Having scattered brown streaks across the water, the headless body swayed a couple of times on the foamy surface and slowly sank into the abyss. Uchiha carefully stepped onto the very edge of the stone, which immediately crumbled under its weight. Two huge statues towered majestically before him. Ancient warriors seemed to support the powerful stream rushing down between them. "Where are you hiding, old snake?" Itachi frowned even more, inquisitively examining every detail that he could cling to. The enemy was close, no doubt, but at the same time, he was not giving away his aura. So there was a muffling factor. Not seeing anything worthwhile in the area, the vampire raised his head, assessing the massive power of the waterfall. Tall, more than 10 meters. Stone ledges were visible through the seething waters every now and then. "Which you can cling to," the Uchiha immediately added to himself, looking more closely at their structure. He had to cover his face with his sleeve. The sun had reached its peak, and his eyes were burning with incredible force. No, a mere mortal cannot do this, but a vampire can do it. All that was left was to collect all the information into a single chain. Waterfall. Endless stream, Uchiha whispered to himself silently, with just his lips, frowningly casting a quick glance now at the statues, now at the rocky frames stretching far down in front of him. A guess dawned on his mind. Uchiha couldn't help but grin, and how could he not immediately come to such a simple conclusion? The falling wall of water was an excellent filter for muffling the aura. During the war he himself had often hidden himself with the help of this element, but at the same time it let through the mental connection quite well. Itachi started and jerked his hand. The raven, sitting languidly on his master's shoulder, obeyed the silent command, obediently soared into the air and disappeared behind the foamy curtain. Not a minute had passed before it returned, its claws sticking out and landing in its usual place. As I thought, Itachi affectionately ruffled the feathers above the bird's coal-black beak and turned sharply to the hunters. They, as expected, were silently awaiting the order and only occasionally shifted languidly from foot to foot. The enemy is hiding in the cave, behind the waterfall. Take up defensive positions. Yes. Should we wait for him to come out to hunt? The squad leader clarified. No, I will penetrate his lair alone right now. What should we do? Do not leave your shelters until you receive my order. The exception is if Orochimaru wins and the connection with me is severed. Then move along those steep rocks into the cave and attack the enemy. Understood, Sai reported immediately, but this time his tone was not so convincing. Itachi frowned. Is something troubling you? The silence was so thick that it seemed as if the air had turned into one continuous roar of water. Yes, Sai finally spoke. His emotions were hidden behind the mask, but uncertainty shone through the veneer of cold-bloodedness, grafted on by the blood and sweat of years of service. You said you could die. I have no right to expose the heir of the clan to such danger, and Madara would skin me alive anyway. It's a matter of honor, and I will accept death with dignity, Itachi objected harshly, but seeing how the other man's shoulders tensed, he added more gently, You don't think I'm capable of losing, do you? No, what are you saying? The vampire babbled, uncharacteristically stern. But the risk. We all take risks, but without risk there is no path to victory. Take your positions and maintain a mental connection with me. That's an order. Without wasting any more time on small talk, the Uchiha pushed off from the support and soared upward, grabbing onto the sharp stone peaks with a practiced movement. The raven had clearly indicated the location of the cave, and Itachi confidently, with the grace of a predator, approached the cherished goal. Putting in all his effort, he pulled himself up and grabbed onto the next ledge, now swinging and hooking the ribbed toe of his shoe over the one sticking out on the side, now jumping and hooking his fingers onto those that were motley above his head. The water-filled cloak pressed with its weight, his nails slid on the silt, his brother's sandals were small and rubbed his feet, but the vampire steadfastly ignored the pain and cold. This battle was worth it. For the honor of the clan. For the death of his parents. For the future of the Otuto. The grotto was not wide enough to squeeze through at full height, so he had to bend down quite a bit. Having caught his breath, Itachi looked around. The silence was unnaturally feigned. The black, stinking pit widened after just a few meters and turned into a huge tunnel. Even without going deeper into the network of bends, Uchiha had no doubt that a labyrinth of many dead ends would begin further on. The snake never changed his habits. And what he had already made out in this pitch blackness was enough: a couple of rusty tables, niches carved out of the stone above them for improvised tools, containers on the floor with brown veins baked onto the metal sides. But the most notable exhibits were hidden a little further, in the darkness. Curiosity got the better of Itachi, and Itachi moved forward a few steps. Along the wall, touching the top with their bases, stood a row of glass vessels filled with bubbling, turbid green liquid. In some floated human remains surrounded by air bubbles, while in others the owner had lovingly salted the experimental sources and, judging by their ugly bodies, was practicing the properties of mutation without bringing the conversion to the final phase. 2 capsules are empty, Uchiha immediately noted in his mind, concentrating on what he saw. The laboratory did not look neglected, the rags thrown over the tables were soaked with obviously fresh bloody smears and, judging by the bulges, hid new human corpses. A black, deadly aura, like a stinking poison, hit the sense of smell, and Itachi could not hide his irritation. Come out already, Orochimaru-san. The resonance of the sound in the stone walls distorted his words, giving the already icy intonation an inanimate tone. A rustling sound was heard in the darkness, and the vampire bowed his head, examining the shadow that obediently separated from the edge of the most distant capsule with his detached gaze, hiding the lower half of his face in the wet collar of his chlamys. Uchiha. Itachi, a familiar voice drawled with feigned joy, in unison with which an intermittent hiss rustled in unison. What brings you here? Are you bored or just dropping by on business? Itachi ignored the clearly rhetorical questions and silently shook a kunai out of his sleeve, deftly intercepting it with his fingers. The enemy, lazily stepping out of the shadows, whistled. What a surprise! I can't believe my eyes. The genius of the clan wants to fight an old, feeble vampire? It's over, Orochimaru-san. You will not leave this cave alive. The Uchiha did not appreciate the overacting performance, he knew the true nature of the enemy. A greedy, ruthless genius and killer. The snake was a worthy opponent in all respects. Itachi, a predatory smile, distorted the deathly pale, snake-like angular face. From under greasy black hair, eyes filled with a yellow tint glinted. Why do you need all this trouble? Relax and make yourself at home. Look, you're soaking wet, you'll catch a cold. Make yourself at home. I'm always glad to have guests, although due to my age I can't give a welcoming curtsy, sciatica has gotten to me. As verbose as ever. Orochimaru, without letting the guest out of his sight, ran his fingers over the scaly head of his snow-white favorite. And she hissed with redoubled force, sticking out her long forked tongue. Do you see how life has worn me out? The housing is poor, the conditions are bad for my health, there is little communication. Even experiments, he casually nodded at the periodic gurgling capsules and sighed heavily, and they do not bring the desired result. You know how weak the human body is. They die like flies, and there is little use. You talk too much, the Uchiha interrupted him colorlessly and, catching the blade between his fingers, sharply waved his hand. The vile hissing stopped for a moment, and the snake flew off with a slap to the wall, writhing madly and furiously like a long white worm. How heartless, Orochimaru shook his head sympathetically, watching as the reptile let out one last hiss and fell silent, its tail hanging down to the ground. And I spent so long taming it. You'll meet it soon. Orochimaru spread his hands. Well. Has its advantages too. Warm and comfortable. So, he looked the guest over with curiosity from head to toe and, licking his lips predatorily, continued cloyingly, what brought you to my abode? Honor. The vampire bared his teeth again. It's getting more and more interesting. And how have I tarnished the honor of the clan's genius? The Uchiha glared at him, frowned, and uttered only one word. Inquisition. Oh, that, they waved their hand in response. I remember. An unfortunate misunderstanding happened then. You know, sometimes you trust people, and they screw everything up. No reliability. That fat pig in the cassock received a decent amount to get me prisoners, but instead he dragged in a couple of decapitated corpses. I threw them, he squinted slyly, happily emphasizing the next phrase, into this very waterfall. What did you need prisoners for? Itachi tried to speak monotonously and calmly, but his hands were visibly shaking, and this did not escape the snake's keen gaze. He moved from his place, walked around the vampire in a circle and, deliberately shuffling his boots loudly on the floor, approached one of the empty capsules. And you are curious. As you see, time changes us. Some bloom and some fade. The experiments were not in vain and derailed my life. The sun burns the skin, and tissue regeneration has not brought the desired effect for a long time. Ultraviolet. As I thought, the Uchiha muttered quietly, not taking his eyes off his interlocutor. You cannot leave the shelter during the day. Yes, that's right. The snake's pale gray lips crookedly stretched into a semblance of a smile. The sun's rays are deadly to me, and all I can afford is a walk nearby under the moon. Do you understand what I'm getting at? I need a vessel, Itachi. The body of a representative of the Uchiha clan is the perfect solution to all my problems. It's an unbearable burden to try to become someone else. And you're still as boring as ever. The snake waved him off dismissively. I hope the second offspring of your clan hasn't inherited this nastiness and will be more accommodating. The Uchiha visibly tensed up. I won't let anyone lay a finger on Sasuke. Oh yes, his name is Sasuke, the enemy savored the alien name. A boy lost in the rays of his Aniki's glory. He certainly wouldn't refuse the opportunity to surpass his brother in everything. And I will go along with his wishes. Itachi pursed his lips. Orochimaru was an excellent psychologist, and Sasuke's soul was like a blank canvas. A skilled artist's hand could paint it any color. His temples were treacherously covered in sweat at the mere thought that his brother could fall into the hands of this bloodthirsty despot. "And how come you weren't afraid to leave him at home?" The snake didn't let up, with undisguised delight drawing the aura out of his interlocutor, slowly but surely filling with hatred. The Uchiha bowed his head even more, burying himself in the collar of his cloak. "He's safe." "It's a pity that the kid didn't come," the owner of the lair said disappointedly and, turning to the empty capsule, affectionately patted it with his palm. "And I was waiting. This vessel is intended for him." Itachi shuddered. Orochimaru grinned even wider, the guest's internal balance was clearly shaken. Feeling a triumphant victory, to achieve the peak effect, the snake demonstratively ran his tongue along the glass. "My greatest invention of all. Complete enslavement of even the most obstinate mind in a couple of days. Your brother would be a worthy warrior under our command. Do not worry, the neighboring one is empty for you. My body will sooner or later crumble to dust, and I need a new vessel. You, Itachi. A crazy idea. The whole world is crazy." Orochimaru cried, clenching his fists, spraying saliva. He could no longer restrain himself, with each word his body shook more and more from excitement, his elongated pupils dilated, and now his eyes resembled a solid black hole. "Look at the idea from the other side. Together, we will bury this world under ourselves. After all, I know your true personality better than anyone else. Cold-blooded, merciless, cruel killer, you just reek of death." "I have never killed for fun," Itachi lowered his tone dangerously. "But I allowed others to die," Orochimaru continued to get heated. "Those poor little people begged for mercy in vain and choked on wheezing until they fell dead. But you could have saved them. If you had come earlier. After all, this whole show is for you. Or did the genius of the clan think that my children came to your mansion on a whim of their own? I didn't think so. But, to give it to you, it took me a while to figure out your tactics. So you're not so perfect after all." "None of us are perfect," the Uchiha cut him off dryly. "And we can only strive for something, while remaining ourselves. I also do not jump above my head and clearly calculate what is in my power and what is not. You judge in an old-fashioned way. The world itself has long been plunged into the thick of hatred, and it is enough to pull the right thread, as it will obediently crawl to your feet." Uchiha sighed resignedly and shook his head, returning the ordinary, dissolute manner of communication to the previous channel. "Have you ever seen how a flame flares up, Orochimaru-san? At first it causes only minor pain, but if you fan it, it grows and, having reached a terrifying scale, devours with its unbridledness. The same as the thirst to rule the world. You are chasing a chimera. And how does Sasuke live with you?" "I would die of boredom." The snake rubbed his temples tiredly. "Stop hiding your talent in the ground. Just imagine what opportunities we will gain with the young body and genius mind of the clan heir and the scientific achievements of the old vampire. Our alliance will bring power, honor, great strength. You overestimate my capabilities. Don't be modest. You have no weaknesses. Everyone has weaknesses." "Oh yeah, how could I forget?" A predatory passion splashed furiously in his yellow eyes. "Your weakness is Sasuke. Don't worry, I will take good care of him." This time there was no expected reaction. Itachi did not even raise an eyebrow at the provocative attack and, leisurely unfastening the rivets, pulled off his coat and threw it aside. The wet fabric was now a burden. Kunai fanned out in his fingers. "I think we have dragged out the dialogue," he said indifferently after a minute's pause, making it clear that he did not intend to listen to the enemy's delusional ideas any longer and was ready for battle. "As I already said, it is over. A group of hunters from Madara is waiting outside, and if you defeat me, they will burst in here immediately. Surrender, ease your lot and appear before the court with honor." "There is nothing to judge me for," they hissed in response, periodically cutting the air with a long tongue. Snake habits were firmly rooted in the body after a series of unsuccessful experiments. Where's the proof that I bribed the Inquisition? I will not act without thinking through all the moves, Orochimaru-san. The head of the village personally handed me an ancient manuscript with the priest's notes. I think you know what it is about. The council has already reviewed it and officially declared a hunt for the one responsible for the death of the Uchiha clan. You, puppy! Orochimaru roared furiously and theatrically waved his hands. At that very moment, from behind his back, hissing and writhing, an endless stream of huge snakes gushed out and rushed straight at Itachi, cutting off all escape routes with their powerful coils. Blood sprinkled the walls. It smelled of death. The streets of Konoha looked pale. The sad colors of autumn painted the once blooming front gardens, and the fresh shingles of the roofs were covered with leaves. And although everything was in its place, the aura and splash of life did not burst out so zealously. There were no screams, no hubbub of children, no screams of hungry cats and barking of dogs. Although the guards at the main gates habitually drooled, spreading out with swollen faces on crossed arms. For what purpose Tsunade kept them here, for the whole village remained a great mystery. For beauty, no other way. The hand did not rise to distract people from sweet wakefulness, and Uzumaki quietly shuffled past, delving into the first openings of the back streets. Have they all died out here or something? Naruto muttered under his breath and looked around sullenly. Everything seemed gray. The morning landscape, the reflections of the glass in the windows, the sky, the houses, and the life hidden in these very houses. The long street curved sharply to the right, and ahead, a tall mansion proudly and majestically appeared before the eye. And although it was in no way comparable to the Uchiha brothers' abode, its scale and decoration clearly indicated that the living space belonged to a noble person. Hyuga. Naruto couldn't help but grin. Arrogant and vain rich people. The only person from the clan whose appearance alone didn't make the guy have a nervous tic was Hinata. Quiet, meek, silent. And how could such a wonderful flower bloom in such a snake pit? Yes, her husband would definitely be lucky. Well, if you don't count the relatives on the bride's side. Noticing the peeling, but still standing out in this dull color scheme, the guy couldn't help but put on a nasty smile. His work. Even as kids, the most notorious troublemakers of Konoha Uzumaki and Inuzuka argued over who would pick more apples in the Hyuga orchards. As always, a wish. Kiba won. Scratching the nettle burns with one hand, holding the torn patch on his boat with the other and remembering with kind words the dog that appeared out of nowhere, Naruto sullenly listened to his friend's wish. And that same night, he painted the roof with paint. Yeah, we had fun then, he rubbed his ear with his hand mechanically. What can I say, the poor boy got it from both his father and the family of the victims. There was a squeal, as if he hadn't painted this ill-fated house, but completely destroyed it. Even Tsunade got it. RRR. The loud growl of a lop-eared dog that jumped out of the gateway made him shudder nervously. The brown lump flashed its paws a couple of steps from the man and immediately ran away behind a pile of piled logs. Now stop, creature. Give me the ham. Somewhere in the backyards, judging by the voice, the head of the clan himself was blissing. Naruto stifled a chuckle into his fist and hurried to leave the territory of the hated Hyuga. He had already raised his spirits, besides, a battle to the death was about to begin here soon. Having made a decent circle, Naruto deliberately went out onto the path leading to the abandoned quarter. Approaching the lopsided building that saved the wayward guy on that fateful night, Uzumaki sighed sadly, his good mood had sunk into oblivion again. It was as if his legs had brought him to this street on their own. Why, he himself did not understand, but, like a zombie, he was walking to that very place. Their place. His knuckles treacherously ached, and Naruto involuntarily blew on his sore hand. Sasuke's jaw turned out to be stone, almost in the literal sense of the word. He had gotten carried away then, but this caustic lid literally blew his brain, and Naruto could not contain the outburst of rage. Lunging forward, his fist crashed into someone else's cheekbone and the Uchiha jerked his head. No. Not from the force of the blow. Rather reflexively. Get out. Or I'll kill you. He muttered through his teeth, looking down at the man with his red eyes. The cold of the katana burnt his collarbones, and that was the last straw. He madly wanted to punch the vampire in the head, for his overly pompous pride, arrogance, and clearly inflated self-esteem. But the instinct for self-preservation prevailed. You! Uzumaki hissed back, pushed away the blade that was gleaming in front of his neck with the back of his hand, grabbed the clothes that Sasuke had once kindly given him from his own wardrobe, and rushed out, pulling on someone else's clothes along the way. The whole way he had a premonition of being followed, but the dotted fog was getting thicker and completely obscured visibility even in the area of an outstretched arm. Fortunately, the route was familiar. Sometimes he wanted to stop, but a caustic voice obligingly scattered his thoughts and invitingly drawled, "Lid." And Naruto eagerly pushed forward, along the crooked path. Spit. Spit on everything. The native streets surrounded the young man with their ordinary grayness, but he did not experience the proper joy from meeting them. Maybe it was even better that the village was still sleeping. Ow! Something sharp stuck into my foot. Naruto instantly broke free from his mental captivity and looked at his feet in surprise. Only now did he notice that the shoes were clearly not his. Massive open-toed sandals of a bright blue color. The kind Itachi-san wears. Or rather, wore, Uzumaki summed up mentally and embarrassedly scratched the bridge of his nose, feeling clearly awkward. Of course, he had unintentionally stolen someone else's shoes, but they were the first thing that came to hand in the dark tones of the low flight of stairs. The guy squinted and wiggled his splayed dusty toes, assessing the new shoes. The shoes were clearly larger than his size and looked loose. The cause of concern was immediately revealed. The swollen bindings of shabby leather obligingly collected all the fine dirt along the way. Rare rubbish, not shoes. And how do they wear them? Naruto growled into the void, bending his long-suffering leg at the knee. One swing, two, and gray dust flew in all directions. Naruto? The unexpected call from behind made the guard's son jump as if he had been stung and froze, still holding one leg up. He wanted to turn around, but he couldn't. His body felt paralyzed, his muscles twisted like a steel chain. How long had it been since he had heard such an address? It seemed like an eternity. The monotonous Naruto-kun and the mocking Uzuritanki, these words were firmly ingrained in his consciousness, and now any other seemed alien and unnatural. Naruto, is that you? The girl's voice mumbled uncertainly again, and the guy, gathering his courage, slowly turned around. In front of him, her hands clasped together and her back tensely straightened, stood Sakura. His Sakura. And how could he not immediately recognize her melodic ringing voice, which had driven him crazy for so many years? But now... Uzumaki pursed his lips loudly, not hearing that very magical melody, merging with every note, with every breath. Now it was an unremarkable voice. The girl shifted from foot to foot and was clearly afraid to come closer. "Oh, Sakura-chan," Uzumaki responded after a pause, clearly feeling awkward. He had never seen such a Sakura before. Haruno blinked in surprise. There was no doubt, it was Naruto. But something about his appearance was definitely alarming. The clothes were completely black and gave the boy an unusually masculine look, but the son of a guard would never trade his stupid colorful suit for this. Her gaze slid higher, studying his face. Serious, not a shadow of that open idiocy and friendliness. His thinness sharpened his cheekbones, and the scars on his cheeks looked alien, predatory. Sakura involuntarily pressed her fists to her chest. This Naruto was frightening. Not only his clothes had changed. He himself had changed. The guard's son caught this change and hastened to defuse the situation. Yes. It was me. It was me, Databeo. The interlocutor shuddered. What, Sakura-chan, don't you recognize your own? The young man spread his arms and stepped forward, but what he saw made him return to his previous position. Naruto could not believe his eyes. Instead of a joyful greeting, Haruno seemed to shrink and clasped her trembling shoulders with her hands. Alive, alive, all she whispered, like a wind-up toy. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment and unexpected reaction. Sakura-chan, I'm sorry, he finally mumbled, but Sakura only smiled and quickly brushed away her tears. How could she explain that the last month had been pure for her? All those reproachful glances, whispers behind her back, laughter from friends, and gossip from old wives, like, she took the boy to his death, and is silent. No one openly accused, but Haruno felt the strained attitude not only from her acquaintances, but also from her friends. Even regular patients tried to switch over to Tsunade's care. If only they knew that that evening was completely erased from her memory, and the girl learned about her date with Naruto from Kiba. And now he stands before her, alive and well. And we were looking for you. The whole village. And we were worried. Looking? Why? Naruto was genuinely surprised. But you disappeared, Haruno noted, still not daring to approach and make sure that the man standing in front of her was not a ghost or a mirage. Oh yeah. A wide smile lit up the guy's dark face. Disappeared, Tabeoi. He slapped himself on the forehead. What an idiot. The girl's reaction, at first incomprehensible, now became quite logical. There had been no sign of him for a whole month. And then he suddenly showed up, without a trace. You see, here's the thing. He began to justify himself, but suddenly stopped short, then narrowed his eyes slyly and put his hand to his ear. Wait a minute. Were you worried? Sakura-chan, are my hearing deceiving me? You said you were worried about me? A second of stupor and an irritated roar almost deafened the strained auditory receptors. I said it wrong, idiot. Oh, come on, Naruto drawled sarcastically. You probably didn't sleep at night and thought about how I would cope without you. And two. Haruno flared up even more and, clenching her fist, stepped forward with the firm intention of punching the impudent guy in the teeth, but, sliding a suspicious glance at his dark pants, she slowed down. By the way, where have you been all this time? The foolishness in his gaze immediately evaporated. Uzumaki looked as if he found out about the end of the world on the next street. Well? She repeated with emphasis, placing her hands on her hips. Suddenly, the guy backed away. Sorry, Sakura-chan, but I can't say. How can you not? Haruno snorted indignantly, following him. Answer me, where have you been? Oh, I didn't hear you, Sakura-chan. We'll talk later. He quickly saluted the girl with his hand and, turning sharply, began to almost run away in the direction of his house. He knew that Sakura would not follow him. And she never would. But this was even better. The familiar roof loomed closer and closer. With each step, Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead more and more often. His excitement was taking its toll. His mouth became unbearably dry as soon as the familiar facade turned the corner. Half closing his eyes, the guy breathed slowly and deeply, trying not to pay attention to his raging hormones. How long he had dreamed of this. He looked for familiar corners of the roof with his gaze in the night darkness and believed that sooner or later he would visit his father's house. A heavy sigh involuntarily escaped from the lungs. Looking sideways at the carved projections decorating the gate, Naruto couldn't help but smile. 3 small, barely noticeable figures, carved with a child's knife clumsily and crookedly, were still holding hand sticks and smiling broadly at everyone who wandered in to visit the main guard. His fingers trembled and reached for the painting from his distant childhood. The old wood under his hand was cool, rough, with a fine web of cracks. The drawing was also almost indistinguishable. Slanting rains gradually smoothed out the unsightly squiggles and adjusted the canvas to a single structure. Passing the gate with a characteristic creak, Naruto unlocked the front door and took a step, but immediately stopped. A sharp smell hit his nose. Uzumaki frowned. The air was thickly saturated with some kind of sweetish cloying medicinal extract, from which his head immediately spun. Naruto held his breath, quickly took off his shoes, and threw the sandals into the corner. Father, he called out hoarsely, opening the door wide and dispelling the nasty stench with his palm. Cool air obediently rushed into the room and partially diluted the nauseating smell, allowing him to breathe deeply. "Father, are you home?" Silence. "It's me, Naruto," Naruto repeated more loudly, tiptoeing past the corridor and stopping in the guest room. He turned his head and swallowed dryly. The familiar walls now seemed alien and dead. The papers scattered on the floor did not fit in with the cleanliness that Minato was simply obsessed with. The oppressive aura pressed on his nerves. The monotonous ticking of the clock was all that emitted at least some echoes of life. Naruto could not move from the spot, lost for words. How much the house had changed in the last month. The sound of glass from the kitchen brought him out of his stupor. "Naru?" Hurried footsteps were heard in the darkness. A chill ran down his spine, the words that the guard's son had been mentally repeating to himself the entire way, stuck deep in his chest from an excess of feelings. "Naru, is that you?" A hoarse voice, completely uncharacteristic of his father, made the boy silently open his mouth, but his throat finally constricted. Now Naruto understood that another moment and he would burst into tears like a snotty boy. His fists clenched tensely as soon as Minato emerged from the doorway. His father, staggering, gasped loudly and jerked the boy into his arms. He whispered something incoherently, stroked his son's unruly hair and sobbed silently, which made his heart unbearably heavy. The feeling of guilt drowned out everything else, and Naruto could not stand it and broke down. "Dad. Forgive me," he wheezed desperately, his fingers digging into the rough fabric on Minato's back. His father's arms only pulled him closer to his chest, not letting him say another word. "It's okay, Naruto. I'm here. I didn't mean for this to happen." "The main thing is that you're back," Minato interrupted carefully, slightly pushing the boy away from him and peering into his face. He traced the lines of the scars on his cheeks with his fingertips and frowned. "I'll never leave you unattended again." "Pa, that's too much. It's a parent's duty." Namikaze smiled and shook the boy by the shoulders. "Are you tired? Hungry? You probably want to eat." Naruto wiped his tears with his sleeve and nodded. "I really do." "So what are we worth?" The guard couldn't hold back and shook his son again heartily, and only after that he fussily hurried to the kitchen. The bright light and the clanking of dishes instantly diluted the lifelessness of the dull atmosphere. Naruto walked briskly after him. "Sit down." "It'll all be over in a minute," Minato chattered incessantly, running around his beloved child and rattling everything he could get his hands on. "Be careful, I broke a plate." "I'll clean it up quickly." He smiled tenderly and cast a gentle glance at the fugitive fidgeting in his chair. "How are you? Where have you been all this time?" Naruto said hesitantly and nervously bit his lip. He didn't know how exactly to present the absurdity of his absence. Namikaze froze, noticing his son's doubts, and carefully added, "I'll accept any truth, no matter what it is." Naruto nodded hesitantly. The main thing was to start. The first phrases were timid, meaningless, but as soon as he saw the approval in his father's gaze, the words flowed in a continuous, solid stream. Naruto was not shy about his emotions. He jumped up, waved his arms, and told everything as it was, without concealment. He stumbled when it came to the intimate part of the story, and, after a pause, jumped straight to his immediate departure from the mansion. "They let me go," he finished his story and tensely fell silent in anticipation. Minato nervously tapped his fingers on the table and said nothing. And this pause was getting on his nerves worse than Kiba's drunken chatter. The mug, filled to the brim with green tea, was cooling steadily. A gray puff of steam hovered lower and lower until it completely disappeared. The hastily prepared breakfast remained untouched. Naruto, too, did not interfere in the thought process, looking askance at his father. How he had deteriorated in the last month. He had turned pale, haggard, his blue eyes seemed painfully faded, too light, such as are characteristic of a person who had rarely seen daylight. He had neglected the house, and judging by the acrid air, he was endlessly swallowing some kind of medicine. As if he had not lived, but was just surviving. "So, Itachi and Sasuke," the guard finally spoke up and, glancing at the cold tea, quietly pulled it towards him. Naruto nodded again and fidgeted in his chair with double zeal, awaiting the verdict. "I must report to Tsunade-sama about their presence in Konoha," his father summed up dryly, thoughtfully putting the mug back in place again. His fingers automatically dove into his bosom in search of pills. There was a treacherous ache under his ribs, but noticing the puzzled look on himself, the master of the house mentally pulled himself up and put his elbows on the table, clasping his hands. The surge of emotions had a negative effect on his heart muscle, but he didn't want to show his painful state to his son at all. He had to hold his breath out of habit, stingily counting each knock in his temples. "There is no need for that, Databeo." Naruto clearly didn't bother to pay attention to his parents' strange gestures, unpacked the freshly brewed ramen and sniffed the billowing, mind-bogglingly intoxicating steam. The instant dry meat soup could give a head start even to Itachi-san's signature dishes. "They're planning to leave the village soon. I'll be breaking the charter if I hide such information." "But Dad," the son muttered indignantly, diligently winding noodles around his hashi, and secretly hoping that his father hadn't heard how his voice was treacherously trembling. It only took him to firmly pronounce the phrase about his brother's intentions to leave these parts forever. He shook his head, throwing away unnecessary sentimentality. Why the unnecessary panic? It's better if they don't know. And they won't believe you. Vampires in Konoha are nonsense. The guard smiled bitterly. They will believe. They will believe. There's something you're not telling me, right? Naruto tried to force a sly smile, but it didn't look very effective with his mouth full. "We found the body of a decapitated vampire, who you said was killed by one of the brothers. The whole village is still gossiping about the terrible discovery. The council has imposed a curfew, so don't leave the house after dark." "A curfew? Wow. And for how long?" Minato shrugged. "When the council is sure the danger has passed. As you can see, Tsunade-sama must know the truth. I do not wish to tempt fate and hide the aliens, even though you assure me that their intentions are good. It is my duty, Naru." "Good." Naruto thoughtfully lowered his gaze. He had no idea what the vampire's intentions were. Sasuke's face, distorted by such questions, dismissed the idea of nostalgia for his native land, and the usual indifferent expression of the second vampire did not lead to any ideas at all. But during the entire period of captivity, the man did not even allow himself to think that they were thinking of enslaving the world at most, Konoha at least. Possessed by evil. No, this metaphor did not apply to the Uchiha brothers. After all, if only they wanted. Itachi-san would silently fish out a set of kunai from his bosom and knock out all living things, and Sasuke, as always, would take on the most difficult mission, screaming about the pride and magnificence of the clan. About the impeccable pedigree of the third branch of the heritage, that is, about his beloved self, about interracial hostility, about revenge, while waving a katana in the air and pretending that he single-handedly killed everyone. Minato's voice unceremoniously broke the detachment. "How do you feel about going to Ichiraku together? You can invite all your friends." "You must have missed me?" Naruto choked, not believing his ears. "To Ichiraku? With friends? Are you serious, Tebeo?" "Of course. How much money would that cost?" "My wallet is at your disposal today. And if you chatter, the noodles will get cold." Minato couldn't stop watching his son furiously jingle his hashi on the swollen cardboard, periodically lowering his head and catching pieces of meat with his tongue. He winced, wiped his face, and sucked in the long noodles with a slurping sound. Usually the guard didn't welcome excessive disregard for etiquette, but now all these gestures were touching. "You." Minato couldn't help but smile from the painfully familiar grumbling. Naruto once again ran the wide sleeve of his kosode into the remains of the soup and, cursing, began to diligently roll them up. Where did he even get such clothes? "If you want, we can go to Ukado-san's clothing stall. I'm sure they'll have an orange suit in your size." A suit? Naruto, without looking up from his meal, glanced sideways at the new outfit. Oh, this. Don't get the wrong idea, the old one just got completely torn, and they gave you this one instead. A gift from the Uchiha brothers? Yeah. And are the scars on your cheeks their gift too? Namikaze joked darkly, burying his chin in his clasped fingers and not taking his eyes off his son's face. Well, yeah, he clearly hesitated. During the battle. But Sasuke got it even worse. I ripped his belly open with a stake right in the air. An unnaturally feigned laugh escaped his lips. He even praised me. In a friendly way. Well, and you, too, it turns out. I see. Friends, then? Naruto froze. The noodle swayed forlornly along his chin and slowly slid to the edge of the table. What happened the day before clearly went beyond friendly relations, but his father would definitely not accept such an admission adequately. Was all he could manage to draw out in response to the rhetorical question, but, catching himself, he cut him off shortly. Yes, friends. Minato nodded understandingly and said nothing more, deciding to stop the interrogation until a more appropriate opportunity. His son had had enough. The main thing was that he was home now, alive and almost unharmed. And the rest was trifles. Let the council decide what to do with the vampires. He would do as befits a father, try to fill all the gaps of their alienation over the past years with warmth and attention. As he should have done long ago. Naruto-kun. Naruto. Uzumaki. Come out, you slutty beast. Or I'll launch Akamaru. Woof. Naruto choked on the heartbreaking chorus outside the window and almost fell off his chair, but he tapped his chest, stretched his lips into the happiest smile and rushed headlong from the table. The front door slammed. News spreads with incredible success here. Minato shook his head tiredly and bulged his inside pocket again. Finally swallowing the doded pill, he quickly washed it down with cold tea and trudged after his offspring. Sasuke had been leaning on the windowsill for hours now, staring into the night gloom. The loneliness was oppressive and oppressive. It was unusual to dissolve in silence for so long. Ever since he had dragged a noisy prisoner onto his head. I will make your life. Uchiha grinned, vaguely recalling the threat. If only he had known then how true these seemingly meaningless cries of a pathetic little man would be. But he kept his word and turned the familiar world upside down. And then he jumped into Itachi's bed. Nissan, memories of his brother echoed with a vague anxiety that swayed somewhere under his ribs. Now the younger Uchiha bitterly regretted that the pride instilled by his high position never allowed him to step over his principles and accept reality with dignity. He realized this too late. Naruto. Itachi. Now their names are like echoes from the past. That same affection that his brother spoke of was strangling him worse than a steel noose. And the brotherly bonds were noticeably cracking. If Nai-san were nearby, Sasuke would have demanded an explanation, even though he was sure that Aniki would only give him a distant look and, out of habit, poke his fingers into his forehead. Who cares, now any reaction from his brother would be manna from heaven. But he never bothered to return and had been absent since the morning. He didn't warn where he was going. He disappeared after the source. Followed him? Unlikely, why would he need Immortal? So he simply ran away. At first, the younger convinced himself that Nissan was tormented by remorse, but, having calmed his anger, he tried to look at the situation with a sober eye. Itachi and conscience. Funny. The vampire thoughtfully closed his eyes, leaning his forehead against the cool glass. He had missed something in the last few days. Something very insignificant, but clearly not unimportant. A series of events flashed through his memory, lining up into a logical chain. A manuscript from the village chief. A reminder of a newborn that never showed up. Yesterday's sparring. The thought immediately flashed through his mind that their training had been significantly different from the previous ones. His brother attacked unexpectedly when he was calmly lounging on the couch. The reflex worked instantly, and Sasuke jumped to the side, letting a kunai cut through the air near his ear. The old upholstery creaked pitifully under the onslaught of steel and sent a jagged crack all the way to the seat. The younger Uchiha caught his breath and looked at Itachi in bewilderment, but he seemed to have gone mad. A crimson gleam of excitement burned in his eyes, his predatory smile looked unnatural and creepy, and another kunai was already shining in his hand. The mortal, chewing something at the table, grew suspiciously quiet. "Nisan?" Sasuke only had time to protest, when a kick to the stomach made him spit out the rest of the air and fly away with a slap along a pre-planned trajectory. The younger boy came to his senses instantly. He pressed his palms to the floor behind his head, jerked and jumped to his feet abruptly, but Itachi threw his hand forward, not allowing him to straighten up completely. A muffled wheeze was heard, dark circles crawled before his eyes. Having overcome the dope, the younger boy with difficulty opened his eyelids and found himself dangling in the air, moving his legs, and Itachi holding him by the throat. His hands began to shake. The vampire clearly felt a nervous tremor begin to spread throughout his body. Had Itachi completely lost his mind or something? All their sparring was strictly outside and with mutual consent. T. The opponent clearly had no intention of listening to the monologue. A reaction heightened by fear prompted him to immediately put his katana in front of his face. This is what saved him from the kunai that had dug into his eye. The steel screeched disgustingly, sparks showered his skin. Itachi grinned contentedly. Sasuke wanted to grin back like, "Well, you're something," but he didn't have time. The air buzzed loudly in his ears. His brother caught him by the kosode with his hand, spun him around his axis, and threw him to the side with force. The heir of the clan landed with his back right on the fragments of a once whole chair, managing to bend his arm so as not to run into his own katana with his belly. His lower back was burning like fire, but rage obligingly dulled the pain threshold. Sasuke angrily clenched his teeth, rolled over onto his stomach, rested his free palm on the floor, and tried to get up. And his brother was clearly mocking him. He bent his leg at the knee, aiming the ribbed sole of his sandal at the protruding bottom, but the younger one managed to twist and roll to the side. From behind the table, there was a muffled grunt into a fist. Whether it was fear or laughter, Uchiha couldn't tell. He didn't care, especially since his distraught brother had disappeared from his field of vision. His keen hearing managed to catch a quiet whistle from behind, and Sasuke instantly turned to the source of the sound, deflecting the kunai with his katana. Well, Itachi would get a worthy rebuff. Everything happened very quickly. Even though the elder one had the upper hand in combat skills, the younger one was no pushover either. The battle was a real battle. One hold followed another in a flash. The katana deftly parried the attacks with a kunai. Naruto had already left the heated post and carefully moved closer to the door before they dared him, but he had no strength to leave. How gracefully the brothers parried the blows and gracefully bent, taking combat stances. And to miss such a spectacle. Sasuke gets punched in the face. No, it's simply like death. Holding the hilt of Kusanagi with both hands, Sasuke, without running, jumped at his opponent, holding the blade out in front of him. It must be said that he jumped very successfully, but the elder Uchiha stood completely calm, not even trying to block with the weapon. He simply looked, observed, and then grinned. Everything was calculated correctly. As soon as his brother approached the necessary distance, Itachi took a step back to the left and grabbed his opponent under the elbow, pressing him hard to the floor with his shoulder blades. The vertebrae crunched dully. The Kusanagi treacherously clanked somewhere out of reach. Naruto fell silent in admiration. It was a worthy defeat. Sasuke's eyes flashed angrily, but he couldn't move. The kunai pressed his throat to the floor, and every movement made the sharpened steel dig deeper into the skin. The copper taste of blood was clearly felt on his lips. And it was then that Aniki subjected his completely shattered psyche to yet another test. He slowly stood up, smiled warmly, like a brother, and poked the dazed and defeated Otudo in the forehead with his fingers. "You become stronger, Sasuke." "You're contradicting yourself," he muttered then, but Itachi was as unwavering as ever and only quietly added after a slight hesitation. "Now I'm calm." As if he was saying goodbye. A crazy thought flashed through his mind, and Sasuke, struck by such an obvious guess, clenched his fists weakly and pressed his forehead hard against the old glass. The transparent surface was pierced by a web of cracks, but the vampire, with some kind of diligent mania, pressed himself ever harder into this boundary between the warmth of home and that otherworldly blackness of the outside world. The grinding of his teeth gave off a disgusting pain. What an idiot he was. A blind, brainless idiot. Itachi made it clear that the younger one could stand up for himself. And he didn't understand it. The prospects of a new reality were drawing him into a terrible swamp of horror that had been hidden somewhere in the back of his mind until then. His brother had left him to survive on his own in this dead world. Disappeared, abandoned, betrayed. For a few seconds, the younger vampire stood in complete prostration, leaning his shaking hands on the windowsill. His eyes were stinging. The very thought that the elder would not appear again, would not support him in difficult times, would not deliver a boring, convoluted speech, seemed wild. He had to be there. He must be there. Always. He had no more strength to restrain himself. The Uchiha slid to the floor and buried his nose and his knees pressed to his chest. "Nisan. Don't leave me," the voice broke, and the shoulders shook helplessly. "It's good that no one sees it. Brother was right here too, he is weak." A creak. Sasuke froze for a second, but then raised his head and listened. Had he imagined it? The rustling sound was repeated. Barely audible, but quite real. The vampire felt his heart pounding furiously, tap dancing against his ribs. He would recognize his brother's gait out of 1,000. Proudly confident, soft, inherent only to him. A couple more steps, and joy immediately replaced wariness. Sasuke pushed off the wall and carefully moved towards him. Now he tried to even breathe every other time, so as not to scare off this obsession with unnecessary noise. If only Itachi would not disappear again. Let him paw through all his sources, if only he was alive. The sofa creaked softly. The corridor seemed to go on forever before the guest room could be seen ahead. Itachi was indeed there. But as soon as the sharp groans, picked out by the weak light, fully entered his field of vision, vague doubts began to surface in his head again. His brother looked too strange. Leaning his back against the torn-up upholstery of the sofa, he tiredly threw his head back and seemed to be trying to swallow as much air as possible, pressing his bloody palm to his chest. His disheveled hair stuck to his temples, his neck was covered in sweat. And that smell. It reeked of blood unbearably. Stinking, acrid, alien blood. "Nisan?" Sasuke didn't recognize his own voice. Where did this timidity come from? Itachi turned his head slightly and apparently wanted to say something, but instead he abruptly bent over and covered his mouth with his hand. Blood seeped through his fingers in motley strokes, dripping onto the floor as a viscous mixture. The younger Uchiha jerked forward and fell to his knees in front of the hunched figure of the vampire. His hands were shaking, but all he could do was press his brother's head to his chest, not even bothering to check if he was making it worse. Itachi began coughing again, uncontrollably, loudly, with gurgling wheezes. It seemed like an eternity had passed before he somehow managed to move away from Sasuke, but this time his face was not distorted by a grimace of pain. Itachi was smiling. Weakly, painfully, but he was smiling. "It's over, Otuto." The younger Uchiha sighed heavily, trying to return his heartbeat to a normal rhythm. There was incomprehension in his eyes. Aniki said something, but the words flew past his ears. He was too shocked by what he saw. "We won," Itachi hoarsely exhaled, trying to break through his brother's comatose stupor with a completely understandable phrase, but his face did not change. He sat in front of him like an elegantly carved statue of himself. "Orochimaru is defeated," the elder added with emphasis. Sasuke's eyebrows went up in betrayal. Aniki had gone crazy. Definitely crazy. And Snake remembered, God bless him, so that he burns in until the end of his days. Somewhere he had heard about pain shock followed by insanity, but he had apparently only just managed to see it with his own eyes. Nissan, Sasuke finally muttered and suspiciously moved his butt back a step, increasing the safe distance for himself. By the way, he left the katana somewhere in the room of the former prisoner, and forgot about it after he left. In vain. What nonsense are you talking about? Orochimaru has been captured. Now he will appear before the Elders' Court. Before the Elders' Court? Madara said that the top of the vampire hierarchy had already taken into account all the evidence and would announce the verdict in a few days. As soon as Orochimaru was delivered to the Nakano temple, Sasuke pursed his lips and pressed his palms to his knees, his fists itching noticeably. So you were fighting the serpent all this time? Fought is an exaggeration. More like defending my honor. The younger one twitched nervously. What about me? It was my purpose in life, to tear the serpent's head off with my own hands, and you, like no one else, knew it. Orochimaru is cunning and smart. Are you saying that I'm weaker? The main mistake of any vampire is confidence in the immortality granted to him. You are too impulsive, and that would have become the very breach in our alliance. Itachi spoke slowly, taking a breath after each word. He would have used your emotions to his advantage. I'm sure. And the genius of the clan, leaving the youngest at home for being useless, selflessly rushed to solve everything alone. The vampire indignantly stated, noisily plopping down next to him. And what about your laudatory speeches about unity? Or are they all an empty set of memorized phrases? I never speak in vain. Orochimaru hoped that we would come to him together. My actions are not a manifestation of selfishness. It was a necessity, the elder Uchiha explained, with difficulty moving his lips. Dry from thirst, he had lost too much blood, and his body was mercilessly failing, demanding saturation. Snakes. He underestimated their agility and power. The mutated reptiles grew like yeast and poured out in an endless stream from every crack. Orochimaru only waved his arms, and his charges wriggled and rushed forward like puppets. Itachi nimbly dodged, cut off scaly heads with a kunai, but the number of reptiles dominated his skills. The poison burned the vessels, huge fangs tore the flesh and left deep cuts, and Orochimaru's seething laughter epically diluted all this carnage. Gritting his teeth from another bite, Itachi realized that you can't take the snakes by force. There was only one thing left to cut off their connection with the owner. The world of Tsukiyomi did not take it. Orochimaru was ready for their meeting, and the transparent film, glittering over the pupils, did not let the mental connection through, not allowing the enemy's mind to be captured in an illusory world. A tenacious gaze deftly determined that the only connection between the snakes and their master was a reflexive, learned reaction to the movements of the hands. This was the decisive outcome of the bloody massacre. The snakes disappeared into the depths of the cave in a huge hissing pile, and Orochimaru, having lost both limbs up to the elbow, became easy prey. Itachi, without wasting a moment, bit one end of the fishing line in his teeth, and tightly wrapped the other end around the enemy's body, creating a semblance of a leash with the remaining part. He spewed obscene curses, writhed, cursed, begged, but all was in vain. The Uchiha was adamant. One thing pleased the vile soul of the snake: the dot-eyed puppy was barely breathing. Itachi once again pulled the edge of his shirt, gulping air in jerks. His chest ached. One of the reptiles managed to tighten its coils on him in a death throw and broke his ribs before giving up the ghost. Good thing there was a medic in the hunting party. Having given a mental command, Uchiha cleared his throat again and looked around tiredly. A few steps away from him, a waterfall was bubbling. The vampire, breathing heavily, approached the noisy stream and lowered his head, slightly stretching his neck. The streams whipped at his skin like needles, but now this cold was unearthly bliss. Voices were heard nearby. Sai's squad was approaching. Itachi smiled tiredly. It's over. Let the parents rest in peace. His brother's rustling at his side pulled him out of his thoughts. He rested his palms on the side upholstery and stretched upward. You used Immortal as a distraction. Sasuke straightened up threateningly in front of his brother and folded his arms across his chest. Apparently, he had also been thinking over what he had heard all this time, and the result of his conclusions promised a new wave of empty whim. Left me to clean up the consequences of your carnal pleasures and, under the noise, rushed to defend the honor of the clan. Itachi narrowed his eyes slyly. You figured it out after all. I have always been amazed at your extraordinary nature. Uzumaki clearly hoped for reciprocity, and you so mercilessly distorted his fate. Feelings inherent in mortals are alien to me. I repeat, the man only got what he wanted. And I benefited from it. The further fate of Naruto-kun is in his hands. We can only direct it in the right direction, and not blindly rely on the illusions that we create for ourselves. And Nissan. Sasuke waved his hand with feeling, nipping Aniki's hours-long psychotherapy session in the bud. He shook his head reproachfully. In vain do you not take my words seriously. Many Uchiha also blindly lived in an illusion and believed that brute force was their guarantee of immortality. The result is defeat. I do not want the same fate for you. Our clan is the standard of greatness. Sasuke objected, instantly becoming heated. Aniki's cheeky manner of communication was incredibly irritating now. They feared us, we were respected. A true Uchiha would not have risked himself so stupidly as you did. I was doing my duty. Alone. The younger one jerked and pushed him in the chest, hard enough for his brother to slam against the back and bounce back. How dare you leave me alone, Itachi? The vampire grimaced painfully, but only bowed his head wearily. You are already an adult and can live independently. Independently, huh? With difficulty restraining himself from truly killing his brother, Sasuke shook his head, trying to pull himself together and not to cling to the breasts of his claymess. Itachi, it seemed, even now, bloody and exhausted, in shabby clothes, was more cheerful than his interlocutor and mocked his lack of restraint and hot temper, teasing his little stupid brother with his serenity. And what about I will always be there, Sasuke, and we are special brothers, Sasuke? I do not go back on my words. And I will always look after you. Why the? Do I need your supervision from the other world? The younger one objected furiously, clenching and unclenching his fingers with force, trying to hold on to the last scraps of control over his mind. One more such metaphor, and he would spit on Itachi's condition and rush at him with his fists. The elder Uchiha smiled understandingly and quickly switched to another topic. I thought you would be interested to hear how exactly I defeated the snake. A mocking snort was heard. I can guess. Really? He drove him to suicide with his boring chatter, the younger one summed up sarcastically and plopped down next to him again, looking sideways at the Aniki, who had tiredly stretched out his legs. The black fabric of the open chlamys at the knees was noticeably shaded by stains of dried blood, the left sleeve was torn to the elbow, and the vampire clearly saw jagged scratches on his bare arm. Knowing his brother's true strength, he was sure that the fight had not been easy. To inflict such injuries on one of the best warriors of the clan, one must have had remarkable strength and excellent skill. There must have been a powerful blow to the solar plexus, otherwise, where would such a bloody cough come from? You need a source to heal your wounds. I can get one. He had already started to rise, but Itachi's hand fell heavily on his shoulder. I have my own business in the village. Wait here. Sasuke opened his mouth to object, but seeing the familiar unwavering gaze, he only clenched his jaw and nodded briefly. This was Itachi. It was useless to argue with him. His brother straightened his back with difficulty, stretched his neck with a crunch, staggered, but masterfully maintained his balance and, barely limping, hobbled to the exit. He paused, examined the suitability of the cloak and doomedly pulled off the torn rag. Wipe off the blood, Sasuke teased sarcastically, poking his fingers at his chin. You'll scare off all the girls. Itachi obediently rubbed his chin with the back of the cloth, scraped away the blood that had not yet had time to dry on his palms, loosened his belt and straightened his crumpled shirt. "Well, how is it?" "Horrible." The younger one cast a mocking glance at his brother. Without the chlamys, he looked like a tall and thin teenager, not at all like a deadly warrior who had sprinkled more than one sword with the blood of his enemy. I was clearly hasty in my conclusions. "You will never grow up," Itachi sighed and accurately threw a rolled-up chlamys at the Joker. "Better get busy packing your things. Prepare everything you need." "I know." The interlocutor chuckled discontentedly, grabbed the rags in midair with his hand and threw them aside, trying hard to contain his true emotions. Madly, to the point of trembling, he wanted to grab Itachi by the shoulders and not let go. But Sasuke did not budge. Today he had already given in to weakness, unacceptable for the heir of the clan. "I'll be back by morning," Itachi said from the threshold, before stepping into the darkness, but as if remembering something important, he turned around and added, "I notified Madara of our arrival in the next couple of days." "And Uzumaki?" Sasuke tried not to show his excitement and spoke dryly, indifferently, purely maintaining a calm interest. "Are you still interested in the source?" I don't care about him. But the mortal is too talkative, and the guards will rush here on his tip." "Confidentiality no longer matters," Itachi said coldly, returning to the planned route. "Tomorrow morning we will leave Konoha. Forever. Naruto-kun will remain in the past." The door slid right up to the jamb with a characteristic rustle, hiding the coolness of the night behind it. Sasuke waited until his brother's aura completely disappeared from his mental reach, dug out his katana, and confidently stepped under the barely noticeable light of the chochin. He was surprised to see the prisoner's boots next to his sandals. Had he really left barefoot? Although you could expect anything from this idiot. Smiling, he bent down and picked up the stranger's shoes. "I had to return them." The main thing was not to catch Aniki's eye. If he said he would be gone until the morning, then there was time. Deftly maneuvering through the tree branches, Sasuke quickly moved away from the mansion towards residential buildings. "Maybe I should add some more?" Hinata asked timidly. "It would ruin everything. The combination of colors plays a big role in the correct composition of a bouquet. It shouldn't be full of tulips and daffodils. Just roses." "What about carnations?" "It's better not to mix carnations with anything at all." Ino tucked the last bunches of greenery around the edges and took a couple of steps back, assessing the result with a professional eye. "No, an anniversary bouquet should be more formal, but no less rich." Frowning her light eyebrows, the girl walked around the table, clicking her tongue in displeasure every now and then. "Maybe I should tie a bow?" Hinata decided to suggest. "You know." Yamanaka thoughtfully brought her finger to her lips. "We still have time, right? What time does the celebration start? Can you come tomorrow?" Hyuga nodded. "Father wanted to invite guests only after midday." "That's good," the owner of the flower stall immediately perked up. "It's better to review all the options again, choose the right composition, and everything will be ready by the beginning of the holiday. An anniversary, after all. By the way," she suddenly narrowed her eyes slyly. "Naruto walked you home yesterday, as far as I know?" Hinata flushed and blushed. "Well, almost. Just up to the turn." "And?" Her interlocutor verbally nudged her, looking invitingly into her face. "What happened next?" "He left. Along with the others." Yamanaka, who had been stretched out to attention until now, grimaced in disappointment and relaxed, leaning her back on the table. "That's all?" "Uh-huh. And was there a declaration of love?" No, what are you saying? And where have you been hanging out all this time, and you haven't confessed either?" Hinata shook her head. "No. And Minato-san is silent." "Yeah, not much," Ino bit her lip. "Listen, did Uzumaki really not even kiss you on the cheek goodbye?" In response, she received only a disappointed sigh. "You know, men these days aren't what they used to be." Lure him yourself, act yourself. Yes, I would be glad to, entice him. But how? Well, that's how. Ino suddenly perked up. Give him a gift. Hyuga looked at her friend with interest. A gift? Well, yes, the girl continued to persuade, twirling a thorny stem between her fingers. Knit a scarf or some warm socks. Winter is coming soon. I'll knit a scarf. I'll start today. That's right, Yamanaka smiled approvingly. Two dimples immediately formed on her cheeks, giving her already pretty face a doll-like look. Men are like children. They love everything new and bright. And for free. But there's no point in starting today, she nodded meaningfully at the window, it's night outside. Oh, I've been chatting too long. The guest threw up her hands and began to rush around the room. Grabbing her bag, she tore a light short jacket from the hanger, noisily tightened the zipper and hastily straightened the thick curls scattered over her shoulders. Wait, I'll walk you out. Ino pulled off her work apron, threw it on a chair and confidently headed for the exit. Rummaging through her pocket in search of the key. Where did I put it? Hinata, just wait. Don't worry, I'll get there myself. It's not that far. Thanks again for the great bouquet, I'll run in for it tomorrow after lunch. Hyuga smiled at her friend who was bustling around the door and, ringing the bell, trotted off towards the house. Yamanaka shook her head in displeasure. The curfew had not yet been lifted, but even a temporary lull in their village did not guarantee complete safety. Drunken revelers sometimes looked much more frightening than a vampire found in the forest. And although Tsunade assured the residents of Konoha that the danger had passed, the bloodthirsty killer had been caught and people had absolutely nothing to fear, there were almost no daredevils looking for night adventures. The mere memory of that monster made Ino shudder. She cast a sullen glance at the closed door, pulled the handle towards herself and, having turned the lock until it clicked completely, tiredly put on her apron again. There was still a couple of hours' work to do here, at least. He was watching. He watched the new source, carefully, leaning heavily against the corner of the stall. His wounds were stinging, his bare feet were bleeding, his lungs felt like they were being squeezed by powerful pincers, but the pain brought only peace. And the girl had emerged from the flower stall at the perfect time. Black eyes were watching her every step. Immaculate, modest, obviously from a rich family, but not spoiled by attention. A young creature. Naive, since she was walking so recklessly at night, despite the fact that only the mute had not recently been squealing about danger on every corner. And although the roads were periodically patrolled by guards at hourly intervals, the vampire immediately noticed that they were doing this more for the sake of writing a report and adding a couple of ryo to their salary than out of a sense of duty. The clatter of heels faded away, and the night stalker easily moved away from his support and moved after the unsuspecting victim, but the smell of someone else's blood made him wary. Guards? No. Another smell. Sake. The vampire silently dove into the shadows, better to wait. Hinata was in a hurry. The way home shouldn't take long, but she would definitely get a scolding from her father. The clan leader didn't tolerate disobedience and had given orders in the morning that his daughter shouldn't wander around alone in the dark. But who knew that picking out a bouquet would take so long? Jashin will punish everyone, someone suddenly yelled at the top of their lungs from around the corner. Hyuga, with a stifled yelp, quickly jumped behind the nearest stall. And just in time, from the darkness, swaying from side to side, a trio of drinkers swam out together. Shut up, Haydn, one of them muttered discontentedly. You worship emptiness. Eternity is the real power. Limitless, beautiful. So sorry, but Dana, your eternity is not even close to the beauty of a fleeting moment, the third drinking companion interrupted the speaker, sarcastically. Art is an explosion, HM. Hinata sucked in a breath and held it. The midnight revelers, in the heat of their argument, not noticing anything around them, passed just a few steps away and just as loudly disappeared into one of the alleys. The very one that led to the Hyuga mansion. We'll have to go around, Hinata sighed and, looking around furtively, almost ran past the gap to the next street. This area was not so familiar to her, and the darkness was a great distraction. Night and smog seemed to have swept out the streets, and the lighting in this place clearly left much to be desired. The rare spotlights, swaying in sync and emitting the screeching of old metal, blinked every now and then, threatening to go out completely. The clicking of heels loudly beat out each step, echoing several meters ahead. The narrow turn swerved to the right again. Hinata, throwing her bag over her other shoulder as she went, confidently jumped into the space in front of her and twitched nervously. She was not alone. The pale gray, almost colorless eyes examined the obviously male figure with undisguised fear. The tall brunette, head bowed, lazily leaned his back against the slanted tree trunk, and although his face was completely hidden in the darkness of the shadows, the girl clearly felt an examining gaze on herself. What a strange guy. Hinata swallowed and involuntarily stepped back. One more step and the corner of the fence hid the frightening picture. And why didn't I listen to Ino? The girl mentally reproached herself and hurriedly headed in the opposite direction. Noticing a familiar area, she looked around warily and darted into an alley. Her heart stopped for a moment, and then began to pound madly in her chest. This couldn't be happening. That same brunette, who had recently been left propping up a tree far behind her, was now standing in the middle of the road and was clearly deliberately blocking the way. How? I don't understand, Hyuga whispered in confusion. After all, you, there. The stranger's lips twitched into a grin, and Hinata let out a shrill scream, spun around on the spot, and ran as fast as she could. She was out of breath, knowing she had to stop and catch her breath for a moment. But fear drove her forward. Suddenly, a crazy buzzing filled her ears. Unable to withstand such a load, the girl stumbled and, with a loud yelp, fell onto the prickly gravel. The strap of her bag snapped with a loud crack, and all the contents scattered loudly on the ground. Pain shot through her fingers. Falling, Hinata instinctively grabbed the first thing that came to hand, and quite successfully scraped her skin on a spike sticking out of the darkness. She breathed out hoarsely and pressed her blood-sticky palm to her chest. The wound was pulsating, but Hinata seemed not to notice it and stubbornly listened to the unnaturally feigned silence, catching every rustle. She felt that an invisible pursuer was hiding in the dark labyrinth. The predator was somewhere out there, in the night, soundless and inexorable. The cry of a raven right next to her ear sobered her consciousness, and the fugitive, screaming convulsively, rushed forward again. The meager belongings remained forlornly glittering in the gray tones of the gravel. Another turn, a wide street, a gloomy and stinking alley, a dead end. Having run into a wall, Hinata rushed around the enclosed space. Her eyes were twisted and stuck in the fog, her fingers felt the uneven masonry, zealously digging her nails into the crumbling debris and swamp-green layers of mold. What kind of bad luck is this? Hyuga sobbed, almost crying, hitting the stone with her fist. Hopelessness clouded her mind. Once again. The pain cut her skin, but the hysteria only grew stronger. Despair spilled out in jerks, fists thrashed randomly against the wall, breaking knuckles until they bled. The flapping of wings cut her ears. Hinata spun around and immediately covered her mouth with her hands, muffling a piercing scream. There, in the middle of the passage, her night pursuer stood, his legs slightly apart. Don't come near me, the girl screamed shrilly. You need money? I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. The brunette, as if not hearing all these requests, quietly stepped towards her, blocking her escape. I will scream. Stop. Don't be afraid. A pleasant low timbre seemed to dilute the heated atmosphere and penetrated the consciousness tenderly, demonically charmingly. Hinata froze in submission. The fog parted, revealing the stranger's face. Itachi approached slowly, closing the distance step by step, until he pressed his victim into the stone wall with his body. Hinata, feeling a hard, cool barrier on her back, seemed to have broken out of sleep and was struggling in steel embraces. Her fists pounded with all their might on his strong chest, pushing away the wide male palms, though without much success. Itachi did not hesitate for long. With one hand he grabbed the bleeding palm of the fugitive and frowned. The edges of the wound were shaded by shreds of dirt and blood, but the sight of brown stains involuntarily called to animal instincts. He wanted to tear, to subdue, to feel how the human body trembled. "Please," Hyuga whispered pleadingly. Still hoping for mercy. Gathering his willpower into a fist, Itachi looked away from the cut. Control had always been one of his strongest points, and fiddling with his already injured hand would have been simply inhumane. The vampire grabbed the victim's chin with his fingers and forced her to tilt her head to the side. His fangs easily entered the flesh. The girl gasped from the piercing pain, but a second later she moaned and arched her back. The toxin had worked. Itachi pressed her harder, not allowing her to jerk her head. He pressed a little, intensified the bite, and the hot liquid lubricated her dry throat, diluting the bitterness with a salty sweet taste. "Take a sip, another one." Ah, the victim couldn't hold back a drawn-out groan. She wanted to scream. Until she was hoarse, until her throat hurt. Every time Itachi moved and grabbed her more comfortably, the pleasant pressure on her neck increased. Hinata broke free, rubbed her body unequivocally, pressed herself, clung to the other's shoulders with her fingers. A sharp attack of pure physical pleasure completely overshadowed her mind. Neither the caustic mixture of sweat and blood emanating from the male body, nor the very essence of the alien demon embarrassed her. Now she was driven only by madness, passion, pleasure. Have mercy," Hyuga muttered as if in a daze, rolling her eyes and lustfully throwing her head back. "Take." But the stranger did not heed her pleas and silently satisfied his hunger. The overly frank press did not bother him. The victim was not aware of her actions, and this was a completely familiar picture. Itachi felt the blood dispersing heat through the muscles, enhancing tissue regeneration and bringing long-awaited relief. The pain was going away, the jagged marks from the snake's teeth were noticeably tightening, the suffocation was letting up, albeit with difficulty. The victim was no longer bending. Resigned. Or weakened. Feeling the cold from her aura, the Uchiha reluctantly pulled away. "I almost overdid it," he said thoughtfully, running his gaze over the deathly pale skin. On the bend of her neck, 2 symmetrical round marks were clearly red. It was simply impossible not to notice them. Her colorless eyes, clouded by the obsession, looked straight ahead with an unseeing gaze. Her chest heaved intermittently, with painful tension, and her shoulders shook every now and then, as if the girl was shaking from the cold. Itachi grabbed Hinata under the knees with one hand and by the neck with the other and left the stinking alley in one leap. This innocent beauty had already played her part and became the first link in a new chain of logic. People must learn that vampires are the true evil. No sympathy, no pity. Only an obsession with blood. Roofs flashed by one after another, tiles crunched underfoot, friends of man yapped sleepily in the booths. That's what mortals seem to call them. Noticing the familiar appearance of the facade fished out of the girl's memories, Itachi jumped down onto the sandy gravel. He looked around, no one. Having laid the limp body at the threshold of the Hyuga mansion, he knocked loudly. Dogs immediately began to howl in the backyard, and lights came on in the windows. "Who's there?" There was a loud shuffling sound, a slap on the floor, and the door creaked open. "Do you know what time it is?" "I'll be." "Oh, my God, Hinata." "Hayashi, hurry." The groans and gasps immediately merged with the noise and hubbub of compassionate relatives fussily fawning over the threshold, and Itachi, realizing that the beginning of his brilliant idea had been laid, slipped silently into the darkness. It was time to visit the mansion, which was probably empty, and tidy himself up. The road ahead is long. Sasuke himself didn't know how long he had been staring at the large, thinned-out fence near the main guard's house, clearly built purely symbolically. Detachedly, as if he didn't understand why he had come and what he had forgotten there. The light from the far window shone dimly yellow through the cracks. The pitch-black street darkness enveloped the house's facade from all sides, and these gleams seemed like gates to another world. The world of this idiot, who for some reason still wasn't asleep. Naruto. Very close. Alone. shouting something and rushing about like a beast in a cage. Sasuke gritted his teeth at the realization of his own powerlessness. He wanted to take a step, but he couldn't. Pride. Pride. Those who do not understand themselves lose. We are the creators of our own destiny. His brother's monotonous voice droningly drawled in his subconscious, and Sasuke thoughtfully closed his eyes. He really had not understood himself for a long time. He lived by instincts instilled by the hot blood of an ancient family. Revenge for the death of his parents, that's what filled his insides with the desire to exist in this rotten world for the last century. But Itachi removed this heavy burden from his heart and sent the serpent to the Nakano temple, to the will of the goddess Tsukiyomi. And even though Sasuke had only shown displeasure, skillfully hiding his trembling joy under a mask of composure, he was now at a loss. What to do next? Konoha would remain in the past. Naruto, too. A hand fell on his shoulder, and Sasuke froze in shock. We are all far from perfect, even though we try to convince ourselves otherwise, a familiar voice sounded in my ear. Itachi, mother.er. The familiar aura flared up as if from nowhere. Incredible control. That's why we reach out to those who compliment us, the brother continued to admonish, just as monotonously, as if from a memorized book. Nisan, the younger one, stood rooted to the spot, not daring to turn around. He was caught red-handed. Like a boy who stuck his hand in someone else's wallet. The anticipation of a new round of moralizing was oppressive. But Itachi suddenly patted Sasuke on the head, running his fingers through his stiff hair. I knew I'd find you here. I didn't even feel you sneak up, he finally exhaled, barely audible. There were clear notes of relief mixed with malice in his voice. I'll take that as praise. Sasuke wanted to add that Nii-san was clearly flattering himself, but he didn't have time. The air smelled of new blood. Judging by the aura, there were 3 mortals. Men. Quite far away, but moving precisely in the direction of the Uzumaki house. Guards? The Uchiha inhaled the scent forcefully and couldn't help but wince. No, just local alcoholics. The brothers looked at each other and simultaneously jumped onto the roof visor. The voices grew louder and louder, and soon their owners loomed in the distance. And I tell her, baby, you haven't seen real art. And I abruptly pull my pants down. One of the gang said emotionally, hanging like a sack on his comrade. The story promised to be long and boring, but the mocking tone unexpectedly turned into an indignant roar. Ow, my leg. Sasori no Dana, you can pull it more gently. As best I can, the one on whom the unfortunate man was actually hanging snapped, good-naturedly. And what about her? Nothing. They waved their hands in response. She slapped me in the face and left. I'm telling you, a fool. You see, she didn't like my art. Deidara, you're an idiot. Art is eternity, not your useless reproductive organ. What does my ambassador have to do with it? I wanted to show her a homemade bomb, but my hands got tangled in my pockets. After all, art is an explosion. What the? Are you talking about? The third one cut them off furiously, and the whole gang, staggering, finally slipped out into the light of an old lantern that leaned crookedly right next to the fence of the guard's house. Explosions, eternity. Ugh, he spat loudly on the ground as a sign of displeasure. Haydn, the one who, despite his rather short stature, was diligently dragging the blond man, drawled lazily and boringly. Don't argue with your elders. Art is eternity. Not explosions, not faith in worthless gods. The only valuable thing is that which cannot be eradicated by time. Sasori, don't you dare touch what's sacred, his drinking companion instantly became enraged. You know that Jashin will punish anyone who dares to doubt his power. Keep your sadistic worship to yourself, his comrade coldly rebuked him. Stopping and raising the hand of the muttering burden that had slipped from his neck more comfortably. Haydn, not seeing the proper reaction, just waved it off wearily. Who am I arguing with? Akasuna, you've been behind the times for a long time. Do you know why? Because you can't see anything except your decrepit closet with a collection of equally decrepit puppets. My collection is the embodiment of true art, snorted Sasori and narrowed his eyes sarcastically. And you'll become part of it too, if you don't shut up. Deidara no longer intervened in the argument and peacefully rocked from side to side, sniffling. If it weren't for the occasional shaking and sniffling somewhere above the top of his head, he would have dozed off long ago. After dusk, the streets were drowned in darkness, and the only thing that blurred into view were the dark spots under his feet and his comrade's boots. He smacked his dry lips. Deidara winced from the disgusting bitterness in his mouth, raised his head and looked over Sasori's shoulder. Where are you taking me? To the girls in the brothel. Haydn couldn't help but chuckle. Sasori shook his head reproachfully. Haydn, calm down. What about Haydn? You'd better calm that lunatic down. He flew out like a beast and started waving his arms. He scared the living daylights out of me. I still don't understand why Hyuga got so mad. I don't care about his problems. Sasuke snorted sarcastically at what he heard. Creatures unworthy of trampling the earth. No one cares about anyone, and Naruto tried to hammer some kind of bonds into him and foamed at the mouth, proving that people are no worse than vampires. Naive idiot. What do you intend to do next? Itachi asked, sitting down on the very edge and dangling one leg down. The younger one looked gloomily at Nisan's bare feet, clearly mentally calculating the absurdity and ridiculousness of this confusion, pressed the stranger's shoes to his stomach and glanced sideways at the window burning beneath them. I'll keep my promise. A promise? I promised that blockhead that I wouldn't use the other villagers for food. It's a long way to go, and I don't intend to set out without gaining strength. Besides, he waved his shoe, I have to return it. Itachi grinned meaningfully and moved back a little, giving his brother more room to descend. Sasuke, waiting for the trio to finally disappear around the corner, grabbed the ledge of the cornice with his free hand and hung down. He experimentally felt the frame with his palm, nodded contentedly and pushed off the peeling shingles with his sole. Hurry up. The dry parting words made the younger one freeze for a second and raise his eyes. Itachi was staring intently into the void, his head downcast. Sasuke knew that look. And those steely notes he knew like no one else. Something invisible to his eyes troubled his brother. It's still a long way until dawn, he concluded. I know, Itachi didn't even bother to turn around. Do we have good reasons you forgot to tell us? Don't let that bother you, the elder finally answered evasively, this time burning Sasuke with his piercing eyes. The younger one frowned, he hated all these omissions to the point of madness. What did the clan genius hide from his stupid brother this time? He muttered sarcastically, not letting go of Anika's gaze for a second. Nisan took his time answering. It was as if he was trying to remember, but Sasuke knew those long pauses well. Itachi was considering what he should say and what he should keep to himself. He had never fully revealed himself, as far back as Sasuke could remember. Always kept his distance. Itachi, Sasuke started to get furious, but at that moment, as luck would have it, one of the doors creaked and swung open completely. A tousled blonde head appeared in the window. Who's there? Uzumaki shouted, turning his head from side to side. Not seeing anything useful, he cursed and disappeared into the vastness of the room, but the door remained wide open. Yujiro Tonki, Sasuke involuntarily pursed his lips, he wanted to dive after the source so unbearably. To the point of grinding his teeth. Itachi read his thoughts here too. Receiving a noticeable push on the back from his brother, the younger shuddered, but seeing approval in the other's gaze, he grinned and carefully crawled head down the wall. The light blinded him for a moment, and Sasuke instinctively covered his eyes with his sleeve. He waited until the pain subsided, and then pulled his hand away. Naruto stood with his back to him, literally a couple of steps away. In his underwear. His shoulder blades were tensely arched, his right hand, raised above his head, was behind his shoulder. A shuriken gleamed between his fingers. A real one, like the ones that were left gathering dust at the bottom of the boxes in their mansion. How interesting. Sasuke chuckled softly and turned his gaze to the target the mortal was using for throwing. The eye twitched nervously. Opposite, right above the bed, with its wide sleeves spread out, hung a kosode, lovingly stretched out to its full width. A familiar kosode with a motley mancho in the area of the shoulder blades, the Uchiha crest in the form of a fire-blowing fan. Their clan pride and insignia. And above the collar, a sheet was glued depicting a head in which Sasuke, thanks to his characteristic needle-shaped hairstyle and a couple of crooked teeth, recognized himself. And this idiot allowed himself to do things for which others would have already lost their arms up to their shoulders. Having overcome a fit of rage, Uchiha decided to ignore the act of vandalism, looked around and noted with pleasure that the shuriken stuck all over the room had not hit the target. And those that were fixing close to the wall were clearly not thrown, but nailed with a hammer. What do you say to that, you arrogant? Naruto, completely unaware of the stranger's presence, bowed his head slightly and squinted, clearly taking aim. We'll say that you are not only stupid but also blind, someone caustically commented from the window. Naruto's whole body flinched and he slowly, very slowly turned towards the source of the sound, still keeping one hand raised. Sasuke savored the spectacular appearance of himself with great pleasure. Oh, yes. What a look, surprise, confusion, fleeting joy, realization, anger, all these emotions replaced each other so quickly, as if they were swirling in the currents of a whirlpool. We are all far from perfect, even though we try to convince ourselves otherwise. That is why we are drawn to those who complete us. The nervous trembling mumbling of Aniki once again wedged itself into his mind. The wild realization of reality undermined his composure, and Sasuke grinned. The element raging in Naruto's blood was like a whirlpool. The complete opposite of himself. But Naruto, who never uttered a word, saw only the mocking face of the vampire, sticking out under the upper frame of the window, top down. For a couple of minutes they looked at each other in silence, Sasuke with a characteristic coldness, and Naruto with undisguised anger. What a meeting! Uzumaki finally muttered. The great Uchiha has stooped so low as to come to a pathetic mortal. What did he come here for? Sasuke, having swallowed the sharp words with dignity, silently straightened his arm, and a familiar shoe fell onto the windowsill with a slap. Uzumaki didn't move, he just followed the gift with his gaze and looked up at Sasuke again. That's it? Uchiha chuckled. Thank you for your concern, Naruto said dryly, but he didn't go to the window. If that's all, you can get lost. The vampire's eyes flashed red and narrowed dangerously. After a pause, he smoothly, like a cat, slid down the glass onto the windowsill and, having arranged his backside more comfortably, sat down half-turned to the man, proudly throwing his legs over each other. He had safely pulled the katana out from behind his belt while still hanging over, and now the steel gleamed in the dim light, playing with reflections along its entire length, from the handle to the very tip. Do you always greet guests like this? Uchiha asked colorlessly, leaning back and burying his tousled head into the glass barrier. What kind of guest, what kind of welcome? Sasuke raised an eyebrow mockingly. Maybe you'll let me in? Naruto shrugged in irritation and crossed his arms over his chest. PFF. I wouldn't even think about it, Tebeo. Still angry, not a question, a statement of fact. For what reason? Then let me in. Why do you keep saying, let me in, and let me in? I can't come in without the owner's invitation. But, Uzumaki muttered in confusion. That abandoned house. Remember? You went in there, although there was no invitation. Uchiha sighed loudly. That house didn't have an owner. So there was no obstacle for me there either. So that's it. Naruto bit his lip thoughtfully, glanced sideways at the vampire, and, stretching out a smile, abruptly jumped to the window and slammed the casement with force. And here. For you, Databeo. Sit there. Don't be an idiot. Let me in. Let's talk without unnecessary witnesses. Patience has run out. Oh, I see. You want to talk, huh? Well, then listen and don't be offended. The man's eyes flashed maliciously and heaved a loud sigh. He was about to open his mouth when there was an insistent knock on the door. Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise. If it was his father who had returned, why would he be knocking? Kiba? No, he would rather have kicked the door and threatened it. Sit quietly, Uzumaki hissed and shook his finger at the vampire. I'll be quick. He demonstratively turned away. The knock was repeated. Yes, I'm coming, the young man shouted loudly and, casting a suspicious glance at Sasuke, slapped his feet towards the front door. He turned the handle, pushed it slightly with his shoulder, raised his head and froze. You? The second Uchiha was staring at him through the narrow opening. Unusually skinny without his robe, but still proudly unapproachable. Itachi didn't move, didn't try to greet, just glared down at him. A crease ran across the bridge of his nose, giving his face a sternness that chilled the veins. Naruto watched in horror as the black eyes began to fill with scarlet light and the space was distorted by an ominous crimson glow, stretching the corridor to immense dimensions. Belatedly closing his eyes, Uzumaki jumped back and tried to slam the door, but Itachi quickly stuck his foot into the resulting gap. Your mind is already in my hands. There is no time for handshakes, so let's skip the formalities. Let us in. Sasuke pricked up his ears outside the window. And then his ears were delighted by the long-awaited. Come in. The elder Uchiha casually crossed the threshold, gently pushing the guard's son into the depths of the room, where Otuto was already pacing with a masterly air. Naruto shook his head, the obsession had sunk into oblivion. And now he looked at the new guests with dull surprise. Itachi stood motionless in the doorway of his bedroom, and Sasuke, having looked contemptuously at the junk scattered in the corners, immediately snatched the bed from the general chaos with his gaze and unceremoniously plopped down on it, throwing his hands behind his head. Forgive us for these liberties, Naruto-kun. The elder spoke first, and Uzumaki smiled sourly. It was unclear what liberties the Uchiha had just mentioned. About breaking into someone else's house, or about Sasuke's behavior? No, that's not what he should apologize for. Not at all. Stop making a fool out of me. You said. He gave Itachi a vicious look, walked up to the nightstand, demonstratively fished a shuriken out of the box and, swinging it, threw it with force at the target, that I'm no longer interesting to you, Tebeo. The brothers watched in unison as the fabric of the crucified Kosode's sleeve tore. He hit, but only glancingly, tangentially. Naruto glared angrily at the grinning Sasuke and, proudly lifting his nose, reached for the box again. Your heart is burning with hatred. I was sure you would rush at us screaming. But it's pointless. We came to say goodbye, Itachi answered for both of them. The shuriken clanged loudly as it fell to the floor. The vampire saw the man's back straighten. His shoulder blades sharpen under his tense muscles. The mission is accomplished. I don't think you're interested in its essence. We'll leave Konoha at dawn, the cold-blooded voice of the eldest brother continued to admonish, as if somewhere in the back of his subconscious. Uzumaki shuddered. His heart thumped loudly, beating out a rhythm somewhere at the level of his heels. The terrifying realization of reality finally dawned on him. But, he raised his eyes to Itachi, lingering on his customarily stubbornly pursed lips, as if he wanted to imprint them in his memory forever. Slowly turned his head towards Sasuke, noticing the painfully familiar grin. Will you come back? Later? Itachi just closed his eyes and shook his head. Naruto plopped down on the edge of the bed, his head in his hands, his fingers digging into his tousled locks. Up until this point, he had only briefly thought about the routine of everyday life without his brothers. But now, reality rose up in a caustic lump in his throat, forcing his heart to beat in a new rhythm, previously unknown to man. All day he tried to forget himself in the company of friends. But self-deception did not calm the gnawing sense of loss. It's not for nothing that since ancient times, the children of the night have been considered possessed by evil, partly it is so. We will never be able to coexist side by side, Itachi-san told him something like that then. He knew in advance how all this would turn out. My thoughts were interrupted by a noticeable push to my lower back. Where did you get them? Sasuke asked, sticking out the sharp elbow of his hand thrown behind his head dangerously close to Uzumaki's bare back and twirling a shuriken he had picked up from the floor in his other hand. What? The man turned half around and stared at the vampire in bewilderment. You're an impenetrable idiot. The Uchiha snorted, rolling his eyes. I'm asking where you got the shurikens? Don't touch them. Naruto reached out to him, as if he wanted to hit his fingers, but caught himself in time. The pose was too provocative and pulled his hand back. Where? In a souvenir shop, where else? I emptied my entire wallet on them. You were ripped off. It's a cheap fake. So what? Uzumaki answered with disdainful indignation, jerked the valuable exhibit out of Sasuke's fingers, and jumped to the floor. But look how beautifully they hit the target, Tebeo. A stupid, brainless target. He walked around the bed, stood in front of Sasuke too, lovingly stretched out on the wall and raised his hand, his mouth slightly open from the tension. Tenacious fingers squeezed his wrist. Naruto jerked his head up and met Itachi's serious gaze. And when did he manage to sneak up on him? Without the gloomy cloak, the sensation of someone else's body was indecently clear. The palm was slightly warm, which meant the vampire had recently tasted human blood. Direct the movement of the brush from top to bottom, to forward. Then the blow will be more accurate, Uchiha explained good-naturedly, fixing Uzumaki's brush with his fingers and moving his hand back. Look at the target. Don't get distracted. The thrown weapon cut through the air with a loud whistle and Sasuke grinned sarcastically. The tip of the four-pointed star was sticking out right in the improvised area of the heart. Itachi never missed. In anything. Wow. Was all Naruto could say, and smiled. As before, widely, cheerfully, sincerely. Nisan, Sasuke snorted reproachfully, not hiding his jealous intonation. He was pressing too closely to the man's arched back and was still squeezing his wrist tightly, although he could have already let go. That was awesome, Tebeo. Naruto continued to admire, not noticing the intensity of passions. He stretched his lips even wider into a smile and looked at the elder Uchiha again. How did you? He choked mid-sentence, Itachi-san? The vampire was gloomy. And he looked at Sasuke harshly from under his furrowed brows. Then the world seemed to turn upside down. A jerk, a push in the back, a somersault, a sheet. Everything happened so quickly that Naruto did not have time to understand why his face sank into the softness of the pillow. And his ass remained sticking out in a provocative knee-elbow pose. The transition from throwing a shuriken to eroticism was so abrupt that he perceived it almost as an illusory hallucination. He did not manage to jerk him in the side. Itachi instantly appeared behind him and held him, and the hand behind his back bent almost in the opposite direction. Somewhere above the back of his head, interrupting the frantic pulsation in his temples, the elder Uchiha's voice sounded dully. We don't have much time, Otudo. You wanted to satisfy your hunger. So don't delay. Itachi. The younger's surprised sigh indicated that his owner was no less shocked than Naruto himself. The bed creaked apparently, he rolled onto his side. You heard me, the vampire cut him off coldly. The brush was obediently intercepted by other hands, cool, unlike those that had been held earlier. Sasuke, judging by the rustling, pushed off, knelt down near the crooked spring, and, after a pause, bowed his head. His bare shoulder blades tickled the stiff hair. With a muffled groan, Naruto instinctively raised himself and arched his back as much as the pressure of the other bodies would allow. An almost electric shudder shot through his bitten arm, flowing down the veins of his stomach, causing his muscles to harden. A sharp and pleasant wave of pulsation rolled through his entire body. Ed creatures. This was unbearable. That's enough. Arching and stretching with all his might, Naruto reached the corner of the pillow with his fingertips and pulled the fabric until it cracked. He only managed to twist his neck when the grip weakened. Uzumaki tore his face away from the dotted pillow, turned his glassy gaze to Itachi hanging over him, and realized that the purple loose edges of his shirt, no longer tied with a belt, were sliding loosely over his bare thighs, and a familiar bottle of stinking ointment was glistening in his fingers. "You'll regret it, Databeo," the man spat out a curse and turned his head towards the second vampire. Sasuke clearly hadn't synchronized his brother's plans and was gloomier than a thundercloud. But he didn't interfere. And he only clenched his fists when Itachi, despite Naruto's screams, jerked the mortal towards himself as far as he could. Nisan, trying to pull himself together and hold back the waves of helplessness that were bursting out in spurts, the vampire cast a heavy glance at his brother's calm face. His black bangs slid down his cheeks and hit his eyes, but his pursed lips betrayed excellent control over his emotions. Unwavering, as always. No passion. Restrained dry shreks. Naruto no longer resisted, only snorted dully, pressing his forehead into the pillow nailed to the wall with rhythmic pushes. Sasuke heard the human heart beating, and involuntarily noted that Itachi's heartbeat was almost 3 times slower. It was as if his brother was teasing the little stupid Otudo with his serenity, his superiority. The human's emotions did not bother him, and this whole theater of the absurd was only for one spectator. For Sasuke. Itachi. Uchiha clenched his teeth painfully, angry at himself and gathering his resolve to at least now calm his proud essence and spit out a couple of truly meaningful phrases, but Itachi suddenly grabbed the mortal under the stomach and lifted him higher, nodding inviting him, Sasuke, to join. The stupor was short-lived. The desire to possess Uzumaki on par with Aniki pushed all anger and pride into the background. "I won't give in to you." The younger brother obediently pulled the kosode off his shoulders. As if driven by a spell, he threw the clothes on the floor and, rolling under Uzumaki's heated body, with a jerk threw the boy, who only managed to gasp, onto himself. A quick glance at his brother showed that he had done everything right, an approving smile played on his lips. As if this was how it had been planned from the very beginning. And Sasuke justified his intentions once again. "Ov genius. Are you crazy?" Uzumaki screamed hoarsely, turning brown with anger. He tried to jump off, but the short and senseless fight did not lead to victory. Taken in a vice, he was completely deprived of maneuverability. And now he could only breathe raggedly into Sasuke's face, grimacing from the double penetration. "Look me in the eyes," the younger one said hoarsely. "No. It will be easier, you idiot." And Naruto, after hesitating, obeyed. Sasuke. Carrying Sasuke. Nonsense, flashed an idiotic thought, absurd to the point of absurdity, before the familiar world blurred into crimson and black tones. The guard's son could no longer adequately grasp the distorted reality, and rather on a subconscious level felt that the brothers were slowing down, giving them time to get used to it, exchanging glances, as if exchanging thoughts. And Naruto finally relaxed, giving himself completely into capable hands. He didn't protest when the younger grabbed him by the neck and pulled him into a kiss. Rough, unrestrained, clumsy, but so delightful. Anxiety was replaced by peace, everything else disappeared beyond the illusion. Perhaps this was their farewell night. But it belonged only to them and no one else. Tsunade no longer remembered how long she had been fighting with her eyelids sticking together from lack of sleep. The woman felt more broken than ever. Minato and Kakashi were sitting opposite her. And in the desk drawer, an empty bottle of sake was resting forlornly. Sake had been her constant companion for many years. Her irreplaceable assistant when it came to deep thought processes. Minato was mumbling something, but Tsunade was frankly tired and no longer paid attention to the monotonous flow of words. Her head felt like cotton wool. It had been more than a week now. And these stupid dreams were to blame. Uchiha. Uchiha. That name was constantly spinning in her thoughts. The woman herself could not really explain what had been happening to her lately. Something inexorably drove her to the abandoned library and coldly ordered, "Find it." And she obediently unlocked the rusty door, threw the cobwebs off the dusty scrolls, and read. She looked for any mention of this .ed name. And she found it. The paper was signed by a priest and was quite an interesting document. A provocative document, which at one time would have left an indelible stain on the reputation of the Holy Inquisition. Bribery and a dirty deal. A voice in her mind encouraged her with relief, "Thank you." But as soon as the woman brought the manuscript out into the light, it disappeared. Rest. Urgently, was the only logical conclusion, and Tsunade, waving to calm herself down, trudged home and collapsed on her side, exhausted. And when I saw the kunai, I jumped. The guard shouted very loudly, which almost brought the head of the village, who was swaying in a half-sleep, to a heart attack. Like father, like son. Don't feed him bread, let him scream. Hiding her displeasure, Tsunade yawned into her fist. Minato's emotionality was understandable. His son was back. And now his head was spinning from the excessive information. Uchiha. Uchiha again. Them. The vampires were living peacefully, practically under their very noses, you just had to reach them. And they weren't even hiding, they were just sitting their asses in the mansion, and they even sheltered a human there. And where were the local guards looking? Them? Untalented, the curse escaped involuntarily. They are good, nothing to say. And for the sake of such slobs, Tsunade once stood up to the council's decision. To make it convincing, she smashed half the office. After all, was she the head of the village or not? The arrogant old men did not want to lose an extra 100 Rio on ammunition and salaries, but a couple of convincing arguments, and they had to satisfy Minato's proposal to create a special squad. Patrols along the streets, a regular post at the main gate, a search party, all this was introduced immediately and controlled by the senior guard. Only the fact itself, which led to such a hasty formation of the squad, Tsunade, under pressure from the council, put the column top secret. No one, except for the higher management and the participants of that terrible night, knew about the vampires. Ahem ahem. The chief guard's cough pulled her out of her foggy thoughts. Yes, the woman perked up and looked around at those present with a meaningful look. Kakashi looked at her with alienation, while Minato tried hard to hide his reproach. Okay, now the main thing is to improvise skillfully. She stood up, rested her palms on the table, and gave her intonation a commanding tone. You did a good job. This is very valuable information, and I will definitely think about it. In the morning. It is worth considering that the decision to eliminate dangerous neighbors does not tolerate delay, Kakashi objected, since they declared themselves so openly, they are clearly waiting for a response. Justify, the interest in Tsunade's gaze was genuine this time. Naruto was held captive for more than a month as a source of food, but they released him without worrying about confidentiality. And now everyone knows about their presence. I don't think it was a simple oversight. The woman turned her frowning gaze to her second subordinate. Minato, your son stood up for them, didn't he? Although he should have hated them after that. I don't know how to explain his zeal. He spent the whole day proving to me that the brothers were not dangerous to people. He assured me that the headless vampire, Hozuki Suigetsu, was under the control of another master. And you believe his words? Senju openly spat on morality and, yanking the drawer, put the bottle on the table. She quickly wiped the sides of the glass with her sleeve and, saluting, drank it in one gulp. The sleeve came in handy again. I believe him. And I want to keep his trust too. I couldn't protect my wife, but I will do everything possible to protect my son. I suggest grouping guards around the mansion. If the vampires leave the village, we will be informed of what is happening. If not, we will issue an ultimatum, voluntary liquidation or war. Tsunade turned to Hataki, casually refilling her glass. If you're going to think, then think. What do you say, Kakashi? I agree with Minato. My squad is at your disposal. Last time, your men, Kakashi, did not show their best side. The big men threw a fit at me. According to your instructions, the briefing included protection from rebels and bandits. They were not prepared to see this. And now? Senju twirled the glass in front of her eyes. She did not refill it. Are you ready now? I vouch for everyone. Full combat readiness will be ensured within an hour. But it is worth considering an important detail. Hatake thoughtfully ran his hand through his tousled ash-blonde hair. Vampires are predators. That means they can smell people a mile away. Minato, who had been sitting motionless until now, creaked his chair and slowly approached the window. Somewhere in the distance, lights were flickering, sometimes going out, sometimes slipping out of the impenetrable darkness. He shook his head. Sleepless nights had completely clouded his mind. The lights disappeared again. No, he should definitely take a day off. And spend it with his son somewhere by a quiet river with a couple of fishing rods far, far away. That's even better. The guard's voice was tired and barely audible. They'll know they're being watched. If Naruto didn't embellish their intelligence, the vampires won't take any risks. They'll leave quietly. Tsunade turned her gaze to Hatake, who was melancholically pulling at his vest pockets. And, most importantly, he didn't object. That's good. It's decided. Send out your men, and I expect a detailed written report on every step. We'll leave the council in the dark for now. Senju exhaled loudly and drained the container to the bottom with a loud to victory. She cleared her throat and buried her nose in her sleeve. It felt better. The sake she swallowed hit her head pleasantly. It went dark before her eyes for a moment, and her body swayed involuntarily, but Tsunade skillfully regained her composure and leaned back in her chair, leisurely propping her cheek with one hand. Many years of experience, after all. Somewhere in the outskirts of the residence, a strange noise was growing, but she didn't want to get off her ass and find out which suicide bomber had decided to disturb her peace at such a late hour. Perhaps it was the effects of alcohol. Tsunade-sama. The woman immediately caught the wariness in the main guard's tone. Even the eternally imperturbable Kakashi straightened up abruptly, and a metal handle gleamed in his clenched fist. A crowd has gathered near the main entrance. And the residents are clearly indignant. So, alcohol had nothing to do with it. A crash echoed through the empty walls. Let me through, I said, someone yelled from the hallway, and the door slammed against the wall with a kick and bounced back. An enraged Hayashi appeared on the threshold. Senju gasped. His daughter Hinata was hanging in the man's arms, her head thrown back lifelessly. I'm ready. Sasuke stepped over the threshold and carefully closed the door behind him. He paused, holding the pen in his hand. He ran his fingertips over the cold surface, as if trying to memorize every sensation. Itachi was sitting on the porch. Hearing his brother's voice, he turned his head and patted the one next to him. Sit down. Sasuke finally let go of the door handle and looked in surprise at Anika's slightly hunched back. A tightly packed backpack, supported by two straps on his shoulders, made him look even more hunched. Aren't we in a hurry? This is our last chance to enjoy nostalgia. Sit down. Sasuke shrugged, throwing a similar backpack on the floor, and, adjusting the sheath with the katana, settled down next to him. In anticipation of nirvana, he closed his eyes and raised his head, but inhaled in disappointment. It was not going so well. The vampire hated this place. Cursed, perilous, soaked in the bitterness of lost land, which became a grave for his cloudless childhood. Here he lost his family. Lost a part of himself. And found the one who drove the darkness out of the heart. The voice in the subconscious drawled tediously. Naruto. Sasuke pursed his lips sadly. Their farewell night would not leave his head. Uzumaki zealously gave himself to both of them, ineptly, but desperately, as if he was afraid that they could disappear at any moment. Whispered their names like a mantra. Did not want to let go and rushed after. And now he enjoys the kingdom of Morpheus under the influence of Itachi's illusion, snoring into the pillow. For the first time, Sasuke unbearably wanted to send his brother to, and stay. But there was no choice. His fingers squeezed the notch of the step with force. Itachi is an idealist. A quiet voice pulled him out of his reverie. You probably hate me? Sasuke shuddered noticeably. Had he blurted something out loud? Or had his brother read his emotions with his tenacious observation again? He understood his head and looked questioningly at Itachi. The latter was indeed watching him closely, and under that gaze Sasuke felt like a dissected frog. The pause noticeably dragged on. Itachi smiled understandingly. It's okay. I was prepared for your hatred. But I'm not at all. Sasuke began to justify himself, but fell silent, hearing a quiet chuckle. Relaxed, leaning slightly on half-bent elbows, Itachi, just like him a minute earlier, turned his face to the night sky. His hair, tied with a ribbon, slid slightly over the fabric of the backpack under the onslaught of the wind, and his bangs whipped over his closed eyes. But even in such a peaceful pose, he managed to maintain a feeling of nobility. If the claymore were intact, his arm, stuck out to the elbow, would surely sway in its half-open slit on his chest. Nii-san's favorite gesture, sometimes causing a nervous tic from the off-scale disregard for everything and everyone. Being the best is not so good. Sometimes risking for the well-being of others drives you into a routine of loneliness. Itachi sighed and opened his eyes. But you are my only brother. And whatever I do, it is all for your good. That's what older brothers are for. Sasuke snorted arrogantly. So, for my own good, you dragged Uzumaki into bed? With that, I opened your eyes. In order to find, you must lose. In losing, you both realized the true value of your feelings. But you said that you used Immortal as a distraction. Itachi tilted his head to the side and narrowed his eyes slyly. Did I say? Well. Confirmed. But that's what you wanted to hear, right? I wanted to hear the truth. Enough of this omission. It's annoying. Sasuke stood up abruptly, and with an irritated grunt, jumped off the step onto the ground. Itachi closed his eyes again, giving Otuto a chance to snort heartily. The main thing is that the younger brother will never know that the prisoner that night was not only a source of rivalry. He was bait for the converted. His logical link in the overall chain of conclusions. At first, all this mess with the noisy source was annoying. The only reason he, a descendant of the ancient Uchiha clan, had taken on the primitive role of a captor was the opportunity to calm Sasuke's ardor. The stupid brother had lived up to his expectations and was no longer eager to hunt in the village. When Sasuke assumed that the prisoner's escape was the work of a higher vampire, he was right. Partly. Naruto's mind was indeed controlled. But not by Orochimaru. The reason for the escape was him, Itachi. The man only had to look at the window when he jumped out of the bushes, and his fate was sealed. Then everything was simple: illusory captivity, a cut with a stake for scent, an exit beyond the mansion, a clearing, a beast. Itachi caught the mental thread of the converted with the master, but to rush into the unknown and abandon Sasuke, that would be reckless. And then the younger brother made a move that made Itachi reconsider his thoughts about the prisoner. Taboo. An invisible, but tangible for vampire seal of immunity. Otuto's justification made him smirk. What had he muttered in response? Had to? What a naive lie. He could have let the man die. And the absurdity of captivity acquired a different side. Hearing Sasuke kick something and curse, Itachi couldn't help but smile. Emotions. Naruto-kun also turned out to be no timid person. And with his openness and thirst for life, he broke the chain of his brother's stereotypes about the insignificance of human existence. The source was able to do in such a short time what Itachi had been unable to do for many years. Sasuke began to smile. Not with the grin of a maniac, tasting someone else's death, but sincerely, heartily. Itachi did not miss this, and it became an incentive to interfere in the relationship of two stubborn people. The younger brother was categorically stubborn when asked to let the source go. How predictable. Now, the next step. Naruto-kun's love was only to his advantage. They both got what they wanted. Naruto, the first Shrek, Itachi, double benefit. The brothers' jealousy predictably did its job. Sasuke could not help but break down, and Uzumaki could not help but leave. And in the forest, another converted one was hiding. The method was truly inhumane, but Sasuke had to experience the pain of loss and reconsider his view of life from a different angle. He had to decide his own fate, accept the attachment to a person and compromise with his inner self, or sink further into the darkness of alienation. Itachi was sure that his brother would choose the first path, otherwise he was a completely useless psychologist. Nissan. Itachi's weary shout brought him back to reality in a flash, and he looked at his younger brother. He stood tensely, putting his hand behind his back and clasping the hilt of the katana sticking out of its sheath with his palm. He felt it too. "We're surrounded," Sasuke informed, looking around predatorily. The heights of the barriers obscured the view, but the aura was becoming more and more dense in a concentrated stream and was compacting into a single ring. "We still have time to take cover." "No," Itachi cut him off in an even voice. Sasuke froze for a moment and then slowly turned around. Misunderstanding was clearly visible in his widened eyes. "No? You understand that this was the outcome that was intended from the very beginning. We will accept the fight." Sasuke held his breath, not knowing what to say in response, but soon exhaled noisily and grinned crookedly. Ujirotanki manages to cause problems even from a distance. He pulled out the katana with a clang, making several intricate swings. Now his time for revenge had come. The steel cut through the air with a ringing sound, and a thick branch fell to the ground in neat slices. "Naruto-kun has nothing to do with it," Itachi retorted dryly and leaned forward, intending to stand up. "People's hatred is the result of my hands." "Yours? Why?" Sasuke glanced at Aniki in bewilderment. This time there was no hint of peace. His brother's face was serious and focused, a crease ran between his eyebrows, and his eyes glowed red. The ring behind the fence became even tighter. To quench their thirst for hatred, Sasuke. Itachi stood up and, clasping his hands together, stretched them out until his knuckles cracked, flexing his fingers. "The people will not rest until they personally drive us out of these places. I only hastened the inevitable." And these are the words of a pacifist? There was no other way. There was, we could have left quietly. We could. But, Itachi paused and, as if remembering something, shook himself and jerked his wrist. The tips of the kunai glinted between his clenched fingers. "There is another reason that forced me to take such a step. And, of course, you won't reveal it? I'm just a stupid little..." "Oh." Sasuke rubbed his forehead in shock. He never expected to receive a slap at such a tense moment. "That's exactly why." "Another time." "That's what you always do," they growled angrily in response, but more feigned than sincere. "As soon as you're about to duck out, you immediately slap me in the forehead and say, 'Next time, Sasuke.' I'm not ducking out. Consider it a strategic move." "I don't see the difference," Sasuke snapped back good-naturedly. "Okay, I'll pry it out anyway." He frowned and analyzed the flow of aura raging outside. "And the people are ready to tear us apart with their bare hands. What did you do to them?" "Left the source in plain sight." "Dead?" "No." The danger was getting closer. The air was filled with the smoke from the torches, and the ground was noticeably vibrating under the weight of disordered footsteps. Somewhere around the perimeter, small flocks of frightened birds were taking to the air. Sasuke smiled wryly. "That's why you were in such a hurry. You knew there would be a siege of the mansion." Mortals are fallen creatures. A whole confrontation broke out over such nonsense. "It's not their fault." Stereotypes that have been established for centuries force many to draw conclusions based on their judgments, seeing only a mask. Vampires are evil. And this reputation can no longer be changed. Remember Naruto-kun's first reaction? Uzumaki is a fool. And all his reactions were just as stupid. But, I give him credit, he is not like everyone else. Itachi narrowed his eyes slyly at this statement. You confirm what I once said. Naruto-kun acts with his heart. It's rare to see friends and enemies. Although he does have a good reason to hate us. He suddenly bounced off the ground, spun in the air, and waved his arms. The kunai flew in different directions with a whistle. After doing a somersault, he landed silently on one knee and raised his head. Hate? For what? We made a deal. The captivity was voluntary, Sasuke objected, but then looked at the result of the throw and whistled admiringly. The metal shone silver exactly in the center of each circle. Not a single misfire. No, his brother stood up and dusted off his pants, then adjusted the straps of his backpack that had slipped to the side and began to collect his weapons. I'm talking about a completely different reason. Do you remember our first attempt to return to Konoha? How can you forget that? The shameful escape was a great ending. I'm talking about the reason for our retreat. This time, Anika's voice came from somewhere behind the slanted building. Sasuke raised an eyebrow questioningly. A converted person appeared? Exactly, Itachi confirmed, pulling out another kunai. The consequence of his appearance in Konoha was the cut-short life of an innocent soul. The village head's writings indicate that the victim is a certain Uzumaki Kushina. Sasuke's face turned gray. He hadn't expected this. Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki. Could it be? How many years had passed since then? About 17. It all fit. Naruto's mother. And she had been killed by a newly turned vampire. And my mother. I've only seen her in photographs. A street kid, an outcast. They chased me away, humiliated me, just because I wanted to be noticed. He remembered the desperate cries. So, the vampires were the reason for that fury in Revelations that Uzumaki could only allow himself once. He, Sasuke, was also indirectly that reason. The memories made his mouth dry. Does Naruto know about this? Was he really so skillful at pretending, hiding the truth? Sasuke, trying to hide his jitters, quickly licked his lips and threw out only a short. And Naruto. Naruto-kun is not informed, Itachi immediately explained, satisfied, catching the other's sigh of relief. Approaching the porch, he bent down, picked up the backpack and threw it to his brother. The reaction was excellent, he turned around lightning fast and intercepted his belongings. Let's go. Stay near me. The noise from the street grew with incredible speed. Closer. Closer. Coming close to the half-open gates, Itachi turned around. Sasuke simultaneously froze a couple of steps in front of him. Don't forget that the clan's honor must not be stained with human blood. Yes, I know, they smirked sarcastically in response. These creatures do not deserve to die. Itachi shook his head disapprovingly. Sasuke had twisted his words in his own way again, but time was running out, and he was the first to set foot on the warpath. Stepping onto the improvised battlefield, they froze in anticipation, standing shoulder to shoulder. The alliance of brothers looked impressive. Itachi's red eyes gleamed from under his brows, his shoulders straightened, a stance that had been ingrained in him since the time of clan bloodshed and was completely intuitive when it came to meeting the enemy head-on. Sasuke, on the contrary, held himself arrogantly, his palms on his hips and his head raised. A katana stuck into the ground near his feet. They were ready. The cracking of branches was heard from all sides. The lights illuminated the first arrivals. Uzumaki. Stuo ouch. Kiba's scream still echoed from the distant depths of the forest. Naruto didn't even turn around. He ran. He ran as fast as he could. And he didn't care that Inuzuka, who had somehow woken him up and told him the mind-blowing news, was now lagging behind and was desperately tearing his throat, trying to reach his comrade. He didn't care that his father hadn't shown up until the morning. He didn't care that the crumpled sheets remained silent witnesses of a wild night, and he hadn't even bothered to stuff them into the washing machine. Everything faded into the background. Branches mercilessly whipped his face, bushes and roots tried to entangle his legs, tree trunks rushed past in columns and disappeared behind him. His heart began to beat wildly as the wind brought the smell of smoke and burning. No, Uzumaki did not delude himself with the hope that people would simply wave their fists and disperse. But he was simply not ready to accept the true reality, hoping for a different outcome until the end. The last heavy tug, and Naruto froze in his tracks. He tried to breathe, but could not. He wanted to move, but the chains of horror fettered his entire body. His legs buckled. Without taking his eyes off the fiery pillar, he fell to his knees and held. Why? The mansion was ablaze. Clouds of black smoke were creeping poisonously upward and enveloping the collapsing walls. Bright petals of fire were devouring the frame, bursting out of the cracked glass. The roof tiles were cracking and flying apart in red-hot fragments. 100 meters in front of the gate, his fellow countrymen were scurrying in a semicircle and waving torches. Even here, he could hear the crowd cheering and demanding blood. "What are you doing?" Naruto punched the ground. Again. And again. Out of desperation, he wanted to smash everyone who was swarming chaotically in the general mass of hatred. Humans and vampires cannot be connected by anything. Hearing Sasuke's voice in his subconscious, Naruto shuddered. He shook his head and, squinting angrily, stood up. "No, Sasuke. It can. It absolutely can. And I will prove it, Tebeo." Jumping down, he passed part of the slope in a couple of big leaps. A familiar silhouette emerged on the right side. Tsunade-bachan. It. Naruto darted behind a bush growing on the left edge, merging with its shadow. The village head was kneeling and bandaging the head of one of the guards. Gray vests were issued only to them. Uzumaki focused his gaze and opened his mouth in surprise. It was Kakashi-san. Others were lying in a row nearby, and among the crippled bodies he spotted his father's white cloak. Someone was moaning, someone was moving and trying to get up, but fell again under Tsunade's slap. But everyone was alive. So the brothers fought back. And they fought back with honor, only neutralizing the attackers. "Sorry, Dae." Naruto sighed, loudly pulling down the zipper and throwing the garish jacket on the ground, remaining in a gray t-shirt. Too noticeable an outfit. The autumn cold burned his bare arms, but the heat of indignation dulled the chill. Akamaru's barking was heard in the distance. Uzumaki did not hesitate and rushed towards the epicenter of the event. Almost crawling, he reached the first legs, which very conveniently flashed right in front of his nose, and briskly jumped up, rushing forward. The crowd thickened. No one was embarrassed by the acrid smell of smoke, nor the possibility of being trampled and maimed. "Let me go. Get out of the way." Naruto, gritting his teeth, squeezed through as best he could, desperately pushing aside the bodies heated in anticipation of the spectacle. Screams, curses, compassionate groans, everything mixed into a single roar and hit the nerves like a jackhammer. Where were the guards looking? Came from one side. "What the is going on?" a female voice wailed from the other. "They could have eaten our children. Demons. Creatures. Murderers." Uzumaki covered his ears with his hands from such blatant injustice. What do all these non-humans know? Why do they judge only by their own illusion? By the stereotypes hammered into their empty heads? After all, they do not know vampires in their true form. They know nothing. But for some reason they imagine themselves to be gods and so blindly administer justice. Another cry, "Murderers!" was the last straw. "Shut up. Shut up, all of you," I said. Unable to bear it, Naruto furiously rushed at the first person he met. Someone's sleeve, caught in a fist, cracked in his fingers. Don't you dare talk like that. You, and you. He rushed from one screaming person to another, clutching at the edges of their clothes, but was roughly pushed away like an annoying fly. Another elbow to the ribs was especially painful. Naruto fell. What's wrong with you? Have you completely lost your mind? Someone boomed right next to his ear. Then came a more squeaky and nasty, but clearly wary whisper. Hayashi, isn't that Minato's son? That's him. Judging by the shadow, the speaker leaned over. An old friend of mine, huh, Naruto-kun? At these words, Uzumaki couldn't help but wince how poisonous and sugary the address sounded. Not at all like Itachi-san's. Why are you attacking people? The same hateful bass continued to pound on his nerves. Is it because of the vampires? Watch out, or I'll think you're on the enemy's side. You're looking for enemies in the wrong place, Hayashi-san. They're much closer. Look at you, what a smart guy. And who's the enemy here? Hugo lifted his chin arrogantly and narrowed his eyes. Maybe you? Enemies are your fears. You are panicky afraid of everything that is beyond your understanding. Vampires are my friends. And I will not allow, do you hear me? I will not allow them to be harmed. Better help. Talk to Granny Tsunade. Hayashi winced. Ugh. What nonsense. I knew that the streets would not teach you good. And your father, by the way, fought to the last. These bloodthirsty beasts are simply possessed by evil. Such people must be destroyed without a drop of regret. Do you agree with me? You are silent. Then. Okay, grab them, they are your people after all. A splayed palm flashed in front of his face, and Naruto forced himself not to bite it with all his willpower. Muttering angrily, "Get lost," he pressed his fists into the ground and knelt down, staring sullenly at Hyuga's face. Judging by the scratches, he had already taken part in the battle, but, having sensed the scent of defeat, had meanly disappeared into the crowd. Like a cowardly jackal. Naruto grinned crookedly. And you, Hayashi-san? What are you obsessed with now? And what is everyone else obsessed with? He waved his hand around himself. With this outcome, you have once again proven that humans are the bloodthirsty beasts. I'm not sure if I have a chance to stop all of you, but it doesn't matter. I won't give up anyway. If you don't want to help, then get out of my way. The other man's eyes instantly filled with rage. Shut your mouth, boy. Naruto flinched, his cheekbone burned by a huge fist, and fell flat. How dare you judge? Somewhere above the back of his head, Hayashi, flushed with anger, was spitting. How dare you go against your own people? Think again before you. The scream abruptly stopped. A crash was heard very close by, and a column of dust flew into the air. The people instinctively jumped back. Naruto raised himself up on his elbow with an effort and looked at the figure frozen a couple of steps away, shielding him from the raging despot. No, rather shielding him from all the hardships and dangers of the world. A loud roar cut through his ears. Who gave you the right to touch him? That voice. A voice so familiar to the point of pain. Sasuke, Naruto exhaled briefly, looking in surprise at the backpack that had slipped to the side on his bent back. So the brothers really were getting ready to leave. And they didn't have time because of him. And now one of them, having made a predatory lunge, sat on Hayashi's chest and furiously pounded with his fists, spraying blood in all directions, while the rest of the troublemakers whispered and crossed themselves at a distance, afraid for their own skins. And where did all the arrogance go? Sasuke. Swing. Strike. A dull groan of pain. No need. Another one. The vampire seemed not to hear, stunned by rage and revenge. And he was avenging him, a mere mortal. Let go. It won't change anything. Please. Sasuke raised his hand to strike, but, hearing the plea in his voice, froze. After a pause, he finally straightened up and turned around, casually wiping someone else's blood from his chin with the back of his hand. Do you pity people like him? With your rage, you only fuel their hatred. The vampire obediently jumped off the defeated enemy and, grinning, squatted in front of Uzumaki, holding out his hand. I will settle the score with him yet. Use your Tonki, you got into trouble again, as soon as I turned away. How much longer can I save you? Naruto smiled. Widely, heartily. A sense of déjà vu filled his consciousness. Just like that time on the dusty road, this vampire towered majestically over him, so arrogant and unapproachable. But this time there was no open hostility. There was no line dividing them into enemies by vocation. I could have handled it myself, Tebeo. He grabbed the other man's hand with a jerk and squeezed it hard, rising from his knees. Oh, the witnesses said in unison, widening the circle even more. A demon. A demon. He ruined the boy. Naruto looked around in surprise. Once friends and comrades, who had lost all human form this morning, were shifting from foot to foot, clenching their fingers until their knuckles turned white on the surface of household utensils. Their faces were distorted with hatred. No compassion. Beasts. Inhuman beasts. They filled this place with only one goal: to kill, destroy, and have fun. Listen. Uzumaki only managed to utter, when the first fellow countryman to come out of his stupor rushed forward with a cry of "Aya!" A flabby, fat servant at the Hyuga court. Clutching a pitchfork, the fat man jerked forward sharply, but the teeth clanged as they collided with Kusanagi. And he dropped the weapon from his hands. With a gasp, he began to look around for the lost man with his eyes, but only managed to click his teeth from a kick to the jaw, instantly collapsing to the ground. The poor guy was dragged away, giving way to the next daredevil. Sasuke spared no one. Swinging his katana, he jumped on the heads of his opponents, pushed off and, spinning lightning fast, struck them down with a balanced stream of blows. Openly, with honor. Naruto only had time to duck and jump back. But at the last moment he stopped, tripping over those dotted pitchforks. Watch out. Uzumaki was thrown to the side. Sasuke pushed him hard, and he, having pierced someone's chest with his forehead, fell to his knees. And when he jumped to his feet, someone grabbed him under the elbows. He saw how the Uchiha lost his vigilance, protecting him and opening his back to the enemy. This was an unforgivable mistake. The vampire dropped Kusanagi and now growled angrily, rolling from side to side, trying to throw off the attackers, but their place was immediately taken by others. The forces were not equal, but the quantitative advantage clearly dominated. One of them jumped too much. Naruto's voice, excited with anger, seemed to put him into a coma. Hyuga Hayashi. He had finally woken up and was now heading straight for the abandoned katana. Look, Naruto-kun, what they do to such friends. Stop it. The prisoner jerked, but Hyuga's widened, pale gray eyes became even more filled with bloody veins. Madness completely clouded his mind. I need his head, he hissed through his teeth, grabbing the hilt more comfortably. Hearing the order, one of those standing behind the vampire immediately ran a hand through the inky strands and pulled them towards himself, forcing him to rise to his knees. The others grabbed the prisoner's arms and brought them behind his back. To the heartbreaking no-oh. Hyuga grinned even more bloodthirstily and swung his katana. The blade described a wide arc, cutting through the air. The ground was covered with thick bloody blots. Sasuke's eyes widened in horror. It was like slow motion. When Hayashi raised his hand for the killing blow, Naruto, growling at the top of his lungs, rushed forward. Towards death. In the last seconds, he shielded the vampire with his body, clenched his teeth and arched his back unnaturally, but did not fall. And now he towered over Sasuke, his knees bent wide apart and his arms spread out. There was not a drop of fear or regret in his dilated pupils, and a familiar smile froze on his blood-stained lips. Madman! Madman! All the remnants of self-control crumbled to dust. Sasuke could no longer contain his emotions. Idiot! What have you done? Sasuke, Naruto forced an even wider smile and, rolling his eyes, began to fall to the side. Go away. Jerking with all his might, the vampire broke free from the grip of the people who were dumbfounded by what he had seen and caught the falling Naruto by the shoulders. He went limp in his arms, hanging his head to the side. Sasuke felt with every cell how the weak human heart beat out a trembling rhythm, giving him the last echoes of fading life. And he could only helplessly watch as a comrade died in his arms. No, not a comrade. Part of his existence. Part of himself. Sorry, a barely audible whisper was drowned out by a seething stream of blood that gushed out with another sob. You, Sasuke ran his trembling fingers over the cheek that had once been slashed by his own claws, peeling off a black fluffy feather that had fallen from the sky. Crows were gathering in the sky from all sides, croaking heartbreakingly and rustling their wings. The gut-wrenching sense of hopelessness reached its peak, the air was deafened by an inhuman roar. Pressing the body shaking in agony until the bones crunched, the vampire raised his bloodshot gaze to the dumbfounded Hayashi. He threw the katana to the ground in fear and recoiled. I didn't mean to. Not him. I'll kill you. Sasuke spat angrily and, carefully placing Naruto on the ground, snatched the lost katana from under the stranger's feet and crouched down like a predator. His rage was sobered by the kunai whistling before his eyes and his brother's cold voice. Enough. I've seen enough. Itachi landed softly on one knee, holding out his arm in front of his brother. The darkness above his head was thickening with incredible speed. For a while, the birds circled low in a certain trajectory and cawed loudly, but as soon as one of them darted down like a stone, the whole funnel rushed after it. Panic instantly seized the crowd. Eh! People desperately waved them away, covered their eyes from claws and wings, randomly knocked each other down until they fell to the ground, burying their faces in their palms. Sasuke frowned at the madness for a while, but shuddered, abruptly bent down and again grabbed the Uzumaki, who had completely fallen silent, by the shoulders. Nisan, there was despair in his voice. Otudo, take him outside the village. You know what to do. I'll catch up. Sasuke blinked in surprise, but seeing the undisguised warmth in Aniki's gaze, he immediately let out a relaxed breath and nodded. A wave of incredible relief and gratitude spread through his veins, filling his entire being. Nisan. The best older brother in the world. Thank you. I will not forget this. Sheathing his katana and picking up the man in his arms, Sasuke soared into the air and disappeared from sight. He still had time. Tsunade watched the black shadow that had filled the land and its people with indifference. The crows prevented the people from getting up, lashing the particularly recalcitrant ones in the face and digging their claws into their skin. But it all seemed more like a mirage. An all too realistic dream that would dissipate on its own when the time came. She turned around, hearing the rustling of long withered grass. Please accept my apologies for what happened, Tsunade-sama. The newcomer's voice was calm and relaxed. The crows will fly away as soon as the people recognize their true nature and abandon their hatred. Senju looked at the cold, ice-like statue of a vampire, but did not miss a single word. She could not do otherwise, having long been stuck in a mental labyrinth. The guards did not react either. They all, as one, fell into oblivion as soon as the guest stepped into the clearing, and now the brave warriors, fighters against the undead, senselessly fought with the illusion that had drawn their consciousness into its nets. You can rest assured we are leaving your lands forever. The word of Uchiha Itachi. If the vampires attack, do not spare them. Remember the visual example that I left on the stone especially for you. It will be safer this way. Farewell. Stepping back, he bowed politely and jumped onto a thick branch, merging with the shadows of nature. One of the ravens, flying on Sasuke's trail, showed the way, transmitting signals from a distance. Itachi sped up his jumps, his brother was waiting for him impatiently a couple of 100 meters away. And Naruto-kun, who had almost come to his senses, thanks to the vampire blood. Now Itachi could confidently answer what he felt for the man. Gratitude. And respect. And that was worth a lot. Naruto-kun had passed his last test with dignity, had not hesitated in the face of death, like a true warrior, and would now be honorably accepted into their clan. Even if, most likely, against his will. The picture changed, and an illusory copy of Tsunade appeared before him, looking around in surprise. The spell fell away like a veil from her eyes. Forever. Now the future of Konoha was in her hands. Itachi had no doubt that Senju was a worthy ruler and deservedly occupied her post. And the final touch. One of his subordinates rushed towards the remains of the mansion. With a keen eye from a bird's-eye view, the vampire saw how the first repentant participants of the battle carefully rose from their knees. Well, then he was not mistaken. These people were not so hopeless. Epilogue. The Namikaze house had been empty for a week now. The chief guard had been hospitalized with a stroke from the shock he had suffered and was now fighting for his life under the leadership of the village chief. The shutters were banging randomly on the dark windows, as if pining away from boredom. In front of the door, on the top step, an envelope was white, crushed by a stone, which had never reached its addressee. The letter was already quite soaked from the fine drizzle. The black letters were spreading in shapeless blots across the thin paper. Dear Father, please forgive me. I know you love me, but it's time for each of us to go our separate ways. You have no idea how happy I am. Greetings from Itachi-san and Sasuke. P.S. We'll definitely visit you again. P.S.2. I taught them how to make excellent ramen. See you soon. Yours, Naru. That's the end of the story.